Good evening, all. I'm Carolyn Rice, Chair of the School Board of the City of Virginia Beach, and I hereby call this meeting to order at 6:00 p.m. on this 28th day of September 2021. Pursuant to the Virginia State Health Commissioner's Order of Public Health Emergency statewide requirement to wear masks in K-12 schools issued August 12, 2021, and Virginia Acts of Assembly Number 1303, Chapter 456, and the Center for Disease Control and Prevention's guidance for K-12 schools, and the School Board's 2021-22 reopening plan adopted August 10, 2021, it's determined that physical distancing will be used in school board chambers as a health mitigation strategy. Therefore, there is limited seating available on a first-come, first-served basis beginning shortly before this meeting. Members of the public, as always, will be able to observe the school board meeting through live streaming on vbschools.com, broadcast on VBTV Channel 47, and on Zoom. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please announce those board members in attendance this evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Present in School Board Chambers is Chairwoman Rye, Ms. Melnick, Ms. Anderson, Ms. Felton, Ms. Franklin, Ms. Hughes, Ms. Manning, Ms. Owens, Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Weems.
Thank you, and Mrs. Holt is expected to join us shortly via Zoom. So with that, I ask all present to please join me in a moment of silence. Please stand as you are able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have no awards or recognitions this evening, so we will proceed to adoption of the agenda. Any modifications to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Hughes, discussion. Please show your approval with a raised hand.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes.
Thank you. And now the superintendent's report. Dr. Spence, we look forward to your report.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. So here are a few items of interest for you and our families to know this evening. First, I'd like to start our evening by recognizing Windsor Oaks Elementary School. Last week, Windsor Oaks was recognized as a 2021 National Blue Ribbon School by the U.S. Department of Education for exemplary work in closing the achievement gap. This is a national award, so we will also submit this honor for a future school board recognition, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to congratulate Windsor Oaks on their extraordinary success during these extraordinary times. I want to encourage the Windsor Oak community and all of our community to join me in congratulating teachers, staff, students, and their families on this prestigious honor and their commitment to creating safe and welcoming schools where our young learners are mastering challenging content. Windsor Oaks is one of only 7 schools in Virginia to be named as a 2021 National Blue Ribbon School, so congratulations again to them and to Principal Dr. Sherry Archer. Tonight I also have the pleasure of congratulating 2 of our teachers who have been accepted into the prestigious Virginia Declaration of Learning program. This is an immersive teacher professional development program seeking to bring arts and humanities subjects to life and sharing the importance of civic engagement through object-based learning. This program provides resources for teachers, including special access to collections for national, state, and local museums, libraries, and historical sites, and instruction on using historical objects as a gateway to learning and more. To start us off, I'd like to recognize Andrea Eisenberger. Andrea has been teaching for 11 years. She's spent the last 5 years with Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Currently, she's in her second year at Three Oaks Elementary School as an art teacher. She consistently seeks out ways to grow within her field and as a teacher, and was a 2018 National Education Association Global Learning Fellow. She's been described as innovative and hardworking, and upon joining her school, she immediately went to work building that relationship with staffs and students. This unique course of study is going to allow her to continue on the path of professional growth and educational excellence that we know she'll bring back to her students. So thank you, Ms. Eisenberger. You're a great example of what it means to be a great teacher. I'm also proud to recognize Parthena Savides. Ms. Savides has been teaching for 8 years and is in her 3rd year with the division. Currently, she's a 4th grade teacher at Christopher Farms Elementary School. Her love of literacy is evident to anyone who spends time with her, and after spending just a few minutes in her classroom, her passion for her work is easy to see. One of her strongest traits is finding ways to connect with students who may have previously been disengaged, especially in reading, and her principal, Robin Backer, describes her as having a genuine authenticity and true love for her craft. She believes the creative coursework within this program will allow her to grow and utilize a variety of new resources that she too can bring back to her classroom and students. So thank you, Ms. Savides, for your hard work, which has not gone unnoticed. And then rounding out my report this evening, I want to bring our attention to Beach Girls Rock, coming up on October the 23rd. This is the first Beach Girls Rock in our series for 2021-22, and this one will be held via Zoom. Our Beach Girls Rock program is the division's leadership empowerment program for our female students in grades 5 through 8. For this event, in partnership with Old Dominion University, the keynote speaker will be Dr. Gail Dodge, Dean of the College of Sciences at Old Dominion. After that keynote, students will choose the next session on a topic that piques their interest. Parents and guardian workshops are also available as a part of this series. And this year's theme of Hidden Figures, the Power of Possibility and Vision, will illuminate opportunities available through the sciences, technology, engineering, and mathematics. This event is free to attend, but students and parents do need to register ahead of time, and that link is currently available on bbschools.com. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. That completes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Spence, and again, congratulations to all. That brings us to approval of meeting minutes, September 14th, 2021, regular school board meeting. Any modification to the minutes? All right, a motion to approve. Mrs. Franklin, and a second. Mrs. Melnick. Discussion. Please show your approval with a raised hand.
We have 9 ayes.
Show your nay with a raised hand. Abstention.
I'm abstaining because I had to leave early because of health reasons. Thank you.
I'm
And-
abstaining because I left around midnight also.
So we have 8 ayes, no nays, 2 abstentions, and 1 non-vote in Ms. Holtz.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, agenda item 10, hearing of citizens and delegations on formal agenda items. The school board will now hear comments on formal agenda items from citizens and delegations who signed up with the school board clerk prior to noon today. Persons signed up to speak on formal agenda items will be called up 3 at a time. The speaker is asked to proceed to line up when their name is called. For speakers who are outside of chambers, staff will bring speakers into the hall. In-person speakers will be called first, followed by speakers participating through Zoom or by telephone. Speakers should begin speaking once their name is called. And as a reminder, each will be given 4 minutes to present and a 30-second warning before time expires. Speakers should refer to the online time tracker to keep track of their time. Once the speaker's time has expired, the speaker is asked to stop making remarks and the next speaker will be queued to speak. If a speaker is not present when called to speak or is not online when called to speak, the school board at its sole discretion may allow the speaker to speak at the end of the public comment section. The school board, as always, invites the public to submit comments through our group email account, which can be found on our website. If any speaker signed up for the formal agenda section would like to speak on informal and non-agenda item matters, then you are asked to speak with school division staff in the hallway and to be moved to the informal, non-agenda public comments section. And if a speaker is ruled out of order once the speaker has begun addressing the board, that speaker will not have the opportunity to continue remarks in the later comments section. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you please introduce our first speaker of the evening?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker will be Paula Chang, then Sandra Frazier. Speaker number 3 has not come here, and then we'll go to speaker 4, which will be Thomas Conant.
Where's the timer? The timer button?
Yep, Paula Chang is the first speaker.
Okay,
Hey, welcome.
thank you. I would have to say it's my opinion that the school board is again violating bylaws now with the September board meeting. The minutes of that meeting do not, in my opinion, accurately reflect what happened that night, falsely covering up the existence of the September 13th PRC meeting and the follow-on activity regarding voting. So I wonder if some of these things that we're voting on tonight are even legal. Tonight's agenda contains 66 pages of single-spaced writing on how to control public access and speech of the public. These documents, not even written by school board members, rather by city and school employees, reflect the indifferent leadership of the PRC leader to the responsibility she has to know the details, intent, and consequences of the policy and bylaws she is responsible to send to the board to be voted on tonight. She had not even seen the agenda 2 hours before the meeting took place because it had not been sent to her. Mrs. Riggs, my mind is blown with that. Last school board meeting, there was finally talk about how to deal with the crowd of people outside who wait to speak as the general public becomes more aware of how we are treated. Text messages and overflow rooms were discussed, but I have one idea, as Dr. Spence said in a video this summer, that everyone should have a seat at the table. So rather than talking about us and maneuvering against the public, why not sit with us, work with us, and ask us what actually would work for us and make us comfortable? Instead, we will witness tonight government infringement by the Virginia Beach School Board, led by Ms. Rye and Ms. Melnick, upon the First Amendment rights of citizens to speak, assemble, and petition their government, just as in the last few months we have seen a web of lies against the public to justify this infringement. And you all can roll your eyes, but it's true. Technically, one can argue truly that the school board is not required to take public comments, but the Virginia Beach School Board policy has always been to allow comments. Thus, actions tonight designed to silence and control the public as a response to dissent violates the spirit of the First Amendment. And spare the excuse that moving from 4 to 3 minutes is minor, as compared with your ability to suspend Robert's rules, cut off individuals and speakers at a whim, interrupt timing and not granting it back, regulate public assembly without defining regulations, introduce and vote on policies and bylaws within the same meeting, it is most certainly not minor. To justify infringement, school board members falsely claim we, outsider, an angry mob, taunting, threatening, laying hands on, harassing, spewing hate, and forcing school employees to run gauntlets, also harassing those whose opinions differ from ours. Some claim meeting attendees make fun of children, and these are all lies, and school board members know it. They ignore their own lack of decorum, and by the way, thanks for the eye roll last time I spoke, Ms. Rye. Recently, Dr. Spence and Ms. Linetti presented a real, true rationale for permitting rallies, insurance, and planning, so long as permits are not abused, yet the board still denigrates the public. Our rallies and door time waiting to speak are taped. Tapes have been released to the school board members to show how peaceful we are, including a tape of an opposition speaker who opposed our peaceful rally and then came in here accusing us of expressing hatred. These truthful tapes are dismissed by multiple members of the school board with the tired phrase of perception is reality. No, reality is reality. And as school board members, it is your responsibility to act upon truth. I FOIA'd all complaints and investigations of threats and violence of harassment made against speakers and rally attendees. How many threats of
30
harassment,
seconds.
touching, and gauntlets of speakers and rally attendees were there? None. Neither have we ever broken a law. We are legally petitioning our government. We understand employees don't like to go through crowds, and we understand that Ms. Melnick at last meeting said the meeting before on the 7th, she was told by members who were of the employees that they are touched by people. So I want to ask, first of all, the meeting didn't occur as according to your calendar, but also, why have Ms. Melnick, Ms. Rye, and Dr. Spence
And that is time?
not demanded an investigation? Because those things
And
didn't
that
happen.
is time. Our next speaker is Sandra Frazier, then Thomas Canant, and then Annie Palumbo.
School board members, here again. Amendment 1 to the Bill of Rights. Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. In case you would like a copy of the Constitution, I'd be happy to get you one. No problem. So these items that you're going to be voting on, banning of the American flag. Since when is the American flag a danger on American soil? I don't think it is. And in fact, I know it isn't. My son just retired from the Army, very proud American. I won't go there. Anyway, inability to speak at meetings per the whim of the school board. You work for us. We don't work for you. We are not your servants. We don't have to bow down to you to get permission to speak. We show up and we get to speak. Speaking time decreased if allowed to speak. You want to take it from 4 to 3. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it can be. As we've just seen with the speaker before us, even though she had 4 minutes, she wasn't able to complete it. So decreasing that by another minute is an abomination, and there's no excuse for it. You work for us. We are not your servants. Yeah, okay. Shutting down rallies. Okay, I don't know, maybe you're confused. Maybe you think this was the storming of the Capitol, but we have not stormed this building. We have not harassed anybody. We have not touched anybody. We have not thrown anything at anybody. So again, don't go there. You're not allowed. You work for us. We are not your servants. And the school board will now be able to vote and for policy changes and amendments at the same meeting in which it is first presented. So that doesn't give us, the people that you work for, an opportunity to hear these changes and decide if we are in agreement with those changes. I remind you, you work for us. We are not your servants. You are here to protect our children, and you don't need to protect them from the parents. The school superintendent, not the school board, will determine how speakers may sign up. Again, you are the school board. You work for us. I don't know how much clearer I can say it. You work for us. We are not your servants. You don't work for any organization outside of Virginia Beach. The parents and the students, you are to look out for their welfare. And I could cover a whole bunch of other things, but it's not on the agenda, so I'll save that for another time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Canant, Annie Palumbo, and then Tara Chang.
That's
Well-
Conant, ma'am, Conant.
Welcome.
I thank God that I can be here tonight to praise him and to freely express my opposition to bylaw changes that aim to greatly diminish and take away that freedom. One board member told me that she and others feel threatened by those who disagree with recent policy decisions. She alleged that I made a verbal threat when no such threat was ever made. We are told that public gatherings strike fear into some who serve here, yet there has not been one credible charge made against any who simply want the truth to be told. Can you not tell the difference between passion for truth and hatred of individuals? What are you afraid of? British philosopher John Stuart Mill said, "It is not falsehood that causes the greatest offense, but truth." You can endure insults and abuse when you know them to be false, But if the remarks that offend you are true, their truth becomes a dagger in the soul. You cry lies, and you know that you must silence the one who utters them. God and his word embody truth, so we must pursue truth as central to our existence. If truth offends, it is because sin in mankind makes the Bible's righteous claims seem harsh and intolerable. Since Adam's fall, human thinking is marred by sin, and our ability to rightly use power is corrupted. The freedom for citizens to name and confront what they believe to be wrong, to debate issues, and to speak truth to power is an essential offset to human depravity and an indispensable tool in the pursuit of truth and justice. This public forum is essential to principled governance of our schools and must never be limited as proposed by these unacceptable bylaw changes. The First Amendment reads in part, Congress shall make no law abridging the freedom of speech or the right of the people peaceably to assemble. Ben Franklin said, whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freeness of speech. When this is taken away, tyranny is erected on its ruins. Thomas Jefferson said, I am against all violations of the Constitution to silence by force and not by reason the complaints or criticisms, just or unjust, of our citizens against the conduct of their agents. Prophets in the Bible called out the evils of those in political and priestly office. Scripture gives principles which undergird the importance of free speech and a free press. The desire to limit or prevent speech and lawful assembly makes me wonder if this board is seeking to exercise power without accountability. The purpose of the First and Second Amendments is to limit the power of government and hold it accountable to the people. British philosopher Sir Roger Scruton wrote, when the totalitarian movements of the 20th century began their wars and genocides, the universities, the schools were first among their targets. Those movements, which made the 20th century the bloodiest in history, gained their power by eliminating the rights of our first two amendments that are enshrined in our most basic law. The reason the rights to speak and bear arms come before all others is that without these rights, every other right can easily be taken away. Rights are not given nor taken away by government, but come from God, and the school board has no basis for restricting these rights. The truth of the gospel, that all have sinned and are ultimately accountable to God, offends many because they don't want to hear that they might be wrong. Is this board afraid to hear opposing views? Because in your hearts, you really know that many of the policies you have enacted are harmful to children and antithetical to education. And when confronted by the truth, your conscience
30
is
seconds.
tormented. Or is it that you only want to keep your power and use it as you see fit without any opposition? I urge that you reject any bylaw that changes and limits and restricts our freedom to speak and freedom to assemble, and keep this forum open, transparent, and welcoming to the public comment, like you say when we walk in. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Annie Palumbo, then Tara Chang, then Amber Thompson.
Welcome.
Thank you. It's interesting. I come in here every week that I speak, and I have notes, and something happens when I'm walking in. So I'm talking about today limiting parent speech. So I'm walking in, and I see Dorothy Holtz, the biggest proponent of masks, walking through the hallways without a mask. What's going on here? You make all these speakers stand outside with masks on, come in here with masks on, make our kids sit in class with masks on, and she's walking in the hall. Seriously, what is going on? I try to be calm when I'm here, but you know what? I care about kids. That's all. Most of these kids aren't even mine. All of them aren't mine. My kid's grown. So I come in here to talk about limiting our speech. Why are you limiting us? Why are you making up lies about us? Especially you, Kim Melnick. Let me play a video from last week where you state that we are threatening.
Here at 5 o'clock on school board day. It is on social media. It is in emails that there are rallies here. And as we could see tonight, we have angry people here. I'm not saying it's wrong, but they're angry. And the perception from our hundreds of employees who have to leave at the same time that this has already started is not fair to them, because they are being talked to as they walk out. They are being followed to their cars, and people are talking to them and laying hands on them and saying things
Laying hands on them. That's where I'm going to stop. You are a liar. That is defamation of character, and you should be sued. You should be. And you roll your eyes and blink. There's not one complaint. And if we're such a threat, why are all the police officers in here? Please tell me. Please. I know you can't speak to me, but please. I'm tired of you lying about us because we are the truth, and you don't like the truth. And so you're trying to shut us down. And you know what? I'm raising my voice right now, but I listened to you guys raise your voice last week at 1 o'clock in the morning or midnight. So you are a liar, and you are running for office, and whoever is watching, you're trying to just shut us down, and it's not going to work. Because you know what? You may shut us out of here, but we've got the whole world out there, and they're listening to us, and they know what you guys are doing. So 0 complaints. Let me see, what else do I have? All of this happened when we started exposing you guys. I think it's funny. All for kids. So now you want to reserve the right to not hear us, cut us off when you don't want the truth coming out. You want to shut down rallies or make us get a permit. Go ahead. We don't care. We'll stand on the corner. We bought a bullhorn today. We got a bullhorn, we've got a voice, and we've got social media. In case you haven't heard, we started a recall petition for 6 of you tonight. A lot of people out there tonight signing stuff, and we're going to get all the signatures. And you may laugh and think the petition will not work, but it's going to work because parents are fed up. Don't forget, this is the people's house. And I'm looking right at you, all of you. You are shutting the parents of the kids that are in school. You're
30
hypocrites.
seconds.
You're not wearing masks. 8 days after the vote, you just want to silence us because we called you out. 8 days after you voted to mask our kids, you were at a wedding. 200 people, no masks. We got pictures. You don't like that. You maybe have to shut us out in here, but guess what? You are not. The more you do this, the more we're gonna fight back. And we have so many parents. I get 1 million messages a day. How do we help with the recall? How do we help? So you know what? Keep it up. You're not gonna shut us up. You could try all you want in here.
And that is time. Our next speaker is Tara Chang, Amber Thompson, and then Dan Chang.
My remarks address bylaws 147 and 130, with which you all work into a strict public speech and gathering banning of cloth emblems, which had been listed as flags in your policy review committee, and suspend Robert's rules. Let me list you a few names. Lieutenant Bradley A. Foster, Lieutenant Paul R. Fridley, resident of Annandale, Virginia. Naval Air Crewman Helicopter Second Class James P. Boyack, resident of Salem, Virginia. Hospital Corpsman Second Class Sarah F. Barnes. Sorry about that. Hospital Corpsman Third Class Bailey J. Tucker. Marine Corps Staff Sergeant Darren T. Hoover, Marine Corps Sergeant Joanna Rosario Picardo, Marine Corps Sergeant Nicole Gee, last pictured holding an Afghan baby girl captioned, "I love my job." Marine Corps Corporal Hunter Lopez, Corporal Dagan W. Page, Corporal Humberto A. Sanchez, Lance Corporal David L. Espinoza, Lance Corporal Jared M. Smits, Lance Corporal Riley J. McCallum. His beautiful baby girl, Levi Riley Rose McCallum, was born September 13th, 2021. She would never know her father. Lance Corporal Dylan R. Morola, Lance Corporal Kareem M. Nakui, Navy Hospitalman Maxton Soviak, Army Staff Sergeant Ryan C. Noss. His last message to his mother was, "I'm all good here, I love you." These are the names of the 13 fallen heroes killed in Kabul and the fallen 5 who died in the Navy helicopter crash. 2 are Virginians. The deaths you two are dishonoring by infringing on the God-given rights of Virginia Beach parents and citizens, the rights they fought and died for. The First Amendment right is God-given. As elected officials, You work for the people of Virginia. Most importantly, as elected school board members, you work for Virginia Beach parents, all the parents. Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Amber Thompson, then Dan Chang, then Amy Solares.
Welcome.
Good evening. I'm a Virginia Beach mom of 2 boys, a 1-year-old and a 5-year-old who just
Ma'am, I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you.
just started in our public school system. I'm here to speak to you on multiple issues today, most importantly around hearing of public comments at school board meetings. I'd like to refer back to your mission statement. Put students first, seek growth, be open to change, do great work together, value differences. By continuing to push parents out, who are you doing great work together with? Because it's absolutely not those to your left and your right. You guys do not work together. Some of your members spend more time on social media arguing with parents and other constituents than fostering relationships with your fellow members and the very parents of the children you took an oath to support. By limiting our time to speak from 4 minutes to 3 minutes, that tells me you either don't want to hear what I have to say, or you simply just don't care and would rather go home. This board is allowed all the time in the world to speak once public comments have been heard. Why not allow us parents keep the small amount of time we have been allowed previously? Yes, these meetings may go longer than others at times, depending on what the chair and vice chair allow on the agenda. But again, it is your duty to listen. You all are public servants and have a responsibility to hear concerns, especially when it involves our children. I understand we may disagree on certain topics, but censoring the opposing viewpoint will never allow for growth. Just like your own internal dialogue provides you with logic and reasoning, the same can be said for open dialogue with others. This requires all participants to have equal standing and that we listen with respect and empathy. How can you expect that of parents when you don't provide the same grace? Another issue I have is that you are looking to limit our freedom of speech by voting to not allow rallies outside the parking lot prior to meetings. From where I'm sitting, you already are looking to limit our time to speak. You've limited how many people can sit inside for meetings, in turn pushing us to wait outside, and now you want to limit parents, grandparents, and other concerned citizens from gathering in the parking lot where you forced us out to in the first place. I've attended a few of these rallies, and they've been nothing short of peaceful. They start with prayer, they play the national anthem, the Pledge of Allegiance, and then go over issues they plan to speak about that evening. Would these rallies truly be an issue if they weren't in opposition to your stance on the very issues these gatherings were created for in the first place? This all goes back to that open communication I mentioned previously. You have continued to push parents away and make us feel unheard. You shut us out of meetings just as we are shut out of our children's schools. That growth you seek in your mission statement will not come from the judgment you treat us with. Listening deeper than you have before and treating this as a partnership it should be is what will allow for progress and what is best for all involved, especially our children. Lastly, quite a few of these issues, as well as others, fall back on the superintendent deciding matters, such as determining how speakers address the school board. The same superintendent that I believe is in violation of Title 22.1-66, and the same superintendent that has gone completely outside of his elected authority addressing city council regarding a fiscal policy issue on behalf of the entire board, I might add. I have lost all trust and faith in our superintendent due to the above mentioned issues, as well as his lack of presence in these meetings when it mattered most. The superintendent is not an elected official. He was appointed by the majority of you all and has shown he does not represent his parents and constituents. He is there simply to make suggestions. In closing, I'm asking you to just partner with me. I do my due diligence,
30
emailing
seconds.
any concerns and showing up and addressing you appropriately at these meetings. All I ask is that you have an open mind and don't just vote as if you are trying to fall in line with what you, don't just vote as if you are trying to fall in line with what you believe the majority wants. Vote with what you truly believe and know is right. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Chang, then Amy Solares, then Christopher Hollinger.
Welcome.
Hello, Ms. Rye. I'm speaking tonight on the items 12B 1 through 17 as regard to parental rights and transparency for citizens and parents in Virginia Beach. These parents entrusted their children's education and support of parental values, personal growth with you and the Virginia Beach City Public Schools through you, Dr. Spence. As I address item 12B through 1 through 17, the plans to restrict our First Amendment rights, or what Ms. Franklin described to me, rights being stripped. I will discuss the VBCS CPS regulations, which are centered around policy 5-7, which were approved on 14th September school board meeting, because it exemplifies what happens when you limit our transparency and ability to petition our government and speech. The public last saw the changes to these regulations at the 24 August school board meeting. At the 14th September school board meeting, policy 5-7 was approved. These regulations were not provided to the public for review. I FOIA'd the regulations associated with the transgender policy, and they have not been finalized or promulgated. What are you doing to follow up? Superintendent Spence, why haven't these regulations been finalized and promulgated? How are your teachers and administrators functioning, or are they just winging it and we're just already conducting business as if the regulations were already approved and promulgated? Ms. Ryan, Ms. Melnick, this is transparency. Transparency does not exist in the changes to bylaws and policies 12B 1 through 17. There were two PRC special meetings, the 9th and 13th September. Regarding changes to bylaws and policies 1 through 17, so many changes and recommendations at the 14th September school board meeting that some of these bylaws and policies were not voted on at that meeting to appear here for action. Additionally, there was so much confusion, the board members were asked to send comments and recommendations to Ms. Linetti. What were these changes? Was another PRC needed, or did it happen without the public's knowledge? Is this legal? Bylaws and policies 1 through 17 are on the agenda for action tonight. What changed after the 14th September school board meeting? Ms. Ryan, Ms. Melnick, these changes to bylaws 1 through 17 are significant and warrant the public's knowledge and input on these changes. This is clearly not transparency. I want to remind the school board of your duties to support the Constitution of the United States, which includes the First Amendment, freedom of religion, speech, press, rights to assemble, to petition. Approving of these changes are using Ms. Franklin's words again, stripping the citizens of Virginia Beach of their First Amendment rights in dealing with the Virginia Beach School Board. For Ms. Franklin, I wrote to you respectfully as a citizen and constituent. In your response, you stated I was a hypocrite and that I referred to you as a fence-leaning communist. I have no idea what you are talking about. You also stated that you were not elected by just a group of around 40 people. I'm guessing
30 seconds.
I'm guessing you are referring to the citizens who speak at these public meetings. Just to remind you, we represent tens of thousands of Virginia Beach residents. You also made a statement that it appears to you that I am exercising my First Amendment rights by attending meetings in person, emailing the board, and writing letters. You didn't feel that you were limiting my First Amendment rights. To answer you, the Constitution, particularly the First Amendment.
And that is time.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Solares, then Christopher Hollinger, and then Terry Christensen.
Welcome.
Hi. I feel the need to remind you you're supposed to be acting in the best interests of our children. And when you shut parents out, when you silence parents, and when you take away our parental rights, when you push politics and beliefs on our children, you are not acting in the best interests of the children. I'm guessing you've never had this many parents so upset, so you don't really know how to handle it. So what are we going to do? Silence them. We parents are stepping up because although we are a little late to the game, we now know what you've been pushing on our children. We now know that you've overstepped boundaries. Instead of listening or compromising, and I won't even use the word reconsidering, because regardless of terminology, the only response from most of this board is to silence us more. You should be concentrating on educating the children in our community so they can be competitive with their peers when it comes to applying for colleges, careers, jobs. Alternatively, you're on a mission to push politics and beliefs. This is not the way to prepare our children to become productive members of our society. I realize you all have pretty much made up your minds. So my comments are hopefully getting to the people, parents listening to this meeting. Our school board is pushing beliefs and silencing our voices as much as they can. And it should not matter whether or not you agree with these board members. Either way, they are silencing you as a parent and a person invested in this community. And the time will come when you don't fully agree, but your voice will have been cut off. I do have some sense, and I am halfway intelligent, but I have to admit that reading the amended rules on how you will be conducting your meetings now without having to follow any standardized rules was confusing. It seems to me just another way you're creating a path where you can do what you want, when you want, and not have to answer to people who elected you. I hope I'm deciphering this incorrectly, because otherwise it's very suspicious. Listen to us, talk with us, don't shut us down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Hollinger, then Terry Christensen, and then Jennifer Winchell.
Welcome.
Good evening, thank you. The last time I was up here, I made a comment that just because something is legally allowed, that doesn't mean that it's morally right or correct. I'll be honest with you, a lot of the bylaws that you've got proposed here restricting parental involvement probably would pass constitutional muster. They mostly are reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions. I might disagree with Mrs. Linetti on whether the rallies in the parking lot would survive that challenge, but a lot of the other ones probably would. Because frankly, as members of the board, you are entitled to be able to do your work in less than 8 or 9 hours in one meeting. And if you honestly believe that the thing that keeps you here until 2 o'clock in the morning every meeting is having to listen to us ordinary parents, then maybe you can justify limiting the amount of time we have to speak. The fact that you can get away with that and justify it legally does not make it a good decision. Frankly, it makes it an epic failure of leadership. I listened to a Dan Crenshaw podcast a couple of weeks ago. He said the biggest problem with politics in America right now is that we're electing people who are not leaders. We're electing people who are self-serving. They're not interested in serving the public. I would submit to you that right now, at a time of a massive pandemic, at a time when you all are so convinced that the threat to public health is so great that you need to make me wear this in order to talk in here, and we need to limit the number of people that are in here, and that you need to mask our children who are statistically at zero risk of getting COVID and spreading COVID while they sit in school for 7 hours a day. If that's how serious this problem is, why on earth have you spent the last couple of weeks coming up with new and creative ways to silence parents? Why on earth have you spent so much time? Why is the majority of your agenda for tonight's meeting coming up with new and creative and legally sufficient ways to not have to listen to the people who elected you? You may be able to get away with it legally, but if I were in your seats, I would be ashamed that that's where I was spending my energy. Leaders focus on their mission. Leaders focus on the core values that they claim to follow. The woman who spoke a couple of minutes ago did a great job of quoting your core values back to you. I've tried to do that a couple times myself. Putting students first, valuing differences, working great together. How do you do that if your primary objective at one of your meetings is to figure out new and creative ways to keep parents from speaking up? Yes, we can send you emails. Noted. People desire to be here in person. People desire to see your faces and hold you accountable for the decisions that you make. At the end of the day, you're going to vote to do whatever you want to do. And that's sad, because you're more interested in doing what you think benefits you than doing what benefits our children and our community. You're more interested in delegating authority to an appointed official who's not accountable to the voters than you are in making decisions yourselves, because you are accountable to the voters. As I've told a number of my friends who wait outside these meetings every week, the unfortunate reality is you're making policy decisions. And the solution to bad policy decisions is not lawsuits.
30 seconds.
The solution to bad policy decisions is to change the policy makers. I hope that more and more of our friends will agree with that and work towards that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Terry Christensen, then Jennifer Winchell, then Vincent Smith.
Welcome.
Good evening, School Board. This is my first time speaking at a school board meeting. I've paid attention. I've been civically involved. But after someone shared with me the markup of your bylaws that I guess was discussed at the last meeting, sorry, I didn't see that one. Frankly, I can't believe it. The language changes in the document are so extreme that you may have well just bolted up and thrown it in the trash can. I've done a lot of editing, and I understand the difference between the word shall and the word may. Let me read you just two excerpts from bylaw 1-47A. So the original words were the school board shall accept public comments in open sessions at regular school board meetings. And those regular school board meetings are twice a month or once a month on the months of July, August, and September. The revised language, remember, shall and may have opposite meanings. The new language is the school board may accept public comments during a school board meeting when the agenda includes a public comments section. Isn't that interesting? You've completely changed the language. You're setting yourselves up to eliminate this. These are citizens, these are taxpayers. Our children's, our grandchildren are in these schools. Why are we here? This is all about the education of our children. This is about our future leaders, our future doctors, our future teachers. How could you change the language from shall, granting us our rights in this constitutional republic, to, I don't know, a tyrannical government where you strip our opportunity to comment? I understand that this is painful. It's hard for you to listen to negativity, but it's coming from someplace, and this is alarming. I'm an independent voter. I'm a very moderate thinker. I'm a considerable taxpayer in Virginia, but things like this make me think that I should take my tax dollars and go somewhere where the school board is going to support my interests and my interests in the education of my grandchildren. So another alarming statement in the same paragraph. This is just one paragraph, okay? There are a lot more problems in bylaw 1-47 proposed comments. The school board, this is the revision. This is the revised vision in this bylaw.
30 seconds.
The school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. Where are our rights? Where's our voice? You work for us. We pay for our children's education. You can't silence us. You're going to bring new people like myself out of the woodwork. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Jennifer Winchell, then Vincent Smith, then Marilee Gasser.
Welcome.
Thank you. This is also my first time. I'm going to pick up where Terry left off. I'm a little bit ashamed to say this is my first school board meeting I've attended, but now's the perfect time to start. I'd like to address the school board about the revisions you would like to make to the bylaw 147 regarding public comments at school board meetings. After reviewing the extensive proposed adjustments to this bylaw, it has become extremely apparent to me that this school board neither wants nor welcomes the participation of parents, grandparents, guardians, and/or concerned local citizens. It seems that you do not feel the concerns of the parents or of the students that are being taught are of any consequence, even though you are elected by them and you are paid for by the taxes that they contribute. You seem to feel that these parents are just more of an annoyance that you must get through before you go ahead and make whatever changes you feel you want to make or were paid to make through the acceptance of state-funded mandates? Or are you rewarded for towing the state indoctrination line some other way? Let me go through several items of concern. In the first paragraph of this bylaw, you state the school board reserves the right to limit, discontinue, or otherwise alter the methods by which public comments will be accepted during school board meetings. My question to you is, what are you so afraid of? Do you feel that parents no longer have the right to address their concerns to you in the proper forum? Do you feel that you can unilaterally make decisions for these children without parental consent or input? If all parents decided to remove their kids from public schools, which they should do immediately, based on everything I've seen and experienced with my 2 kids these past 18 months, and homeschool or go to a private school, where will you be then? I feel these suggested changes are all for you to gain more power and control, and I truly find that appalling. Another concern I have is listed in section B2, responsibility for preparations for public speakers. You have basically crossed out a whole paragraph, which included a sentence that said, the school board encourages citizens wishing to speak to sign up with the clerk by noon on the day of the regular meeting. And now you're suggesting it be replaced with the school board authorizes the school board clerk and the superintendent or their designees. Now that's another question. Who are these supposed designees? How are they chosen? Are they parents or guardians of Virginia Beach school children? Determine how many speakers may sign up, so not a definite option. The order of speakers, how is this determined? The accommodations that can be provided to speakers, the methods for speakers to address the school board, so you can determine if it's in person or not, so that you don't have to look these citizens in the eye as they speak to you, and make you uncomfortable. Again, this shows me that you don't have the common decency to properly converse and have discussions with the parents of the children you are responsible for seeing get a well-rounded education. I, however, do like the section C4, which priority given to students currently enrolled to address the school board during public sessions. Maybe hearing from the kids whom you are directly impacting may have more sway than the rightfully concerned and involved parents. I know the ones I've seen in other counties have been both moving and impactful statements. Section C6 is the most alarming. It states that during public comments, the school board
30 seconds.
does not answer questions, accept items for speakers, or otherwise respond to public speakers. How does this promote a healthy form of dialogue between the school board and the parents? How are we to learn your side and for you to hear ours, especially if we can provide to you the analytics or data that supports our statements? I feel it's truly about power and control, and that's sad. Parents have an absolute right and obligation to be actively involved in those decisions that impact the daily life and the education of their children. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vincent Smith, then Mary Lee Gasser, then Jared Miller.
Welcome.
Good evening. In regards to your public input policy updates, you don't have to do this. You want to. And that's what's wrong with it. You need to learn to exercise authority reluctantly. Okay, this body already has the powers to do almost every one of these updates through majority vote during a meeting. But you want to reduce the need for a vote down to 1 or 2 people. You need to limit your own authority. You need to govern reluctantly. But what you want a little piece of paper over here in the wings waiting to save you so that you can lean back and say, well, it's not me. It's the policy. It's right there in black and white. That's the problem that we have with this. So the truth is, it's not about the public coming in here and speaking to you. If you have all these folks in here this upset week after week after week, you're not representing well. You're not striking a balance. And it's not an accusation. That's just a logical deduction that anybody in this room can make. The policy revisions themselves, technically they're sound enough. Honestly, I've read them. I don't think you should enact these, but I also know that these changes are within your powers or within state code. They're currently within FOIA restrictions, but I'd keep an eye on them because you also need to keep a close eye on Suffolk's pending legal issues. They have some legal issues along these lines as well. The bigger problem you have with this right now is the optics. You don't want public input. That's what's being received on the other side of these doors. Why wasn't this a good idea 2 years ago? Why wasn't it a good idea 6 months ago? Why do you only need it now? I'll tell you why. Because all of these people don't agree with your politics, and they keep coming back. And because you don't agree with their politics, all of a sudden, the majority of this body needs a document you can wave at them like a baseball bat. And that's what's wrong with it. So I'd advise you hard to look at Suffolk's legal issues again. And I'm just going to leave you with that government is best, which governs least. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marilee Gasser, then Jared Miller, then Nicholas Boyle.
Welcome.
Hi. This is also my first time speaking at one of these, bringing a lot of people out of the woodworks, and I really hope you're listening. I don't want to spend time away from my baby and leave her with her dad, who sometimes she cries when he's alone with her. So I don't want to do that, and I don't want you to look at me and think, oh, she's the enemy. These parents, they're coming and being mad at us. I hate that it's come to this. I hate that people are coming and sometimes maybe talking very passionately. Maybe it makes you feel a little bit, oh my gosh, why are people yelling at us? I don't want to see this. I'm sure no one wants to yell at you. I don't want to yell at you. I'm not going to yell at you tonight because I hope and believe that you're making decisions out of a good place, whether or not we agree with those decisions. I would like to believe that you're all sitting up there and really wanting to make good decisions for the good of the kids, for the good of the education system. I really hope so. That's not even in my notes. There's so many people who are speaking up, and I really hope when you see everyone showing up to these, that you're not just discounting us as like, oh, that's just a small activist group of parents. But the majority loves what we're doing. It's not true. I've never come to a meeting before like this. I've never spoken like this before at a meeting because I never felt like I needed to. But more and more people are coming for the first time because you are doing things that make us feel like, okay, wait, someone's got to talk. Someone's got to speak up. I don't understand why you feel like it's so important to limit discussion of parents when this is the room where those decisions are being made. If this room is where decisions are being made for our children, shouldn't this be the room where we get to speak up and respond to those decisions? And in terms of the rallies outside, I don't understand, especially when it's, oh, today's the day of a school board meeting. We can't have people rally today. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. I mean, come on, guys. We have common sense. We're smart people. And we know the First Amendment of the Constitution, the right to speech, the right to peacefully assemble. We know these things. I'm not even going into my notes because I feel like other people have said so much better than me. I don't even need to. If you only take away one thing from me standing here right now, I hope you take us seriously. We're coming for a reason. We don't want to be us versus you. We would love for it to be us together. Just like the motto of, valuing differences of opinion, differences of values. Let's value that. I don't want to be your enemy. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to disagree. I would love for us to at least sit down, and even if we do disagree, for us to all have respectful dialogue and not say we're scared of each other just because we disagree. Isn't it amazing that we live in America and we can still disagree? That's amazing. And it takes such smart, critical thinkers to be able to disagree and not hate each other. I don't mind if you vote differently than me. I don't mind if you disagree with us about how we feel about these things, but at least take us seriously. At least think twice about what you're planning on voting tonight. Because clearly there's a lot of pushback. Clearly people who have never come to these meetings before feel differently than you. And for every person who shows up, there's so many more at home who weren't able to make it tonight. We're not a small minority. We are a majority, and we really, really hope that we don't have to it's a lot of work recalling people. I would love to not have to do that.
30 seconds.
I would love to not have to do that. Take seriously the voices of the parents you're hearing tonight. Even if it's not said in a way that you like it being packaged. Sometimes we don't package things very well. But I hope you take us seriously because we're taking everything that you're doing tonight seriously. Just like the school motto, let's work together. Let's work together. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jared Miller, then Nicholas Boyle, then Daniel Ramsey.
Welcome.
All right, hello, thank you for letting me speak. So I'll be speaking on the proposed changes to bylaw 147 and 148. To say they're a gross civil rights and First Amendment violation is a grievous understatement. One, the wording of things that you're changing in those policies. The school board may accept public comment when the agenda for that meeting includes a public comment section. The school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. Public comments are not accepted at school board committee meetings. Public comments are generally not accepted at special, emergency, retreat, or abridged meetings of the school board, end quote. May, as in maybe. This board could arbitrarily decide not to have public commentary at all or even ever, when it is the citizens' constitutional right to redress grievances and lobby their elected public servants, and I emphasize servants, when and how they see fit. As far as I'm concerned, the school board is compromised for even putting forth such a garbage proposal that literally denies all citizens their First Amendment right at the will of a few out-of-control politicians. And if you pass this, we will see you in court for a class action lawsuit on First Amendment grounds, and we will win. We will also continue the efforts to recall you. You know who you are, and it would be in your best interest if you write your resignation letters as I speak to you. 2, inequality based on political views and biases. Quote, responsibility for preparations for public speakers. The school board authorizes the school board clerk and the superintendent on their designees to determine how speakers may sign up, the order of speakers, etc. This would allow the clerk and superintendent to arbitrarily change the order of the speakers to allow those they agree with politically to go first and those they disagree with are pushed to the end, giving the appearance that those who go first are representative of the whole city. This should be first come, first served, and not even be a decision the school board or their designees can make. This shows the continued hostility and elitist attitude of many members of this school board and the undermining of citizens' rights by showing favoritism based on political view, which is illegal in both federal and state laws and violates citizens' First Amendment rights yet again. 3, arbitrary limitations on time. Quote, public speakers signed up to speak during a school board meeting may be allotted up to 3 minutes to address the school board, it was 4. The school board reserves the right to reduce the amount of time for public speakers to address the school board and or discontinue or remove public comments from the agenda. For example, call to order, roll call 6 p.m. Let's go forward. The original talking time, I believe, was 5 minutes. Then the number was dropped to 4, and now 3. First speaker with wording in place to simply stop public address of this body entirely. This again shows how willing you are to violate civil rights of the people of Virginia Beach for your own convenience. It also means you can cut off anyone you disagree with without reason. That's how dictatorships work. When you ran for election and sat in that chair, you agreed to sit there until whenever the meeting was done, regardless of personal inconvenience. I was a non-commissioned officer in the U.S. Army, so let's talk about being forced to do inconvenient things for the career you choose. You will lose that debate. All right, so in America, pardon me, you all seem to forget we still live in America, and you work for those who voted for you. If you want to be tyrannical, then sic semper tyrannis, as the state motto goes, and we will find ways to remove you and find someone who will actually represent the people of Virginia Beach and not Richmond. 4, priority will be given to students currently enrolled in the school division to address the school board. The students are neither parents, voters, nor taxpayers. They have a right to speak and should. However, they can do it in order of call like everyone else. This goes hand in hand with the wording earlier that allows the clerk or superintendent to decide what the order of speakers is arbitrarily. My conclusion to this body, as with so many others in America, have decided to work towards political agenda and not maintain the rights of the citizens or doing their will. You've decided that
30
the state
seconds.
is mom and dad, and that parents as well as citizens' rights are an inconvenience to you. So you're just going to cut both out of the equation. This body has also proven to a complete disregard for their own rules and bylaws by simply changing them when they feel it is most convenient. This all adds up to a corrupt and dysfunctional school board that no longer functions for the people of Virginia Beach, but rather works for Richmond as their local lapdogs to pass policies at the behest. I'm sure all that funding plays into it as well. When the almighty dollar steps through the door, principles go out the window, and we will no longer stand for it. I again call
And that
for
is time.
resign.
Our next speaker is Nicholas Boyle, then Daniel Ramsey.
Welcome.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Nicholas Boyle. I've been a resident of Virginia Beach for 24 years. When I first stationed here in 1997, and I served undoubtedly for this country for 20 years. I'm currently a federal worker, but first and foremost, I am an American, a patriot, and a veteran. I currently have my own battles that I'm trying to deal with as far as this country and current policies go for, and what I stand for, which kind of upsets me why I'm here before this board, that I have to come here to fight for my children. I originally came here to talk about item 12, Bravo 9, about bylaw 148 Charlie, where I was read recently that there was a change coming that was going to deal with the displaying of flags being prohibited. And then it was changed to items such as cloth or anything that was displayed. And that kind of set me off as a veteran, as well as a service member, as a federal employee, because I took an oath. We all took an oath right here for this flag. Now, what that tells me at that time was the fact that I, as a veteran or a person of the armed forces, can't come in this building or on these grounds. Law enforcement, police department, fire EMTs, and Boy Scouts of America. We all wear the flag on our uniform. So that tells me that that's going to preclude those people from coming here. I see it's been changed to other items. That's somewhat acceptable, but doesn't really change the message. So I'm going to move on, and I want to address item 1E about COVID policies. Recently, my child has been quarantined twice since school started. He went to school. I have a sixth grader at Brandon and a freshman at Tallwood. He went to school on Thursday and Friday, 0 symptoms, and we got word that grandmother tested positive for COVID. We contacted the school on that Monday. They said, no, you have to stay home in quarantine for 14 days. On that Wednesday afternoon, 3 days into almost the whole 14 days, they changed the policy and followed CDC, like everybody else has done at that point, and said 10 days, but it was already too late. So they went back to school on Thursday. On Friday, my son apparently had a potential close contact with somebody. So on Monday, I was informed at 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Brandon lets out that my son had this potential close contact and was to quarantine again for 10 days. Yesterday was the end of that day, and he went back to school today. So he has been home this whole time except for 6 days. During last week, when he was quarantined, the staff called on Wednesday or Thursday, wanted to know where my child was. The school nurse is the one who informed me that my child had to quarantine, but the school nurse didn't inform the staff. Why is that? Meanwhile, my kid is falling behind. He's a brand new middle schooler. He doesn't understand how this works. There is no synchronous instruction set in place. There's no policy for students who are stuck at home in quarantine for whatever reason. Tested negative, no symptoms, but sits at home. We need to do better. So, in addition to that, I've seen a lot of changes going on. I don't want to see them come here. I'd like to see Fairfield, Henrico County, and London County stay in those counties. I don't want to see that come here to Virginia Beach, but I've already seen signs of it. Part of that I've seen, both my children had a pronoun policy questionnaire day one, asking, what's your preferred pronoun? And should we tell your parents? Is that okay? No, it's not okay. I have an issue with that. My boys are boys. They identify as he and him, and it'll stay that way. Okay?
30 seconds.
Additionally, I'd like to know why, with all this COVID money that got passed out to the state, and now we have $80-some million excess that we're trying to figure out, why are we not hiring bus drivers? Who's doing anything about that? And lastly, SROs. In Tallwood, they all got threats last week and an issue at the football game before that. Why are we not making our kids safe? Why don't we bring SROs back in school? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Ramsey.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Ramsey. I'm a native of Virginia Beach. I went through school here my entire, young life. Graduated from First Colonial. Spent 31 years employed with the city of Virginia Beach. And I've never spoke to the board before, never really wanted to, until I read the agenda where it looks like you're trying to keep me from speaking to the board. I mean, I was in the city fire department, and no one would ever walk into the fire station and get turned away because we've changed the agenda or we've done all of these things that are on here. And I can't understand it. Why are we here to begin with? We're here because the citizens have the right to petition you elected officials. And you are placing, in my view, way more than just undue stress on the citizens' ability to come here and speak. Now, I heard another gentleman say that you are doing this because you disagree with the politics of a lot of the people that come. And that may or may not be true, but if that is true, then it's even more reason for you to resist doing these things to where at the last minute you can decide, or even at this right now, you can tell me that I have to be quiet or that I can't speak to you. You know, we're citizens, we're all citizens. And the issues have become very heated, I understand. But, you know, when a citizen comes into any city building, they should be greeted by people from the perspective of public service rather than, you know, you're going to do what I say. And I see that more and more. I've seen that in my career. And there were times when people with badges like myself or the police, they would get an attitude of, you know, a little bit, it's easy to get a little bit, you know, torqued up when you've got, you know, a little bit more authority than some people around you. But, you know, please resist that. You know, and those of us that saw it, we pointed out to them as much as possible. It's just not right. You know, we must be able to schedule, be here on time, make our choices known, and speak, you know. And I know that you have had your share of, you know, of an ear chewing tonight and every night. I've never been in here before, but just the last 4 or 5 speakers, people slowly get more worked up because, you know, their kids are involved, and it's important. And some of the things that are going on right now have gone over the line. But these things about changing the policies to where you can decide when and where I can speak, if I can speak at all, whether I can be out in the parking lot, if I can meet my friends out there on issues that matter or not, that, you know, and my shirt. Will that big guy rip this off me when I come in next time? Well, because I'm wearing the flag now? Now, I understand the policy change, but it's very vague. And like you said, I wore the flag on my shoulder for 31 years. But I don't know, it seems like
30
because
seconds.
of the attacks that you have been under over these issues, that you're losing sight of what, you know, these meetings are about. And I appreciate your time. And I appreciate your work that you do for the city.
Madam Chair, that was our last in-person agenda speaker, and our next is going to be the online speakers. Our first online speaker is Kathleen Brown. Please unmute.
Hear me?
Yes, ma'am, welcome.
Okay, good evening. I actually had every intention of not speaking tonight. Last time I was here, Kim Melnick was rolling her eyes at me and shaking her head, and another board member looked like she could burn holes through me. I didn't have time in my speech to address it last time, so I am this time. I truly believe that we must really want all the same things, which is for our kids to learn and thrive while being safe physically and emotionally. We have very differing viewpoints on how to tackle that. I haven't actually heard the board majority discussing much that has to do with education recently, so I feel as though you may have become confused about what the job in which you are elected to do is. Your job is to listen to the people, all the people, and make decisions regarding education based upon the information that you've gathered and the public comment. Tonight, I asked the board not pass most of the proposed bylaw changes. Actually, I think you could just go ahead and not pass any of them and then go back and maybe amend it so that you can allow agenda and non-agenda to be combined. I want to tell you all about my 13-year-old son, Hunter, since none of you know me personally. He is in 8th grade in Virginia Beach City Public Schools. He is a hard worker, a straight A student in all advanced coursework. He's very quiet, much quieter than I am. During your shutdowns, he became extremely depressed, which is all he's comfortable with me sharing about that. While the board acts as though the dissent and rallies and protest in the parking lot are dangerous and disruptive now, at a time when you agreed with shutting my son out of school, the protest outside with the Grim Reaper was perfectly acceptable to the majority. And there was honking horns. That wasn't deemed as disruptive to you. Unfortunately, now that he has returned, he has discovered that an activity he once loved, school, has become miserable. He watches the meetings and he knows that it's because the work the majority is doing. I will not lie to him. I'm sure you're really wondering where I'm going with all of this. My son has often, half jokingly, accused me of failing to be able to save him from the Virginia Beach school system. That's right. My child feels as though he needs to be protected from the very people that were appointed to protect and educate him. The partisan work you are doing is nothing short of an embarrassment. This is why I'm here, because my son has begged for me to advocate on his behalf. I promised I would stand up for him, so here I am, every time. The board majority seems to have a problem with that, though, because I'm a parent that disagrees with you and I am outspoken about it. These bylaw changes are completely unacceptable. Any reduction in speaking time is a reduction in my ability to advocate for my son. Let's go ahead and play out these changes you seek. The reduction in speaker time, being able to make on-the-spot bylaw changes, suspension of Robert's rules, no protests. You want to spot speakers at any time. Additionally, you remove the words flag and change it to items disrupting meetings, but I'm not sure the intent of the verbiage has changed. It would appear to me you have not considered any long-term ramifications of passing these changes. What will you do when you don't have a majority of elected colleagues that agree with you? You cannot continue to just change bylaws when it makes it too difficult to cram policies through without people noticing or an attempt to silence the parents. You are to be held accountable, and if not for now, then at the polls. Parents, please remember the board majority will happily accept your vote, then silence you and shut you out of your kid's life as much as possible. The bylaws were updated September 9th, 2020, May 11th, 2021, June 22nd, 2021, and now you want to re-change them again? Your policies are misdirected, unnecessary, and arbitrary amendments. If you want less people here, then make the public feel like you're listening to them. Stop having a revolving door of controversial policies. Finally, I want to again ask the board to pull back the reins on Aaron Spence's power, or better yet, relieve him of his duties. The newest thing, being required to vaccinate kids in sports, was not even voted on, and it proves Mr. Spence thinks the board works for him. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jeannie Baker. Please unmute. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Hi, I am Jeannie Baker. I want to speak about some of the Policy Review Committee suggested changes. There are a lot of changes on the agenda that impact citizens' interactions at our school board meetings. I want my school board to be transparent and honor our freedoms we are supposed to have. There is a provision as an attempt to shut down the Save Our Students rallies that have been occurring before these meetings, with authority to stop public gatherings given to an unelected person. Some of our board members said people had told them they were being harassed, touched, all kinds of weird things. I think you are not telling the truth. One speaker said she could not get through the crowd and was afraid. I had been to almost all the rallies, and there are parents, grandparents, and children attending. That's a ridiculous claim, and I think she was either not telling the truth or has her own personal problem. Mr. DeMartini stops by the rallies as well. Ask him. You are trying to shut down the rallies by using lies. The people at the rallies have become the victims, not the other way around. My doctor's office requires masks, and every other chair is blocked off. A medical doctor's office. You have our children sitting 3 feet apart every day, all day at school. Yet only 9 citizens can attend a scheduled public meeting because you have that dramatic tape blocking almost every seat in your chambers. You are not fooling anyone, and tyrants should get kicked off the board. Are Chairman Rye and Vice Chairman Melnick intellectually unable to devise a plan to use reasonable distancing instead of dramatic theatrics, or unwilling? I also have a suggestion. If there are many speakers, instead of shortening their time or eliminating them, how about stopping the meeting at 9 p.m. and then reconvening the next day? The school board should be using a standard set of rules and not change them for their own votes when it suits them. Robert's rules of what? Of order. Establish fairness, order, and transparency, and that needs to be the goal. A member of the Policy Review Committee said the rules slowed getting business done. It was Miss Anderson, I believe. I don't know that to be a fact, but even so, you don't change the rules when things become convenient. At least transparent bodies who are accountable to the citizens. And policies should take more than a simple majority to pass. Add that in there. And lastly, I'd just like to say, it is evident that many citizens are doing their homework and learning how our school board operates and are studying the issues. I think this is wonderful. Thank you for your time and have a good evening.
Okay, speakers 3 and 4 are not online. Speaker 5 needed to cancel. So our next speaker is Joseph Fitzgerald. Please unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. You guys did make a lot of changes to this school board agenda since last week. It kind of makes me wonder, was it on purpose or are we wearing on you? Are you just trying to distract from 5-7? I'm not sure. We'll start with 1-47, the most popular topic that starts infringements upon our First Amendment rights. I want to point out a few of the uncommon ones. 1-47C7, public speakers will limit their comments to the school board to matters directly related to pre-K-12 public education in Virginia Beach or the business of the school board and the school division. But I would like to point out, as I think it's obviously directed towards personal matters and any ethical violation that may be made in a private, which you think is a private situation. You guys are public servants and this does affect your work. Cheaters and liars cheat and lie at work and at home. Next, 1-47C2, we're only allowed to address the school board only one time during a meeting. And I have to ask, is this just to protect the board majority or is this to protect the superintendent? I'd like to share a famous quote: power tends to corrupt, but absolute power corrupts absolutely. So let's talk about all this power this agenda is about to relinquish to the superintendent. Albeit some of these are very typical to his job, and I realize that the sheer amount of the times I saw his title making decisions alerted me. 1-32B, the superintendent is authorized to make Scrivener changes to the agenda. 1-38, he's authorized to make decisions on how school board meetings are prepared and conducted. 1-47B2 gets to determine how many speakers may sign up, the order of speakers, and the accommodations. Let's see. 1-47H, he has the right to bring in the police to the meeting. 1-28, policy review committees. He's all over all of the committees. He gets to appoint liaisons to the policy review, the planning performance. He is the liaison for the governance committee. He gets to designate staff members to the equity council. He gets to designate legislative councils and staff members to the legislative committee. Only one he doesn't have his hands in is the internal audit, but he's really good at making things disappear, so I understand that. Number 7-17, suspensions in power of safety and order of the educational environment. And through that safety and health control, he's able to prevent or limit persons that the students and staff are authorizations from accessing school board property and school division events. B3, take appropriate action to anyone committing disruptive acts at the school board meeting. And then he's authorized to create regulations and other guidance to address these issues. Number 8, he's authorized to separate contracts for emergency repairs. This is 3-55B. And then C, control the budget for the upkeep of the grounds. He gets to determine what's included in the recommended budget to maintain replacement schedule of all the things that need to be replaced. 7-49, he gets to determine if the use of the public facility is in the interest of the community and reserves the right to refuse in writing to any group or person. 7-54, he puts him in charge of appropriate actions to prevent disruptive damages to the facility. And my favorite double dip right here, 7-53, he gets to pick the person who's allowed to use the buildings. But then if they're denied, he gets to receive the appeal. That's genius. That's perfect. All right. Lastly, I would like to point out, I thought it was really cute in 7-49, the purpose of the restriction: school board's facility remain politically neutral, but yet your halls are lined with equity and transgender propaganda, which your board majority have told us that we have politicized. So I guess that stuff's got to go down. Thank you. Good night.
Our next speaker is Jamie Fitzgerald. Please unmute. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good evening. This agenda represents yet another attempt by the school board to violate the rights of those individuals who have the courage to stand up for what they believe in. The suggestive nature of the proposed changes to bylaw 1-47 implies that a group who regularly attends the school board meetings somehow creates a dangerous climate, and yet to this day, the board has not furnished proof of any incident of merit that warrants the need for strict policy changes such as these. I find it interesting the group of people most affected by these changes just so happen to hold opposing views to that of the school board majority. Moving on to bylaw 1-30, where the majority reserves the right to suspend or repeal its bylaws. I ran across an article by Ethan Yang I'd like to share. People are not the property of the state, and government can't simply tread all over citizens' right without a clear justification, often enumerated by codes of conduct. That is why free societies have constitutions, in this case bylaws, that explicitly outline what the government can and cannot do. The population consents to be governed with the understanding that the government will not only protect their rights, but act within its established boundaries. A government without clearly established powers and restrictions is a very scary thing. Such defined boundaries also give it some level of legitimacy. We call this system where everybody, even the government, is held accountable to basic and explicit standards of just conduct, the rule of law. In conclusion, I thought it would be beneficial to remind the board of the Code of Ethical and Professional Conduct they signed February 9th, 2021. Because there's simply not enough time to read the document in its entirety, I will highlight a few points and encourage the board to reflect on their actions from the date they signed this through the present. Serve with integrity and fairness while adhering to school board bylaws and policies and local, state, and national law in all matters concerning the provision of high-quality teaching and learning experiences for all students attending the Virginia Beach City Public Schools. Recognize that as an individual school board member, I can only communicate or act for myself and not on behalf of the school board unless otherwise authorized to publicly present positions adopted by the school board. Collaborate with all members of the school board and superintendent to make effective and responsible policies, budget, and other necessary decisions for the welfare of all stakeholders based on available data, staff recommendations, public input, and my own informed and independent judgment. Encourage productive dialogue by being respectful in all forms of public communication regarding the work of school board, school division, my colleagues, school division employees, and community members without disparagement. Protect confidential information, and my personal favorite, abstain from using my position on the school board for personal gain and avoid conflicts of interest or impropriety that could be reasonably believed to influence my service on the school board or exert undue influence on employees of our school division. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our last online agenda speaker.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you to all our speakers. So that brings us to the consent portion of our agenda. I will announce the items presented as part of, as inclusive of tonight's consent agenda. Resolution on Dyslexia Awareness Month, budget calendar, recommendation of general contractor for elementary school playground equipment replacement, and religious exemption. Let's go ahead. I'd like to propose that we read the resolution and then we'll take our motions.
Resolution for Dyslexia Awareness Month, October 2021. Whereas dyslexia is a language-based learning disability that causes difficulties with reading, writing, spelling, and word pronunciation. And whereas the onset and severity of dyslexia varies for each individual. And whereas it takes individuals with dyslexia longer to process phonemic information, thus affecting academic growth, achievement, and self-esteem. And whereas it is important to provide effective teaching approaches and educational intervention strategies for the individuals with dyslexia, and whereas Dyslexia Awareness Month is an opportunity to acknowledge educators utilizing effective teaching strategies and to celebrate the many achievements of adolescents, students, and adults with dyslexia. And whereas the school board of the City of Virginia Beach is committed to a continued focus on educating students, parents, and school staff about effective teaching strategies to address the needs of students with learning disabilities. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach designates the month of October to be Dyslexia Awareness Month, and be it further resolved that strategies and interventions to address the needs of students with learning disabilities be ongoing in Virginia Beach City Public Schools, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be spread across the official minutes of this board.
All right, motion to approve the consent agenda. Mrs. Franklin and a second, Ms. Owens. All show your approval with a raised hand, please.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
My hand is raised.
Thank you. We have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. The action agenda, item 12, personnel report, administrative appointments. Motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs and a second, Ms. Anderson. Discussion? All right. Please show your approval with a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Raised hand.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Dr. Spence, do you have any announcements for us?
No, ma'am, not this evening.
Okay. Policy Review Committee recommendations. This is action item 12B. Beginning with Appendix B amendment. Motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Anderson, okay, discussion. Mrs. Hughes.
I would just like, we can start this with the first one, and we won't do this for everyone, but for the viewing public, can Ms. Linetti please state how we decide which bylaws we are going to review and who actually proposes all of the edits to the board?
Are we talking just about, sorry, Cami Linetti, School Board Legal Counsel, we're talking about just the stuff tonight, or are you talking in general how it goes?
In general.
In general, when we decided to create the Policy Review Committee, which I think was about 6 years ago, one of the reasons we were doing it is to make sure that you were maintained in compliance with the standards of accreditation, which required that we review your policies every 5 years. At that time, when we decided to put the committee together, we took a look at all your policies, regulations, and bylaws. You had 779 at the time we were looking at. So we then broke them down. As you know, your policies and bylaws are categorized 1 through 7. We started to look at which ones we thought were the oldest and needed to be redone first. We started with Section 4 and Section 6. Then we picked up other ones that we've gone through time. We send them out to the departments to look at. Or if we're aware that there's legislation change that comes out of the legislative committee, we make proposals. So then we send them out to the departments. As they come back to us, we put them on for the policy review committee meeting to review. And it just kind of depends on when they come back. Not all of them come back at the same time. Sometimes they get sent back. So there's not an exact order. But generally, there has been a schedule that the policy review committee has followed for the last couple of years. At the beginning of the year, they will tell the policy review committee what sections we're looking at this year and where we are. And we do maintain a graph and a list of all the policies, regulations, and bylaws when they're amended and what remains outstanding at this point. Tonight's agenda came up as a result of the September 1st meeting when you discussed the issues that you wanted to address in meetings. So at that time, I went back, looked at everything that I thought was relevant to what you wanted in the bylaws and policies, and then brought that forward to PRC. So that's how tonight's came about.
May I just say that that was a great set of information, but we are supposed to be just discussing Appendix B right now. That is what is on the floor. Am I wrong on that? There is a motion on the floor? Correct. Thank you.
Thank you for the summary, Mrs. Linetti. Was that all, Mrs. Hughes, right now?
Well, just to respond to Ms. Anderson's comment, we have gotten a lot of emails and a lot of public speakers discussing bylaws. And I think it's important to know how these come up, why they come up, what is the procedure. She explained it, and I think that's something the public needs to know. Clearly, there's a lot of interest in it. And it took her all of 3 minutes to explain.
Okay. So Appendix B, time, place, and place for regular meetings. And that this does include the formal agenda with some reordering. So are there any questions or comments to be made before we, Mrs. Hughes?
Just one, because this is something that has come up where it says we'll have the hearings on citizen hearings until 8 p.m. This was one that we discussed where hearings can stop at 8. Staff can make presentations if need be. However, the rest of the speakers will be heard prior to us taking votes. I just want to make sure the optics aren't that people will be cut off, period. That's all.
Thank you, Mrs. Riggs.
As the chair of the policy review, thank you for those two questions. The first one to Mrs. Linetti, I appreciate that because I agree. The public does need to know how policies are reviewed and just the whole procedure because there is misunderstanding or that people aren't sure. So I want them to know. So thanks for that. Was a great question. And also, thank you for making sure you pointed out about the change in, or what we said, we were going to stop, but we were going to make sure everyone had the opportunity to speak before we voted on anything. So thank you for those 2 points of information.
Okay, anything else? All right, then, please show your approval with a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have unanimous vote.
Thank you. B2 is bylaw 132, approval for content sufficiency format for presentation. Am I reading this right? Policy adoption amendment and suspension.
Be adoption, amendment, suspension, or repeal dash policies. You'd be changing the title. Would now read it that way. You're probably reading the old title.
I'm sorry, yes, motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, and a second. Mrs. Riggs. Okay, discussion or questions? Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to support this. I don't believe that we should be suspending rules and policies on a simple majority. I do believe that should be a unanimous vote. There has been a good case made for 2/3, and I could live with 2/3, but a simple majority. And no one's been able to give me a good example of why we should suspend this. So if it's something that is that big a deal that we need to suspend our bylaws, it shouldn't be a problem getting a unanimous vote, but certainly 2/3. I just can't support this.
And if I could add clarity, because I question this too, this is about policies. It's a bylaw about policies. And I'll put this question out there, but to allow Mrs. Weems to speak, that I just question, I can't remember in my 7 years ever having to suspend a policy, even though it's existing language now. I'm just throwing that out there. But Mrs. Weems?
That was my comment. I don't think it should be by majority of the vote, that 6 people would be able to do that if it does occur. And I was just wondering why it was brought to us with just a majority instead of unanimous. I would rather have unanimous, thank you.
So if I may again, just the present language called for that policies of the school board upon a majority vote of the school board present, et cetera, et cetera. And I guess this is a question for Mrs. Linetti. Is there any issue with just eliminating this provision? I mean, I talked to other members who served longer than me, and we just can't recall when we ever needed a policy suspended, even though this has been in existing language in this bylaw.
I'm not aware of when you've suspended it, but if you do not leave the opportunity, you will not have it. You will then have to amend your bylaw.
There you go.
If you, by putting it in here, you have created the option. You're setting your own rule, so this is a rule that you're creating for yourself. It remains there. If at some time in the future you want it, if you take it out, it will not be available to you. You would then have to amend a bylaw to add it back in. So I think that's why it's here. It's essentially reserving the right to do it and the conditions under it. But if you take it out, you simply will not have the opportunity to suspend a bylaw because you don't have it written into there.
Mrs. Melnick.
Well, then how about with Mrs. Hughes' suggestion of 2/3? Because, I mean, if we've never done it and we, you know, and she would like unanimous, what about, but she also, you know, thought that 2/3 would be sufficient. So why can't we, for this suspension, I mean, it's just a question. So maybe somebody from the PRC.
Mrs. Anderson?
So the way it reads, it says, and I'll read it for you. Policies may be suspended in whole or in part by the school board upon a majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting when previous notice of the proposed suspension has been provided in writing, or upon a unanimous vote of the school board members present at the meeting when no such written notice has been given. So in other words, you have to put it in writing before the meeting. If that happens, then just a simple majority could do that. If not, if it's not in writing before the meeting, then you need unanimous consent of the school board members present at the meeting. Okay? And you're right. I have never, since I've been on the board, and Miss Weems, you've been on here longer than anybody else, so I don't remember when we've ever had to suspend a policy. Do you recall that?
No, but never say never.
Okay, so I am in agreement that it needs to be put in writing before the meeting. And maybe the 2/3 rule, if it's in writing before the meeting, could be put in there. And then if it's not put in writing before the meeting, then I agree that it should be unanimous at the meeting if we need to. I agree with that. So the only change I would propose on this is that if it is in writing before the meeting, like it says, instead of saying majority, we would just say 2/3, which is 7 people.
If you have 11 school board members.
If we have 11 school board members.
That's
Right.
where you have to go back to what we were talking about before, is how to account when you don't have it. We've seen that language of the other places. If you have 11 school board members, then it's 7. If you have less than 11 school board members, let's say somebody resigns, then you have to go back to the other language we've been using, which is the majority.
Right.
Plus 1, rounding up or down for a fractional member, because on the off chance you don't have 11 people serving, you might not be in that situation.
Right. So we've been using the number 7 as our 2/3.
What, with the full language and then the condition about when there's not 11, as Ms. Linetti just conveyed, is that acceptable?
Let me think this out for a minute.
Mm-hmm. All right. Mrs. Hughes?
Okay. Well, one, for 2/3, it would be 8 because traditionally you round up. But the other thing that I was going to say prior to that coming up is that to put it out here in writing, I think that there should be a minimum notice time. I mean, you don't want to have somebody at the beginning of a meeting put it out in writing and then say, you had notice, we don't need a unanimous vote. Well, I was going to put that out earlier. It shouldn't be a problem because nobody has. So there you go. Do you think there should be a minimum notice requirement? That didn't seem to be important to anybody, so I got it when I got here. But if it's going to be unanimous one way and 2/3 the other way, I do think there should be a minimum notice requirement, even if it's only 2 hours before a meeting, because we have had times before when something was sent out to the whole board, we voted on it and nobody had seen it because it was emailed to us at 10 till 4, and everybody's either on the road or unpacking their stuff. So I would like to see there be a notice requirement on there.
May I make an
Oh,
amendment?
wait, Mrs. Manning is next.
Okay.
Thank you. So there's two separate sections here that address, so there's D that suspends, but then there's C that adopts, amends, or repeals. And C also only has majority vote. So in order to be comfortable with this, I would need that to say 2/3 majority vote also. And historically, anytime there's ever a 2/3 majority vote, in the example of 11, it would be 7.2 and you round up to 8 because that would be less than 2/3. 7 would be less than 2/3 majority. So it would have to be more than 7, which is 8. So I would suggest that if we're changing it to 2/3, that we be consistent and do it in C as well.
Dr. Spence?
Yes, ma'am. Just want to make sure the board's talking about the same thing, because relative to item C, you do this at almost every meeting. This is on
I was
almost
gonna
every
say.
agenda.
Mhm.
You adopt policy, you amend policy all the time, and it's always been by majority vote. It's never required a 2/3 vote. I think the distinction would be if you were going to repeat, if you were going to suspend one for the purpose of a meeting, you might want to consider 2/3. But at least so you're all aware, you've never, in my time, and probably Carolyn, I would imagine Mrs. Weems, in your time on the board, ever required more than a majority vote to change.
Okay, that's a good point, Dr. Spence. Thank you. I was looking at the repeal part and thinking suspension being the same thing. So I
I
agree.
think it's just like when she says that's no longer needed because the law's changed.
I agree with you.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
So if I could recap where we
Do
seem
you
to be.
want the language as it would read for,
Yes.
you're calling 2/3. I'm gonna not say 2/3. I'm gonna say,
Why-
let me
let's
see
start
if I
with that.
can say it to you and see if this is what you want.
And this again is for sections D, suspension.
So I was gonna say what Dr. Spence said,
Okay.
that
so-
we've
so she's-
we've done amendments several times over the years, which
Mrs.
is a
Hughes,
simple majority, but also, I'm sorry, I thought I was in the key.
No.
Here. Okay. But we decided about 4 or 5 years ago that we would use the number 7 as our threshold for when we needed to have what we call 2/3. And the reason why is because, and I'll say this as I said it 4 or 5 years ago when we had this discussion, as teachers, we teach children in our school system that for example, 7.5 or higher would be rounded up. We also teach that anything less than 7.5 is rounded down. So that's what we had this discussion about 4 or 5 years ago, and we decided on the number 7 as the number that we would go with on this school board when we talked about needing to change a vote or whatever, when we need more than a simple majority. A simple majority on this vote, on this board, when we have all 11 people, is 6. And so 7 is more than 6, more than a simple majority. So that's why we go with 7 instead of 8, because we don't round up when it's less than 0.5.
Thank you. So Mrs. Hughes, would you like to speak first or first hear Mrs. Linetti's language?
Well, I just wanted to address a couple of things
Yeah.
in here real quick.
Please.
So what we've been discussing, for the most part, has actually applied to D, the suspension. And traditionally, it's appropriate to round up because 7 is less than 2/3, so you still have less than a 2/3 vote. As far as C goes, this is actually not the same. This is about policies going on to the agenda for information first instead of going straight to action or consent. And while that's different than suspending, and yeah, we do adopt and amend all the time, but it has been our procedure to go policy review to information to one of the two areas where we vote on it. And in order to remove one of those steps, it should be more than a simple majority. Because when we're going to change policies, these are long-term things. And I do think it's important to give the board and the public time to hear them, to discuss them. And I think we shouldn't cut out that middle step. So they are different, but I do think it's important to have more than a simple majority on both of those.
Why don't you go ahead? Okay,
I'm
well,
gonna
we'll
just-
hold that thought and you can share the wording for D and then
I'll
we'll
just
come
do
back
what
to
I
C.
think you want for D. You can talk to me about C in a minute. So this would be D, suspension. Policies may be suspended in whole or in part by the school board upon a vote of, I'm gonna leave it blank. You can either put 7 or 8. I just strongly suggest you just, instead of saying 2/3, just pick a number. 7 or 8, if there are 11 school board members appointed or elected. If there are less than 11 school board members appointed or elected, then a vote of 1/2 of the school board members plus 1 will be needed. Sorry, and I'll pick up. When there's previous notice of the proposed suspension has been provided in writing, or upon a unanimous vote of the school board members present at the meeting when no such written notice has been given. And I didn't hear if we picked a certain time or amount of time for the notice. I didn't hear that stated yet. And again, the only thing we've come across this year, I would get away from 2/3 so you avoid, I don't want to have to come back here at another meeting. Just pick a number, 7 and 8 would be my suggestion. That applies for all 11. And then the backup, if for some reason you don't have, which happens occasionally, we don't have a full complement of school board members, you'll use the majority plus 1 in those circumstances. Not very often, but that happens. And then if you want to pick a number on the previous notice instead of previous, we can talk about what wording you want for that.
Well, as I said before, I think we should stick with 7 because that's the way it's written in several of our other bylaws, the number 7.
Should we get try to get some consensus on that and then go back just to C briefly? Mrs. Weems.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we should, I still like unanimous, but it's not gonna get there. But I think if we're talking about 7 or 8, it doesn't really matter what we've done in the past. I think we should do, is there something in Robert's rules, or what is the rule? Is there any rule about what you do when you have an odd number like 11 and you're trying to go for 2/3? I mean, there's gotta be,
You
there's
have
gotta
to,
be out there
you have
some
to
sort of rule.
decide whether you're going to round up or round down. You make that decision. So
Mrs. Melnick.
Well, considering that 7 repeats itself throughout our policies, that's just my suggestion that we keep it at 7 for consistency, and it's still a simple majority plus 1, and that comes up throughout our policies as well. So
Mrs. Manning.
So, I don't know if anybody cares about Robert's Rules, but Robert's Rules says that if it's a partial person, and this is about parliamentary procedure, not about rounding. It says if it's a partial person, you round up, because 2/3 majority would be 7.2, and so you need more than a 2/3 majority. So that's why it's rounded up to 8.
Okay, well, back so that we can get clarity on C. So, Mrs. Hughes, you're referring to a separate threshold for when a policy would be, for lack of a better word, fast-tracked, whether it's because of a time sensitivity issue or something? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, and that's what C is primarily, is skipping that information.
Well, no, it's talking about the typical voting too. A vote for adoption shall take place at a later meeting unless, and it's the unless part, and then it ends with a majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting will be needed for adoption, amendment, or repeal, which is consistent with present practice.
No, present practice is it goes from policy review to information to being voted on.
Oh, I meant the
This with a
majority.
simple majority, we can skip information. I don't think we should be skipping it. I mean, I don't think we should be
I
skipping
think
it
we're saying the
anyway.
same thing, right? I'm just confirming, no, that the majority vote is consistent with present policy for a typical adoption, amendment, or repeal. You're speaking about when it's fast-tracked for whatever the reason.
Yeah.
That
I mean, yeah, that's what C is fast tracking it.
No, well, it's part of it is that one red line, the added wording there, unless the school board by majority vote moves to approve the policy at that meeting. It's that specific.
I mean, that's what this is here for, is to do that because you had to move something out of action into information before, or consent, whatever voting
Well, I think it's, yeah, it's
section
to
it was on.
acknowledge and then the past, sometimes that was done for whatever the reason, not routinely, but I can remember some cases. So that would require a breakout of two different sentences for that, because we don't want to change what was already in, right? The present verbiage, Mrs. Linetti in black, was a vote for adoption shall take place at a later meeting of the school board, and then a majority vote of the school board members present shall be needed for adoption, amendment, revision, or repeal. And then there would be that extra caveat about, if I'm understanding this correctly, just to make it a separate sentence, or
If I'm correct, Mrs. Hughes, I think what you're saying is the first sentence stays the same. Request to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy should be submitted to school board members and the superintendent designee in writing prior to the school board meeting.
we're in C, I'm sorry, Mrs. Linetti.
I am in C. That such proposed action will be reviewed or discussed. That's the first paragraph. I don't think you want to change that. This suggestion this is where it would change. A vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting. The reason I wrote not regular is because sometimes we have to go back and work on policy. They don't make it back the subsequent meeting, just the next succeeding meeting. So at a subsequent meeting of the school board, unless the school board by majority vote moves to approve the policy at that meeting. And thinking, Mrs. Hughes, if I'm correct, you're saying the same language about voting that we were going to put into D should be here. I'm going to say 2/3, depending whatever you come up with, this, because it requires a higher standard because you're not following the procedure. If I'm correct, Mrs. Hughes, you're suggesting a higher voting.
Well, that's why this would have to be broken out, because the first one is routine. A vote for adoption shall take place at a later meeting. And then it would read, go to the last, a majority vote present shall be needed. And then you go back to the unless part as a separate small section, I think, just because it's a separate matter. Whether you would say in instances where the school board moves to approve the policy at that meeting, then whatever the higher threshold is would be needed.
So may I add
Yes.
that all we would need to do is say by a majority plus one.
Well, but we're still talking about breaking it out. There's two different situations here. The routine situation, which is just being affirmed here, and the situation where a policy, for whatever the reason, needs to be voted on sooner rather than later.
Right, I get it, but in that particular sentence, all we would have to add would be a vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board unless the school board by a majority plus one votes to move to approve the policy at that meeting. So it still would be majority plus one. It wouldn't be a simple majority, it would be a majority plus one. And it would be a simple adding. You just simply add that in there, it wouldn't be that much of a change.
Did you follow that, Mrs. Hughes, or want her to repeat that?
No, I don't. I still think that it should be a minimum of 2/3. If you're going to suspend or change big sweeping policies, there should be a higher standard. And I think most people realize that 8 would be the correct number, so changing it to majority plus 1 helps you circumvent that. It seems like we want to be able to make big sweeping, when I say we, I mean the board as a general rule, this doesn't really apply to me, but wants to be able to make big sweeping changes with the absolute minimum votes you can get away with. And that's just, it's problematic for me. I don't foresee us getting to a point on this policy that I'm going to be able to support it.
Mrs. Melnick.
Can you just help me understand the big sweeping changes? Just because I don't want to present something to the public that we're looking to undo everything we've ever had. So my first week on the school board, I sat in a meeting with Cammie, and she plopped this two huge binders on our laps, and she said, learn these policies. And I mean, obviously that was a daunting task to start to go through those. And as we went through them, we noticed that so many had never been updated. So many were so outdated. And it was from that that the policy review committee was formed. And that policy review committee, I have your name, is, does this amazing job. I mean, you're part of it, of vetting all of these policies and updating them where that was never done before. So the transparency has always been, has been there for the last 5 years. It's just really amazing how this all happens. And so as we sit here and discuss this, we have board members who have been here for 20 plus years who can't think of a time that this has ever happened, but we'll never say never. But still, we have these things in place to protect that. And nobody, I just don't want to present this as that we're coming through with big sweeping changes when that certainly is nobody's intention. But then there are also things in place to prevent that from happening. And so I hate to alarm people that that's what we're doing. And I think that's just where I stand on this. And I'm just trying to understand. So I did ask her a
Okay.
question. If you could maybe just give me an example.
So what you're saying actually really illustrates what I'm getting at.
Okay.
These policies, they get put in place and they're supposed to be looked at every 6 years. And even if there are so many policies, even if they're all on a cycle, it's unlikely you're going to get to each one every 6 years, which means they're going to be long standing, 5 years, I'm sorry. But they're going to be long-standing. Apparently, some of these had not been looked at in 10 plus years. So I think it's really, really important that when policies are suspended, it's not by a simple majority. It should be a really big deal. And if it's a big enough deal to do that, it's a big enough deal to get a bigger vote. And by the same token, when you're passing new policies, these are going to be in place for a really, really long time. There may be, amendments and tweaks along the way as they need to be updated, but they're going to be in place for a really long time. They're going to impact students and staff and everyone who comes through these doors, some more than others, but they're going to be impactful for a very long time. And so I think it's really important that we don't give them short shrift. I think the fact that right now we have them going through a policy review committee and they get discussed. And then they go to the full board for information and they get discussed. And then they go to sometimes consent, sometimes action, whatever voting area they're in, and they get discussed by the board, by the public. We have that whole time, there's a month of time to go back and forth and ask questions and respond to the public, respond to each other. And I just think that if we have a policy that really needs to be rushed through where we're skipping a step, skipping one of our traditional steps, that it's important enough that we should be able to get the support of 2/3 of the board to do that. I just think it's really, really important to give it every look and every opportunity. And I think that also when you want to set these standards and create policies, you need to kind of govern by how you would feel if you were in the minority. Right now I'm typically in the minority, so I'm looking at it going, okay, well, the majority wants to have the minimum vote they can have to get it through. You might feel that way if the shoe were on the other foot, but policies are a big deal and they stand for a long time. And I just think it's really, really important to make sure there's every opportunity to have every bit of conversation and due diligence that there is. That's all.
So,
So is it due diligence or the 2/3? I mean, because you outlined it perfectly, the due diligence that exists. So is it the two? I have you in the queue, Mrs. Manning. Is it the 2/3? That, because we vote on policies all the time without it being a 2/3. So I just wanted to know which part of that.
Voting on a policy with a simple majority doesn't bother me.
Okay.
Skipping a step with a simple majority or just suspending with a simple majority bothers me.
But-
because those are things,
Okay.
as you've said, that you haven't done those since you've been here. That tells me that it's not something that happens a lot.
Right.
So if and when it does happen, it'll be a really big deal.
Right. So, okay, for that one thing. Okay. But you're not okay with 6 + 1. You're not okay with 7.
Well, I think it's a way to circumvent what 2/3 should be. I did, by the way, email the whole board with actually a chart that you use for 2/3 voting.
Okay. Thank you for letting me. It's Mrs. Manning.
Mrs. Manning.
Okay, so my issue with this is skipping that step of putting it on for information at one meeting and voting on it at the following meeting. And while we do have a procedure to bring policies forward, in order, and you schedule those, I understand. This one was previously voted on in 2016. It was not in order. The reason this was brought up is because of what happened in a previous meeting with the transgender policy when you wanted to vote on it at the same time you presented it to the public. And Ms. Hughes and I pointed out that there was no bylaw to allow for that, and that is why this is in here right now. So this was not just in the queue, and many of these were not just in the queue. So I will not support anything below a 2/3, at least a 2/3 majority, which would be 8, to circumvent our process of presenting information to the public of policy changes. That's so important. The fact that this board was going to present this transgender policy the same night we were going to vote on it, it's just not acceptable. And so I think that we need to have some more checks and balances on that.
Can I make one suggestion if we're thinking about it? Would it be easier to take out the portion about if you want to not vote at the same meeting that's presented, combine it down with the suspension, which already has the voting piece of it, so it would just be in those cases where you're not going to follow the normal procedure, that you think it's that important, that you need to vote on it the same day it comes up for presentation. Instead of rewriting the section, we could take that section, move it down to suspension, and then you're following the same voting procedure. Would that make it any clearer?
I'm lost.
You
No, I followed her, but
Okay.
I would still push for just 2 sections to be, because it's still adopting, it's
You
not
say
suspending.
C, all right, we could do
Or
it
C, I'm
C1,
sorry.
under C, it'd be C1 and then C2. So,
So the part that's unless the school board by majority vote moves to approve the policy at that meeting, I would just make that a separate like one sentence section that starts with, if the school board moves to approve the policy at that meeting, comma, then ...
okay, what I think you're saying is section C, the first sentence, all the way down to the last word, discuss, so request for adopt, amend, repeal, discuss, pull up the last sentence, a majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting will be needed for adoption, amendment, or repeal of a policy. That's section 1. And if you want to, I can go back and write this out for you later on. Section 2 would be a new paragraph, and it'd be a vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board unless, and then you tell me how you want to vote on it there.
Right, so you take the unless out of the first paragraph, unless the school board moves to approve the policy at that meeting, that would be taken out, and you would reword it somehow in a separate section under that section, or a separate paragraph under that section.
And I'll put you in the queue.
Okay.
Can I?
Please.
Might I suggest I've thought about Mrs. Hughes's argument, and if it's never happened in the past, and it's that significant, I agree. If it's never happened in the past, I'm sure we would have 8 votes. It would probably be a unanimous vote, so I will side with you on that one. And it looks like I'm getting a few nods. Don't know because we haven't voted, but I suggest that we just make it the 8 simply because if it's never happened in the past, it may never happen again, but just to be, and we probably will have a majority, but just to be safe, I would agree to 8 on that one.
Section C is 8.
To skip the process.
Where are you exactly?
You're talking the second sentence in section C. As
Could you
currently
read
written.
that sentence as it should be?
I think you're suggesting a vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board unless the school board by, I don't know if this is by 8 of 11 or a unanimous vote, moves to approve the policy at that meeting.
Something that, to suspend it, that.
Well, then we have to get into the wording that talks about if there's less than 11, if there's, you see what I'm saying?
You said both, you said, Mrs. Mellon, you said both unanimous and then you said 8. Can we
Well-
clarify which one you want?
No, I said it probably would be a unanimous vote if it were something that important because the vote has never, we've never done it before, so I would agree in that
You're
case.
talking about the
that's not
suspension
true.
part, piece.
No,
For
I
the
think she's
suspension
talking-
Are you
piece.
talking about suspension? Then you're in
Wait.
D.
Wait. Cammy,
Yes, ma'am.
you knew what I was talking about, right? Okay.
I heard you say that it would likely get a unanimous vote, so it would certainly get 8.
Okay. So you're
The
still
wrong
talking
section.
section C?
I can't, it's okay.
Okay.
All right, so back to adoption, amendment, or repeal. Do you have suggested verbiage for that second
Do you want the
section?
same language that we're going to be using in section D on the suspension, which is a vote of, y'all figure out 7 or 8. If there are 11 school board members elected or appointed, or if there are less than 11 school board members elected or appointed, then a vote of 1/2 plus 1 of the school board members. Is that the same language you want to appear for section C when you're going to skip the step of going, instead of step of going to a further meeting to vote? In the same meeting it comes up for the first time, you want to vote. Do you want that language, because that's such an unusual step, to be up in section C? Okay, so that language would then match, it sounds to me like it's going to match whatever you do in D. You just need to figure out that number is 7 or 8.
So can you read how the C would read, leaving open that number right now?
Okay. Section C, adoption, amendment, and repeal. Request to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy should be submitted to school board members and to the superintendent designate in writing prior to the school board meeting at which such proposed action will be reviewed or discussed. A vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board unless the school board
This is the part that would be left off because it's going into the next section. There's no unless here.
No, are you still, okay, you had suggested too, Mrs. Melick didn't suggest splitting it out. Do you want 2 sections to see?
Yes.
Okay, backward, let me try one more time. Request to adopt, amend, or repeal a policy should be submitted to school board members and the superintendent designee in writing prior to the school board meeting at which such proposed action will be reviewed or discussed. A majority vote of the school board members present at the meeting will be needed for adoption, amendment, or repeal of a policy. Section 2 would read, see if I get this. Sorry, I'm thinking about this. A vote for adoption shall take place at a subsequent meeting of the school board unless by a vote of 8 or 9 of school board members if there are 11 school board members appointed or elected. If there are less than 11 school board members appointed or elected, then a vote
One half plus one of the school board members will be needed to approve the policy at that meeting. You may have to reword that.
So it's stated 8 at first, and if less than 11 people are there, then it's the majority plus one. And you
Mrs.
are in the
Manning.
queue. Yes.
I would like to move that we send this back to committee rather than continuing all
For the
night on
wording,
just this
for-
one
just for the-
policy.
Well,
Do I have a second?
but we're essentially just adding that one section. Can we ask for it to be printed while we move on to others and then
Okay,
we'll?
I made a
I
motion
can take it down.
to send it
Oh,
back to
sorry.
committee.
I'm sorry,
so
second,
procedure.
second, please. Okay, Mrs. Weems has seconded. A vote on bringing it back to policy to come back with the new verbiage, the proposed verbiage?
Yeah, because I don't really even, I'm completely lost right now. At first I thought we were talking about D, now it appears we're talking about C. I mean, just so there's not confusion, I mean, and that was one thing that our speaker said this evening, is that these rule changes are confusing.
Well,
And
I was
I'm
thinking the
thoroughly
same thing.
confused right now.
Well-
That was the reason for my recommendation to
okay.
send it back to committee.
All right, any clarification before we vote? Okay, all in favor, a raised hand? All opposed? Oh, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry.
Holtz votes no.
Opposed?
Opposed, Ms. Holtz.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Holtz.
For clarification, when is that meeting?
PRC, you're talking about sending it back to PRC? Oh, goodness, I think it's the second week in October. I have to check the dates.
Okay.
Okay, so we have 8 ayes in favor of the motion on the floor to send it back to policy, and we have 3 nays with Ms. Holtz, Ms. Riggs, and Ms. Anderson. So the motion did pass to send it back to the PRC.
And as the policy is written now, what's the rule? What is it now?
Read it, read. You don't, well, you still have the suspension remains in effect at this point, so it would be. Yeah, I think it's just a majority vote if you do.
Okay. Is that what?
I think it's just a majority vote right now.
Okay, so it's always been there.
For both. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that's the present, okay. So, 136, correct me if I'm wrong?
This is open and closed meetings.
Everybody take a moment to switch gears here. All right, motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second. Mrs. Franklin, all right. Discussion or questions? This is on open meetings and closed meetings. It just it has some of the expanded language and clarification. Any questions or discussion on this one, folks? Okay, I'm ready to call for a vote unless one last call. All right, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
Okay, thank you all. 137 is annual organization meeting. We'll give everybody a moment to pull it up on your screen or your paper copy. Motion to approve. Mrs. Manning, and a second. Mrs. Anderson. Any discussion? All right. All in favor, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So 138, folks, regular meetings, time and place, order of business, recessed meetings, work session, public hearing, retreats, and abridged meetings. A mouthful. A motion to approve, Ms. Owens, and a second, Mrs. Anderson. Discussion? Mrs. Manning.
I just have a question on this one. So the school board may determine what matters will be on the agenda for a retreat and/or on an abridged meeting, and will not be required to follow the format for agendas for the regular meeting. So that's just kind of saying that, you know, we have our standard format that we've spelled out in our bylaws, so we don't have to go through the superintendent's report and, you know, committee reports. So that's the main change here. Is that correct? I mean, it's not necessarily changing how we have done business. Is there any?
Correct. We've never had a definition of retreat or bridge meeting, so we're trying to
And that was
explain
the-
what it was here.
That was the other point.
Okay, so
I
it's
was gonna
spelling out
add.
what we've actually been doing in our
And to
retreat
recognize that retreats and abridged meetings.
Okay.
Which were not presently listed anywhere else.
Okay.
And for the public's purpose, the abridged meeting is typically what follows the retreat. And it is a shorter meeting, and it's in July, and it's typically to be able to approve personnel appointments that have developed in the summer. And rather than wait till a later July or August meeting for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, one of the things that we discussed with this, and I think it fell under section E, but I don't see it. With the exception of personnel appointments, we discussed not voting on things at retreats or bridge meetings unless there had previously been an opportunity for public hearing. And one of the examples we used was we have that abridged meeting to vote on the budget, the first one in March, but we've had, you know, a month of public hearings. But I don't see that here.
I do remember that discussion, and it would have been in section E. Let me see if I remember.
And so I'm looking up the new wording eliminates that. Is that?
Yeah, and I thought it was in one of the versions. I just don't see it in this one.
And Mrs. Hughes, for the record, I was one of the ones who raised the issue because I said we don't vote at retreats, so why even bring, the wording is just creates confusion or whatever, and so I hadn't seen yet that it was, I mean, do you agree that because we don't vote on retreats, there's no point to even mentioning it? We've never voted on a retreat the whole time, and we've been here.
Well, and it was brought
Every
up that
abridged
that
meeting
has
we
happened, that
voted.
it doesn't happen frequently, but it does happen. But I mean, if we want to put in here that we won't vote on things at retreats, that wouldn't be a problem either. But if we vote on things, there should be a public hearing. It doesn't have to be at the same meeting, it just should have happened at some point prior to the vote.
Right now, does it mention voting? I don't think it does.
No, I think we had suggested, I remember in some of the discussions the PRC had, there had been some discussion about you would not vote unless it had been previously presented. In some of the exchange last week or so, I was starting to take some of that out. I'm not sure where we're going.
I think we just took the wording out about voting. It's not in here. It does not say we will vote at a retreat.
Right.
It's not mentioned.
It seemed an easy way to resolve the questions that it raised because it really wasn't something that was part of our practice, so.
So we're not going to be voting at retreats or abridged meetings?
We have not voted at retreats and will not. Abridged
No, that's
meetings are
not-
separate.
okay.
That's where the vote takes place, at the abridged meeting. Well, following the retreat, right. It's a-
That's your second sentence. The school board reserves the right to schedule or add an abridged meeting to a retreat for the purpose of handling matters that need to be handled prior to the next regularly scheduled school board meeting. So you would set the agenda and determine what you had to handle. And if you had, and I'm assuming that the reason you do that is because you needed to vote on something.
sometimes we have to vote at the abridged meetings, especially during that retreat time, because we have to approve personnel recommendations.
Well, and that's why I said with the exception of personnel recommendations. I mean, I don't even imagine people want to come out and speak about that, but.
Mrs. Riggs.
Do we have to vote to approve the agenda for our school board retreat?
The abridged meeting.
At the meeting, when you open it up, yes, but usually you set the agenda, and set out guidance ahead of time and voted for it. And then I believe do we open the retreat with the vote on adopting the meeting? I think we've approved.
It's my understanding that you do vote on the agenda for the meeting, for the abridged meeting.
They're not the same thing.
Two different things.
It's not the
Twice
same
I've
thing.
heard they're the same thing.
Abridged, clearly you did.
Agenda is a separate meeting from the abridged meeting.
Right.
You all probably remember you end the retreat and then you formally go into an abridged meeting. So they're
Exactly.
not the same thing.
It's like a workshop.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, the retreat would be
Right.
similar to a workshop, right?
Governance sends out what, last couple of years, governance has sent out to you at prior meetings. This is what we think we're going to cover. You go back and forth as to agreeing as to that's whether you want or not. That becomes your agenda for your retreat.
Right. So you do take votes. You almost always have at an abridged meeting because that meeting only happens, thus far, has only happened at least since I've been here once a year. And it's always been after the July retreat. And it has exclusively been, I think with one exception, which was last year in the middle of COVID, where we extended it a little bit. But other than that, exclusively been about the personnel docket. And of course, you take a vote to open the meeting. Set the
Historically, you would
agenda.
just have the retreat and then you would not have another meeting in July. So because that's a large, a time when you're appointing or hiring a lot of people, we left that available for anything you needed to catch up with when you got to August, because it could be a long period of time when you got to August.
So is that clear that up, Ms. Hughes? It was your original questioning that prompted me to question too, like, what, we're using up time and energy discussing this and we don't vote at retreat. So that just seemed a simple solution to just, it was a proposed added wording that has now been eliminated.
Well, yeah, if we're not going to vote on things other than personnel matters or the agenda, it's not a problem. But if we're going to vote on anything other than
Well,
that,
again, you're
I
speaking
think
of
there
the-
should have been a chance for public hearing.
Well, and you're speaking of the abridged meeting.
Mhm.
Right, yes.
Yes. Yeah, because they're both lumped into the same section.
All right, anything else? All right, all in favor, show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
My hand is raised, approved.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay, 140, take a moment to, folks. I will too. Special rules of order and standing rules. Motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, a second. Mrs. Anderson, discussion. We have Mrs. Franklin and Mrs. Manning.
I just might be reading this wrong, but I do actually feel like we should continue to follow Robert's Rules of Order for our school board meetings. Committee meetings, I feel like maybe we have some more, levity there. But in terms of the actual school board meeting, I had to actually discuss this with Ms. Linnaeus too. I do feel like we have to have some sort of rule book, so to speak, to follow during the meetings. Especially, I'm just speaking as a new board member as well, but it is kind of important to understand what the procedure is going to look like, and it provides a framework. So that's just my personal opinion, that I feel like for the school board meeting, it would be good to continue to follow Robert's Rules of Order. But again, for committee meetings, perhaps we could decide on something different. But I just wanted to provide my input on that.
So, Ms. Lennox, could you offer context, because we have this whole set of bylaws that govern our meetings, but can you give us context on what the role of Robert's Rules of Order has been in the past? And what
Again,
even Robert's Rules,
Robert's Rules of Order is simply a voluntary. It's not required that you follow it. What Robert's Rules of Order actually says, and in small groups, and a small group is defined as a group under 22, you should develop your own rules. It doesn't even suggest, because Robert's Rules of Order are really designed for larger, more complicated groups that you have to manage when you've got 100, 200 people in a room. You have to figure out how you're going to get all this work done. It actually says you should develop your own rules under 22, groups under 22. You do have these bylaws. So one of the things we're running into is that you're not all familiar with Robert's Rules of Order. You don't know all the procedures on it. And what you actually said was the rules contained in the current rules of Robert shall govern in all cases in which they are applicable, in which they are not inconsistent with the bylaws or special rules of order. So your problem becomes, if your bylaw doesn't cover it, then you've been going back to Robert's Rules of Order, but it might not be appropriate for your group. Robert's Rules are, again, very technical, and if you're not all familiar with it, that's when you can get into trouble with it. My suggestion was, you have roughly 40, 45 bylaws or special rules that set it out. If you look at Appendix A, which is what you're calling your special rules of order, on there, that sets out about 11 or 12 basic rules that you use. It covers about 90% of what you need to do in your meetings. And so and then a lot of the rest of the stuff is complicated, is embedded in your bylaws, just like you explained on your policy. You're developing your own rules on what you're going to pass a policy for. So the problem with sticking yourself with Robert's Rules of Order, if you are not all completely familiar with that, you run into a problem where you violate it. And what your bylaws currently say is, if it's not covered in your bylaw somewhere, then you look to Robert's Rules of Order, and that becomes an issue. You may not be familiar with them. So what the suggestion was is, again, your special rules of order, which you call Appendix A, has those 11 or 12 rules that you use. You would use the special rules of order. At the end of that first paragraph, we're saying the school board may consult, but is not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, as amended, regarding those matters which are not addressed in the bylaw or law. So this still allows you to say, okay, we're not sure what to do in these circumstances. I looked at Robert's Rules of Order. It suggests this is how you would do it. And you talk to your colleagues and say, this is how Robert's Rules of Order would do it. Some of you have done Toastmasters and you're familiar with these procedures and you've done them. You could say, in another context, this is how we handle these circumstances. Otherwise, if you're going to continue to Robert's Rules of Order, then y'all really need to sit down and learn them, or appoint a parliamentarian to make sure you understand all of Robert's Rules of Order. I'm not sure if you've ever read them, but they're extremely complicated. And so we were trying to get to how is it easier for you to get your business done? So the suggestion was, you take out the requirement that you follow it, you allow it to be consulted, and then you develop your own rules. And that's where we were going with this particular bylaw.
Mrs. Riggs?
Usually on boards that, like Mrs. Linetti said, that have a large number of people on the board, they will use Robert's Rules of Orders, and most of the time they have a parliamentarian. They have a hired parliamentarian for those large meetings, for boards that have them. I've been on several boards that's happened, and we always refer to the parliamentarian. So it is something that takes a lot of expertise, because, as we all know, Robert's Rules of Order is hundreds of pages, and you need someone there to handle that, because not everybody knows it, no matter what. So I'm just, that's just my 2 cents in it and what I've experienced on boards.
Mrs. Manning and then Mrs. Anderson.
So the way our bylaws are currently written is we use our bylaws to govern our board. And then in the absence of a bylaw that addresses it, we use Robert's Rules of Order. And I don't think that using the excuse that we're not familiar with it is the right thing. We're a governing body. We should be familiar with it. I have studied Robert's Rules because I knew that I was going to be on this board, and I took it very seriously, and I knew that it was in our bylaws that we would be following it if we didn't use our bylaws. So I feel very strongly that the chair and the vice chair should absolutely be familiar with Robert's Rules of Order, since you lead our meetings. If you want to designate another parliamentarian that would be responsible for that, that's fine. But what are we to do if our bylaws don't address a situation? Then we go back to Robert's Rules of Order. In the absence of that, we have no order. So that's why I'm very much against these changes.
Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Hughes?
I was just going to say that our standing rules of order have very successfully led this board through several years. And yes, we have referred to Robert's Rules of Order at times. But basically, this just says that we don't have to if we choose not to. It doesn't say that we would not. It just doesn't bind us and require us to have to follow it if we decide as a group that we want to veer from it. We can come to an agreement. Basically, this just gives us the leeway to not follow Robert's rules if the standing rules don't cover it. In most cases, the standing rules do cover how we run our meetings. So, you know, I think the way it's written is a good form to follow, and I think we should stick with the way it's written.
Okay, Mrs. Hughes and then Mrs. Melnick.
I think it's wonderful that and aspirational that we would all be able to come to an agreement on how to run things. I also think it's pretty clear that we have 11 people here who are not always very good at that. So I think it is good that we have a roadmap, and clearly our bylaws trump governing our meetings, but Robert's Rules is there for situations when we don't have a bylaw that pertains to it. And I think it's important that we kind of have a roadmap that guides the way we do business. Additionally, I think the optics of creating more rules that are going to be more stringent on the public while we're saying we don't want to be bound by rules is not very good. So I think I can't support this. I don't think this is okay. I think it's important that we have a roadmap for how to conduct our meetings that we're bound by.
Okay, Mrs. Melnick?
So what I just heard from Mrs. Anderson is exactly what you just said. You both said the same thing, and the truth is that in the absence of Robert rules would trump what we. Okay, listen. This is what it says. It says. The special rules of orders take precedence over the new rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised. So what's happening lately is that Robert's Rules of Order are coming above everything that we do, and every time we make a move, someone's yelling out, I object, this is Robert's Rules of Order state this, and that's happening a lot. And we have rules, we have bylaws that lead our meetings, and it's just becoming massively confusing to the rest of us who are just trying to conduct our meeting without Robert's Rules of Orders being brought up every single time. And so I heard about the same thing from the both of you, but I'm okay with this. Because in the absence of, Robert's rules will take precedence.
Well, it's
You can consult it. That's fine. But wait. I just need to put y'all in the queue. So I'll do that. Is what I saw. Were you in there?
Mrs. Manning and Mrs. Hughes.
Okay, I'm reading something different. Maybe I printed this off this afternoon.
I have it.
Under A, Specials Rules of Order, the last sentence on the page that's not struck out says the school board may consult but is not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order. So, I mean, in the absence of a bylaw that governs the topic, we may or may not follow Robert's Rules of Order, and then we'll all 11 have to decide how we're going to move forward. And we'll be here, until 3 a.m. every meeting.
Mrs. Hughes.
Yeah, I don't know if I said it wrong or if you heard it wrong, but what I had said was that bylaws govern us and that they trump, but when something comes up that the bylaws don't address, then we should adhere to Robert's rules so that we kind of have a roadmap to keep us on track. But it would be bylaws, then Robert's rules.
And Mrs. Linetti, how would you
Well, that's how
define?
the last sentence reads. The school board may consult, but is not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, as amended, regarding those matters which are not addressed in bylaw or law. So if it's in bylaw or law, that trumps. But if it's not, and you're not clear as to what you're doing, then you can look at Robert's Rules of Order. You can say, that sounds logical, I find it. Or you can say, nope, this is what we want to do. These are your rules for how you want to run yourself.
All right, are we ready to vote? Yes, Mrs. Williams.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, again, yes, if the bylaw's not there, you've got a decision to make, you don't have a bylaw for it, so then half of the people are gonna say, let's consult Robert rules, and the other half are gonna say, yeah, but remember in that, we don't have to use it, so we're gonna use something else, because we don't have to use Robert's rules. I mean, that's what exactly, you do not have to, it's not required to follow Robert's rules, so we're gonna be in the same place. I would rather say, just don't even consult Robert's rules and do your own thing, whatever that is, or go by Robert's rules, because this is both. This is both, and we're gonna sit here 11, and half the people are gonna say, oh, that's Robert's rules, I love Robert's rules, it says it right here, I know it, page by page, and the others like, no, we don't have to go by Robert's rules. We can decide our own stuff, we can have our own special rules, or we can decide right now. I mean, that's the problem, it gives you latitude, and so if we wanna be here discussing a rule and which ones to follow, vote for this. If not, strike out Robert's rules or go ahead and use Robert's rules 100% of the time when the bylaw doesn't cover it. It's just, this is gonna make it more.
You took out the last sentence of A, so.
Yeah. So go ahead, Ms. Linetti.
I
From
think
what we're
Mrs. Riggs-
hearing you say,
Is it to strike out the last sentence, because what you've done is we've gotten rid of the original paragraph A, parliamentary procedure. Then you would take out Mrs. Riggs is suggesting, what she thinks Mrs. Means is suggesting is that the last sentence, as it's currently proposed in section A, would be, the school board may consult, but is not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order newly revised as amended regarding those matters which are not addressed in the bylaws. She said, just take it out. So you will just have to figure out what you're going to do if something unusual happens that isn't covered somehow.
I mean, I prefer to use Robert's rules, but it's stupid to have them both in there because we're never gonna get anywhere. I mean, I prefer to say, when it's not,
microphone,
use Robert's rules.
microphone.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer to use Robert's rules, but it doesn't sound like everybody's on that. But to have both is confusing, and we're never going to agree. So my thing was either vote and use Robert's rules, which I would support, or take out Robert's rules and figure it out however y'all want to figure it out on the dais that night.
Okay,
I would support using Robert's rules.
Okay, I have something else you can just take out. So what you would take out is you would say, the school board may consult, take out, but is not required to follow. Just, the school board may consult Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised as amended regarding those matters which are not addressed in bylaw or law. How about that? That's what you're saying. The school board may consult Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised as amended regarding those matters which are not addressed in bylaw or law.
Now, I'm just going to put my 2 cents in, because then you're going to turn to me and say, what does consult mean, Mrs. Linetti? And I'm going to say, pull up the meeting minutes.
I would say consult and follow.
Yeah.
Robert's rules of law. You're looking at it and you're following what it says. When we don't have it covered ourselves.
Say that again? Use your.
We will consult and follow Robert's Rules of Order. In the absence, I mean, it already says that, but in the absence of our own bylaw.
Now, is that consistent with present language?
in that case, then my suggestion would you return to how it's written originally, the strikeout A, you would leave parliamentary procedure because
Well-
that's been.
Well, no, I think the new verbiage reads a little better, so I think
It is clearer, I think.
keep the new
The new.
Mrs., okay, wait,
I
Hugh,
suggest we
wait,
revert
minute,
back to the
Mrs.
first one.
Anderson,
Sorry.
we have Mrs. Manning.
I would like to move that we send this back to committee for the committee or Ms. Linetti to, I mean, I think we've expressed our thoughts. And again, I mean, if we're going to make changes in here, I'm going to want to see it printed out. And can we just send it back to committee? I'd like to move that we send it back to committee and bring it back to the next meeting.
What, okay,
We need a
Mrs.
second.
Anderson-
We need a second if we're going to have a
I
discussion.
think I had more, Mrs. Hughes is seconding. Okay. Mrs. Anderson?
So I don't think we need to send it back to committee because if you look at the very first paragraph that right now is struck through, it says, "The rules contained in the current edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised, shall govern the school board in all cases to which they are applicable and in which they are not inconsistent with these bylaws or any special rules of order the school board may adopt." So it's very clear right there. In other words, we're not changing anything. You can read it if you have it printed out. It's right there. It doesn't need to go back to committee. We just revert back to that and we don't strike through that first paragraph.
And then you would take out the
And then
last sentence
Yes,
in A.
correct.
I'll withdraw my motion.
All right,
Let's go
I'm
over
sorry, you're
that
still in
again.
discussion. Is this a substitute motion or, I'm sorry, you're withdrawing your, is
I'll
your
withdraw
second
my
agree?
motion if the second agrees.
Okay, so Mrs. Anderson, are you making a new motion, and your new motion is that we return to the way it was written with A, parliamentary authority remaining the first paragraph, B would be special rules of order, strike out the last sentence as proposed in paragraph A, which is school board may consult but is not required to follow.
Right. You could just strike out, but is not required to follow. And then just leave, the school board may consult Robert Rules of Orders, because it's already spelled out in the very first paragraph that you're going to follow it. So you'd say they consult as mentioned above. So just strike out that, but is not required to follow. Okay, strike that.
Okay.
Leave everything else as is. And then I propose not striking out the very first paragraph.
All right, so do we
Is
want
there
to
a second
can we,
on my-
can
on
we
my
recap
motion?
that for everybody's sake? Oh, sorry.
Wait, I need a second.
Actually, that's just
I
what I
don't,
was
yeah,
asking.
I
is
don't,
to
yeah, I don't
recap
know
it.
exactly what your motion is, so I don't know.
My motion is to not strike out the very first paragraph, which currently shows it striked out, okay? And then to right now, strike out the words in section B that says, right after the word consult, strike the words, but is not required to follow. Okay?
May I make a friendly amendment to that motion?
Yes,
Um,
maybe.
I mean, I'm just wondering why we need that whole sentence at all. Since it's addressed in A.
Right, okay.
So adding A back in and removing the last sentence of the revised section A.
Correct.
Is that an easy
Is that okay?
summary?
So my motion would be to not strike out the very first paragraph, which used to be A.
You would renumber
Parliament-
special rules as B.
Parliamentary authority,
Mhm.
and renumber, letter,
Reformat to B, return to the B and C as they were.
correct. And then I guess we'd be taking out that one,
The final sentence in paragraph B as proposed, the school board may consult but is not required to follow Robert's Rules of Order newly revised as amended regarding those matters which are not addressed or bylaw, that would be taken out.
okay.
And then
You'll leave
what's
everything
currently
else the same.
proposed is B would go back to C. So adoption of school board standing rules would become C again.
Correct. So is there a second?
Wait, how do you get to a C? I'm looking at
Because
A and B.
parliamentary A needs, if you return to
keep
strike out A, that becomes A.
Yes.
And then special rules of order goes back to B, and then
Yes.
next page, standing rules becomes C.
What becomes C? I'm still not
Standing
following.
rules.
Next page, standing adoption of standing rules.
Okay, I didn't scroll down far enough. Thank you.
Okay,
I second.
Ms. Riggs seconds.
Question.
Mrs. Hughes?
Mrs. Riggs
Oh,
seconds.
Well, you have
Okay.
to second before you can.
Yes, okay. Mrs. Riggs has seconded. Mrs. Hughes?
So then when we get down to C, we have a simple majority allows us to not follow the standing rules.
No, it's not.
Uh-huh. Well, I mean, it says B on here, but it would revert back to C.
So is this,
If all 11 school board members are present when a motion to amend, suspend, or repeal a bylaw is made, then affirmative votes of well, it's not a simple majority, it's 7, are required for the motion to pass. Yeah, I still would like unanimous to suspend bylaws, but I could live with 2/3, and 7 isn't 2/3.
I suggest we leave it as is. That's my suggestion.
so are we discussing right now is it a substitute motion or is it an amendment? I'm trying to figure out, are we discussing the whole policy right now, or are we just discussing her change?
We are discussing the final section of this bylaw, and Mrs.
But that wasn't her motion.
Correct.
That's not her motion unless Mrs. Hughes is asking for the friendly amendment to that. Otherwise, Mrs. Anderson's motion didn't get to the language in C.
So we're not,
Correct.
Correct.
That's what I think.
I
that
was
is
just
what
wouldn't be
you're
clarifying
voting
that
on the
this is
bylaw
just,
as a
this is
whole?
just her amendment.
Okay. All right, I thought we were, okay.
Thank you.
So right now, we're having a vote on the amendment to sections A and B. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well, you're returning to A being parliamentary procedure, B being special rules, withdrawing that one sentence, and C being adoption of standing rules. That'll return to that.
Oh, C is included? So we're voting
Well,
on the whole?
you're going to have to, you have to renumber it because if you return parliamentary A, then B has to become special rules and C has to become adoption of the rules. That's just the formatting piece of it. Because you have 3 sections. Go to the next page. You have the.
Yeah, I have it here, but we're voting on the whole policy, or we're just
Well,
voting
I
on her
think just
amendment?
if you're returning A, then you have to make sure there's A, there's B, and there's C. So really only formatting is added into the section. So you're returning, I don't want you to have 2 Bs.
So we're voting on her amendment, and then we're back to the full bylaw?
Correct.
Okay.
All right, so this vote right now is just to,
Okay, let me go back to
sections A and B.
A, B, and then return to C. We're not talking about any language in C, just that the title C, that section will become C. The substantive change would be to remove the proposed language in the last sentence of what will turn to being B under special rules. Does that make sense? So you're now going to have 3 sections. You're going to go back to 3 sections. You pull out the strikeout for A. It looks the way it did before. B has become special rules without the proposed last sentence. Go back to what was standing rules, we're going to call them school board standing rules. That would be subsection C. That's all you're voting on at the moment, just to get your formatting correct.
And then there's going to be a second vote on the full bylaw?
Yeah.
Just to be
Yes.
clear. Okay, is everybody clear now? All right, all in favor of the amended wording, show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you. We have a unanimous vote.
So now
All right.
you're back to your whole,
So-
or Mrs. Hughes wants to continue her discussion.
So we have A and B established with the revised
A, B,
wording.
and C now. You're back to A, B, and C.
All right, so now, do I introduce a new motion and second to evaluate the full bylaw?
Well, the original motion was Mrs. Riggs and Mrs. Anderson, if I'm correct.
was to do that, but it's now amended to read the way Mrs. Anderson said. Now, Mrs. Hughes then could pick up with her discussion about the body of C.
All right, so anybody else want to comment on Mrs. Hughes' comment? Right now, the wording is 7, and then it goes into what to do when there's less than 11 members present. Mrs. Weems.
So, Ms. Hughes, you're saying to follow Robert's rules when it says to use 8 as the 2/3, basically.
But again, I remember.
You want to use 2/3 instead of, I mean, you want to use 8 instead of 7? Yes. Correct, okay. And is that Robert's rules? No?
It's a,
Yeah, 2/3
it's a
majority, okay.
2/3 vote. That would be 8.
Yeah,
if you
2/3
have
vote, that would be 8, okay. I was just saying.
Well,
Mrs.
again, I go
Minetti?
back to Robert's Rules of Order say groups of 22, you pick your own rules. If it doesn't speak to, or you don't speak to it, then you can follow Robert's Rule. In this case, you would have spoken to that. You're suggesting it's not. This is not a situation where Robert's you haven't spoken to it. So you're just suggesting follow Robert's Rules. It doesn't say because you haven't discussed it, you have to follow Robert's Rules because you have specifically addressed it here.
We know that we can do it. We're discussing whether or not we should do it. And I think that if we're going to suspend standing rules, it should be a 2/3 vote, which would be 8 because 7 is less than 2/3 of 11.
Yeah, I agree.
Anybody else to comment before we vote? Mrs. Anderson.
I disagree. I think we need to stick with the way it's written now.
I agree.
Anybody else before we submit this to a vote? All right, so we're voting on the full bylaw with the present language. You've heard the discussion about revised language, but right now, this is what's before you all for a vote. So please show your approval with a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you.
Call for nays now.
Call for nays, yes.
All opposed, please show a raised hand.
Okay, we have 4 nays and 7 ayes, so the motion did pass.
All right, thank you all for a good hearty discussion on that.
But for the record, the bylaw was this was largely agreed to. I just wanted to, it was largely agreed to, correct? Okay.
Okay, now, everybody turn your attention to 147. Take a moment. And Mrs. Hughes, is this the one or is the next one that you left? Okay, not to be sure. All right, so let's again start with motion to approve. Mrs. Anderson, a second, Mrs. Felton. All right, discussion.
I just want to say something about this, if it's okay.
Well, I have, my
how
vice
many
chair
people?
stepped down, I
Sorry.
have 4 hands up,
Okay.
so I'm sorry. So I thought I saw Mrs. Franklin's hand first, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order.
Thank you. I actually just felt the need to address a comment that was made because I felt like it was shading my comment in a different light than I expected it to. When someone said that I was not concerned about 40 Voices, that's not how my email to him had gone. Basically, I said, I'm not listening to just 40 Voices. I'm listening to the community as a whole, and I wanted to listen to all voices because I feel like all voices are important. And I really wanted to bring that to light because when I also said something about, it seems hypocritical because the way that the email discussion was going was that it didn't feel like that person was also interested in hearing other voices, although he wants his voice to be heard. So I just wanted to bring that to light because the reason we were at odds about this is because I have listened many times to constituents. In fact, I actually went to breakfast with his wife. And I've also gone to breakfast and lunch with at least 3 to 4 other people that have asked for me to meet with them. So it's not a situation where I do not want to be listening to people, where I'm not concerned about their opinions or being concerned about giving me a conflicting point of view. I love listening to constituents. My concern was coming down to the fact that we were bringing a question about whether 4 minutes is appropriate. We used to have 3 minutes for many years, from what I understand. Then it was provided 4 minutes, but then when it started to get to the point where we were, bringing meetings until 2 or 3 in the morning, I just personally, and this is where I feel, and again, this is just my opinion, but I feel like we are not doing good business at 3:30 in the morning, at 2:30 in the morning. And I just don't know at what point we cut this off. I'm actually fine if we wanted to go ahead and have another abridged meeting to listen to everyone else, if we wanted to put that out there, to listen if they feel like we're not providing them enough time. But I just feel like keeping us here past a certain point does not allow us the right mindset. It does not give us the right framework to also do what we have to do, because as we did in the last meeting that ended around 12 midnight, we still had closed session to do. And those closed session subjects are important subjects that we discuss. So that kept us till about 2 o'clock the next morning, or that morning. And so my only concern, or my only reasoning behind bringing the 3-minute time frame, is because you have the PRC recommendation, then it comes to information, it comes to action. You have that time frame to be able to speak at 2 meetings before we actually place a vote on it. And so to me, in my personal opinion, 3 minutes seems like an appropriate amount of time when you have 2 meetings plus the time in between the meetings. And again, I have never walked away from somebody who wanted to provide their opinion to me or have a conversation, and I don't believe that most of you on the board do either. So I just wanted to voice my reasoning behind, voting to limit the time to 3 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Mrs. Hughes, then Mrs. Manning.
We did have a citizen who came in and spoke and commented that this first sentence was changed from shall to may, and I think it should be shall. We should be accepting public comments, not just deciding if and when we will. I mean, so far, I haven't seen a regular meeting where there's no public speakers, but, as we said earlier on another one, never say never. So I think it should be shall in there instead of may. I'm not a fan of moving it from 4 minutes back to 3 minutes, especially when we have board members who, and I'm not talking about you just now, but board members who may take 4 or 5 minutes to explain why citizens only need 3 minutes to speak. And the other thing I had here under section 2, I don't think that the superintendent or designee should be determining the order of speakers or how many speakers may sign up. Again, I think that should be a board decision. Now, I do understand the clerk takes the calls, and if that's your designee, that's fine, but I think this should be a board decision. There are staff decisions to be made and board decisions to be made.
If I may, Mrs. Hughes, only because it did come up last time that we did our best to clarify that this pertained to the logistics. So I think even when it's talking about the order, it's the clerk is simply trying to she's keeping track of, and I know she'll correct me if I'm wrong, but the Zoom registrations and the and the in-person registration. So the order is just going to be, it's not always going to be necessarily who's come out first, because there's two different categories. Am I explaining that right?
Can
You
I-
added the student piece, that's why we had to put that, because you now want to move students up, so she has to figure out who the students are and also move them to the front was part of the problem.
I just want to explain, as it works right now, when somebody signs in online, it's time-stamped.
Sure.
When somebody calls in, then I go take their information and I put it into that same form. So that again is time-stamped. And I think, like, again, they're talking about is logistics. I would never pull somebody out of their line if they were like the first speaker and they signed up first. I think it's going back to pulling out those students, if that's what's voted on, to put those students first, which we had discussed. So I just want to make that clear that I have never moved somebody out of sequence unless it was requested due to whatever circumstances arose with that speaker.
And I was not trying to insinuate that you did. It does seem like they come in first come, first serve. And I think it's a good idea to move students up to the head of the line. I don't have a problem with that. All I'm saying is that it's a board decision. It's not a staff decision. There are just, staff is in charge of some things and the board's in charge of some things. And I think as far as speakers signing up, typically the designee is the clerk because that's where the input comes to.
My only concern is for you to be able to act as a board, you have to call a meeting to do it. So you would have to have a meeting before this meeting, or you'd have to start earlier to decide the order of speakers. That's my problem. The only way you can act as a board is you have to call a meeting to be able to vote on it. So you'd have to figure out how you would do that or you're going to have to designate somebody to do that because you have to come together and call a meeting to be able to, so you'd be calling a meeting on Monday to set the speaker list for Tuesday would be my concern.
Mrs. Manning, then Mrs. Anderson.
Okay, so I share Ms. Franklin's concerns about the length of our meetings, but I don't see it as being because of our speakers. I see it as being because of the decisions being made by this board and the number of speakers that we have, and the just how we're conducting our meetings.
Oh, I'm sorry, she was cold, that's all. I beg your pardon.
How we're conducting our meetings, and what's on our agenda, how many things are on our agenda. I mean, we have 17 policies that are being brought forward tonight. It was 3 minutes and there was an outcry. I mean, I remember this very well. There was an outcry from the public that they needed more time. And we only allow the public to speak once. At city council, you come in and I don't remember the number of minutes, it's 3 or 4 minutes, but you can speak on every single topic for 4 minutes each or 3 minutes each. And they have a situation also where an organization can come in and speak on behalf of the whole organization. They get more time, and I had suggested that as well. So when we discussed this before and increasing it from 3 minutes to 4 minutes, I remember it was right after I got on the board, and I think it was a unanimous decision to switch it to 4 minutes because our board really valued at that time public coming in to speak to us. And I don't think that's the case right now, and I think that that's why this is being limited. And I mean, we've got, page after page after page here of what the public can't do and how we're reducing public comment time and we're trying to silence the public. And I just don't understand. Dissent is good. And being on the side of receiving that dissent for the majority of my time on this board, I know it well. But not once did I ever try to silence the public. One time I was sitting up there next to Miss Rye, and there was a man coming hard at me, attacking me, calling me every name in the book. And Miss Rye wanted to cut him off, and while I appreciate her sentiment, it was during non-agenda items. He had every right to say that to me. And I told her, no, he has the right to speak. And these next few policies here is just, we're creating policies making it easier for us on the board to overrule our rules, and we're making it harder. The public can't even come in here right now. I mean, we've got 10 people that can come. And there is absolutely no way I can support, and there are a number of items in here that I can't support, but especially that switching from 4 minutes to 3 minutes.
Okay, Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Melnick.
So, I wanted to address the word may, because, the reason we changed that word had nothing to do with trying to limit anybody speaking. May simply means that we may, there are abridged meetings where sometimes we do not have speakers. And so that word may is to address the fact that sometimes we have an abridged meeting where we don't have a speaker. And so that's why that's in there. Otherwise, every single time we meet, whether it's an abridged meeting or not, we would have to have speakers if it said shall. So that's why we changed the word to may instead of shall. It has nothing to do with trying to limit speakers. And no, we're not trying to cut speakers out. We're not trying to cut the public out. That is far from what we're trying to do. We're trying to accommodate the fact that we need to govern. We need to take care of school board business. And for more than 20 years, we had 3 minutes for people to speak. And I am, oh, by the way, I'm very much in favor. If someone wants to speak for an organization and they stand up there and they say, I'm representing blah, blah, blah. Now, that doesn't mean that we have 5 people representing that organization. There would be 1 person speaking for that organization, period. And I'd be willing to give them 5 minutes. Because that might even cut down the number of speakers. That person could speak for a whole group of people and get the topic covered that we need to hear. I'm all in favor of that. So the only reason I would suggest this go back to committee is so that we can word this so that we could say that if you want to speak for an organization and you state that organization's name, we would take that organization's speaker one time and then allow them either 4 or 5 minutes. But all the other speakers, I think we need to speak with 3 minutes, and that's it. The rest of this policy, I think, is good to go. And unless somebody wants to come up with an amendment stating that they'd like someone to speak for an organization, then I say we just live with the way it's written for now.
Mrs. Anderson, if you do that, then I'm going to suggest you need language as what organizations, how do you determine
Right,
who is a
right,
representative
right.
for the
You're right.
organization?
So let's
I
just
need a little
skip
bit
that
more.
thought. Thank you.
Mrs. Melnick and Ms. Owens.
Okay. So I remember going from 3 to 4 minutes. You're in here.
After Ms. Owens?
Yeah. And I remember school board days when nobody came to speak ever. And we went from 3 to 4 minutes because we had a few people that would come to speak, and their 3 minutes would hit, and they had a few more things to say, and we said, you know what? We don't have many people that come to speak. Let's give them some more time, and so that's how we went from 3 to 4 minutes. But I'd like to say we do love to hear from the public. We love to hear them speak. But Mrs. Franklin made a perfect point at the last meeting when she spoke for 3 minutes and got everything she wanted to say in, and I thought it was incredibly appropriate. I'm just going to repeat what everyone else has said, that our meetings are going on to the middle of the night. We had a school board member leave at midnight last time, and we still not only had policies to finish discussing, but we had a closed session, and we did go until 1:40, and it does get frustrating for people, but we do need to conduct the business of the board, and if the speakers end at midnight, we still have to conduct the board. We don't get to get up and leave, and that's the most important business that needs to be finished. The other thing is, we have an incredibly robust speaking opportunity, and Mrs. Linetti and others worked diligently to compare this division to other divisions that put some names in the hat and pick out a few names and say, we're going to listen to how many speakers, Mrs. Linetti?
Fairfax has 16, 3 must be students, and 1 must be online. They throw all the numbers in a hat, and then they pull the names in the hat, and they pull those out. That's one example. I think Richmond has 30 minutes at 2 minutes apiece. Henrico is an example of 1 hour.
Wait, I can't hear her.
There are multiple ways. Henrico has them. I think they take up to 1 hour on there. So Loudon just changed, put some more restrictive rules in than it's had before. So there are a number of different. It's done a lot of different ways on there, and they're far more restrictive. A lot more school divisions have far more restrictive rules than you have.
And just to remind everybody, 3 minutes is exactly what city council does. And more importantly, when city council has somebody come to speak on a consent agenda item, those consent, if it's more than 2 speakers, those consent items are pulled, and those speakers have to speak at the end of the meeting. They don't, if it's on the consent agenda, and there are more than 2 of them that want to speak on a consent topic, they get pulled. Those items get pulled. And so I think we do a magnificent job listening to the public. We do it for 3, 4, 5 hours at a time, and I'm in favor of this policy for those reasons.
Ms. Owens and then Mrs. Riggs.
Thank you. Just wanted to kind of address a couple of the reasons that I proposed a couple of the changes that are addressed in this bylaw section. Earlier this summer, I watched constituents who had sat for multiple hours in here waiting to speak on a non-agenda topic walk out after 11 p.m. without having been heard because they were tired, they had to go to work the next day, and we never got to hear their voices. I saw them on the agenda, on the list of speakers, I watched for them, and they had to leave unheard. And that was a problem for me. Within the last 2 months, maybe 2 meetings ago, we had a student on the phone waiting to speak and spoke to us at almost 1 a.m. That's not okay to me because we're not getting to hear all the voices that need to be heard. And so when we know that that's an issue, we have to do something to address it. I want to hear all the voices. I don't want to shut voices down. I want to be able to hear all of them. And right now, we're having issues where we're not able to hear all the voices. Right now, we have issues where people don't have time to stay for however long to be able to have their voices heard, and that's a problem. There's part of this where there was discussion about having our designee be able to make decisions on the order. And I think that the discussion is healthy to understand why that may not be a good idea. But we know that in addition to the proposal that I was happy to hear that my colleagues were in agreement with about having students move to the front of the line. In addition to that, now that we're in a world where we are doing hybrid things with virtual and in-person speakers, there are times when our speakers have technical difficulties or they're not online, and we trust our designee to then say, number 3 is not online. Oh, she's back on. She's going to speak as number 15 now. And so the order may be changed, and I think that that's appropriate. I think that we, as a board, are lucky to have incredible trust in our clerk that she's making appropriate decisions. And the way that it's written, the superintendent may need to have an additional designee if, God forbid, our clerk decides to take a vacation one day and not be here. It may have to be another designee. And so I think that is written appropriately and is a needed part. I do want to make a motion to amend that first sentence of the bylaw, because I do agree with Ms. Hughes that we want to make sure it's written in a way that the public knows we do intend to hear their voices as much as possible. And so I would amend or propose the amendment that the first sentence say, during regular school board meetings, the board shall accept comments. And that takes out the issue about abridged meetings, which we don't need to have comments. But during regular school board meetings, we shall. And so that would be my motion.
Mrs. Owens, may I explain why I did that? You just approved Appendix B, which is that was your first one that talks about that's your order of meetings. That's where you put your public comment section. So that is the order you follow for regular meetings. My concern with public comments at school board meetings is you actually have a section here about public hearings also, which would be one area to deal with. And again, I'm trying to designate, when you talk about meetings, I just want to make it clear, you can at certain meetings. Some meetings you do, some meetings you don't. On there, you could have a closed session, a special meeting like you've done, like superintendent's annual goals, you have, or the evaluation, that you're not taking anything, that's a special meeting. So I wanted to make it real clear that this was just talking about general meetings in there, and the specific rules, depending on the type of meetings, either going to be in here or they're going to be in another bylaw. So I just want to make sure we got to be really clear that we don't change here or something that then obligates you at all your meetings here, or disagree with something in the policy. That's a bylaw. That's my concern, is that this was meant as an introductory sentence, and then more specifics come later, either in this bylaw or in a different bylaw.
Okay, and I know that we have now delineated the special meetings, now that we've added them into that other section. If we need to put during regular meetings, parentheses, not to include abridged, closed sessions, other special meetings, workshops, all the things that are not regular school board meetings, to delineate.
Could I make a friendly amendment to your amendment?
Friendly amendment, let's go.
The previous language seems to address it. The school board shall, in open session at regular school board meetings, accept public comment. Wouldn't that resolve the situation?
You could do that. I don't think you need to say open session, because obviously in closed session you wouldn't have the public in there, but.
No, the first sentence.
The original language.
The original language, revert back to the original language.
Because
the problem is you never had an introductory paragraph before. What do we do is break
I'm sorry,
up
the first sentence under A.
Right.
I misspoke, right. And to affirm what was said by one of you, I'm going back to 138, which we just approved. The school board may determine what matters will be on an agenda for a retreat or an abridged meeting and will not be required to follow the format for agendas for regular meetings. So that speaks to the fact that we're recognizing these other meetings don't.
What if we said the first line, at regular school board meetings or public hearings, the school board shall accept comments, and then you're not. The very first sentence as drafted here, instead of saying during certain school board meetings, what if you said at regular school board meetings and public hearings, the school board shall accept comments from members of the public, and then you don't have to change the rest of that? Would that get to where you want
Well,
it?
but then you have to change under A.
You could change it to the school board shall accept public comments during a school board meeting when the agenda for the meeting includes a public comment section.
Yeah.
That works, okay. So that would be, again, the first sentence would, if somebody, Mrs. Owens, would this be your motion? Let me try this again.
Thank you.
First sentence would be, at regular school board meetings and public hearings, the school board shall accept comments, and the rest will stay the same. Back under A, the first sentence would be, the school board shall accept public comments during a school board meeting when the agenda for that meeting includes a public comment section. We haven't touched anything else.
Yes, that is my motion, if I can get a second.
I'll second. Go ahead. Laura.
Who did the second?
Miss Hughes.
So are we following the same practice as earlier, where we're going to just vote right now on this revised wording? Does anybody need us to go over it one more time? Speak now, one more time.
Okay, one more time. The only motion on the floor right now is, and the very first new proposed paragraph, the sentence would now read, "At regular school board meetings and public hearings, the school board shall accept comments from members of the public on matters relevant to pre-K-12 public education, Virginia Beach, and the business school board and school division." The rest remains the same. Down in A, which is now has a title to it, "Public comments are accepted at school board meetings," the sentence will now read, "The school board shall accept public comments during a school board meeting when the agenda for that meeting includes a public comment section," and that's the only proposal on Mrs. Owen's amendment right now.
All right. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay. So back to our queue. Mrs. Riggs, were you on? Who were we?
No,
who were we-
everybody said
okay,
everything I needed to
I'm
say.
sorry, Miss Owens. Did you have anything else at the moment?
No, thank you.
All right. And
That was all the things that was said. That's what I was going to say.
Yep, Mrs. Weems, then Mrs. Hughes.
Yes, I had a problem with that. Thank you. I was going to suggest the same. I guess also under A, after all the stuff has been scratched out, the sentence at the bottom, "The school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting." That's problematic to me. I don't know why that's in there, because we need to be accepting comments at all meetings that we just discussed. And then somewhere else it says down here, school board can limit or remove public comment. So those are problematic.
Where's the second
Let me try to find it
statement,
here.
Mrs. Weems?
Number 5, the school board reserves the right to reduce the amount of time for public speakers or to discontinue or remove public comment from the agenda. I don't support that. Number 11 repeats exactly what number 10 says. Yeah, I mean, this whole policy, somebody asked when they were speaking earlier, why now? I think that's interesting. Why now are we having meetings till midnight, till 1, till 2 and 3? And I've been on the board for a while. I can remember another time where we had people lined up in the hallways, in the rooms, outside, and I was a constituent speaking, and there were hundreds of speakers signed up. It was for redistricting a neighborhood. People came out because they were passionate. It had direct impact on their child. They did not like the decision the board was about to make to remove their children from a certain school. That's why they came out. The reason why we're having long meetings is not because the public is coming out. It's because of us. It's because we're making policies, we're having things happen in the schools, we're deciding on certain practices, whatever you want to call it, that people are not happy with. And that's fine. I welcome them. We had 5 or 6 new speakers that have never been to a school board meeting. I loved that tonight. They were enthused, they were parents, they were exercising their parental involvement that we talk about all the time, how important that is. So, and then every Tuesday night that we meet, we are talking about some sort of issue, a controversial, hot topic issue, time after time, Tuesday after Tuesday. A lot of it doesn't have what the public perceives as a direct impact on education, i.e., academic success for their child, and they don't like what it says. They don't like what we're saying. So they're coming out to share their opinion. I like that. So some of our decisions, some of our policies, some of our time management, some of our ugly politics are causing people to come out. And it is what it is. And I think it's great that they're coming out. If we're doing things that they don't like, if we're suggesting a policy that they don't like, they need to come out and speak, and that's why it's happening now, because the community does not like what they are seeing or hearing. Does that mean that we don't have a good school system? No. So nobody twist the words. We have a great school system. Okay, we have a good school system. But people are coming out now because they're not happy. Most of them that come out and speak are speaking against what we're about to vote on. If you look at the policy 2 weeks ago, 80% against what this board voted on. Tonight, we had about 20 speakers. Not one of them came and said, thank you so much for limiting the time that I can come speak to you. Thank you so much for only giving me 3 minutes. Thank you so much for not allowing me to stand out in the parking lot and talk to fellow like-minded parents or any parent that wants to be involved with their kid why I can't come in the building. Thank you for doing away with that. Nobody came tonight and said that. And so this policy and the ones that are coming up, I think that we need to be doing the opposite. We need to be doing everything to encourage these people to come, encourage parental involvement, even if they say things we don't like to hear. And I've had my share of people calling me all sorts of names. But that's okay. That's their right. Okay, we need to have people encourage people to all community input, not just parents, because we see a lot of grandparents. Okay? We need to be discussing topics and try to get away with so many topics that are so toxic and that are so that you know, let's try to spread them out or something. You know, it's just getting almost, I mean, I've got neighbors that ask me at the bus stop, when are y'all going to talk about education? Do y'all ever talk about, you know, subjects, what they're learning, reading scores, you know, math? I mean, I know we do in workshops, so I know, but the public doesn't see us talking about education. They see us talking about things that they want to talk to their kids at the kitchen table. So I think that we have got to start focusing on academic success. We always focus at Dr. Spence. Don't get me wrong. I know we're not focusing on that. But as a school board, we have got to start doing things that gives the public more of a reason to say, they're on the right page. We're on the right page. We're trying to get the best academic success for my child in the school. I think that anything that limits public input at this point is wrong. And I was on the sideline about the 3 to 4 minutes. I really was. In fact, y'all heard me. I said, yeah, we can reduce it if it's da-da-da-da. But, you know, tonight, we had several speakers that got cut off. 2 weeks ago, we had several speakers that got cut off. And I'm sorry that we have to be here till midnight or 1 or 2 or 3, but that's the job. And we need to listen to constituents, and if they take off work and if they come down here, we need to make sure that they have time and you know, enough time to give it everything, because we still see at 4 minutes that many of our speakers are cut off. So I'm not going to support anything that says that we can stop public comment, and this policy has it twice, that we're going to limit the speaking, that we're going to remove public comment, or anything in the next policies that make it harder for our public. These policies are making it more convenient for us. Yeah, this is making our job easier. We get to go home earlier. But it's actually,
Let's focus on this one right now.
You started to cut. You started to cross off some.
Okay. So this policy right here, I can't support as long as it is going to allow the school board to come in here and just remove public comment.
All right, you said number 5.
And then number 11 repeats number 10.
Okay.
Or no, yeah. And then the 3 minute.
So you're saying remove 5 and remove 11 and keep it at 4.
Yes.
Or the first sentence of 5. Is that what you mean?
Okay, well, misuse is
Yeah, I mean, that's just, I'm assuming from what I hear, it's not going to be the majority, but I just wanted to give I don't blame the public
We're
for
listening.
us. I don't blame the public for us being here till midnight and 1 and 2 in the morning. And I welcome the public comment.
Yeah, but you
Mrs. Hughes?
There's a reason that they are limiting stuff greatly in Loudoun County and Fairfax, as you mentioned. It's because they've got a lot of stuff going on that's very unpopular with their constituents as well. and I hope we don't get that limited. I do appreciate everything that Miss Owen said, and actually I agreed with everything that she said, and she made a great case for changing the speaker time to 3 minutes. I also agree with everything Ms. Weems said, and, you know, she brought up there are policies going on. We also had tons of speakers come out just in the time that I've been here over the Thorogood kids going to school in trailers at Hermitage when school start times were being debated, and when we were discussing that start time for the current school year would be during Rosh Hashanah. People come out in droves when we are going to set a schedule, set a policy, or make a decision that's going to greatly impact their lives. And we should welcome that. Drawing names out of a hat is absolutely appalling. So we're not that far gone yet. And if we were only changing start time to 3 minutes, but didn't have all of these other policies to go with it, it probably wouldn't give me the same heartburn. But we're cutting time. We're not letting them in the building. We don't want them to gather outside. We're going to gavel them down. We're going to send them letters. This set of policies as a package really does send the message that we don't want to hear public input. And the public sees that, and that's why they're coming out even more. And that is the intent of some of these, and it may not be the intent of some of them, but putting these out all together like this, you know, even if you'd have only done 1 or 2 policies at a time, you probably would have been able to slip it by the public. But you decided to do 17 at once. And every single policy in here limits the public, frees the board from following rules, or does both. And the optics are that we don't need to follow rules, but we're going to, you know, gavel everybody else down, and it's just not okay. I just can't support this. It's not okay.
Okay, so I'm certainly willing to entertain some of the verbiage that Mrs. Weems and you mentioned, but, so a few things. We get we've received many emails as well as speakers. And so there is and we had meetings back earlier in the summer that clearly needed some more guidelines to have, you know, because we're responsible to conduct business in an orderly manner and with order and decorum. We're not limiting, so, I mean, just looking at some of these, okay, so we're the pause with 8 o'clock and then continuing later, I believe there was consensus for that. Others are just documenting what's really been understood, and so, but that there is documented affirmation of our goal. Public speakers may address the school board 1 time during a meeting. Then there's the minutes. Then there's the priority to students. And number 5, we said we could talk about. Number 6 just confirms practice. The chair or designee will be the only member of the board who will address a public speaker. And confirming that the board does not, during public comments, answer questions, accept items from speakers, or otherwise respond to public speakers. It's important to have that in writing because some of the public who are not as familiar with meetings, and I believe we had one tonight, doesn't understand why there is not interactive engagement. And I'll tell you, my former school district in my home state, there was, but we were a very small town, so I'm guessing
You actually had a lawsuit about 20 years ago, and that's why you came up with this rule, because of comments that were made during that time period. So that's how you came up with this rule, as an incident that happened in the school division.
7, public speakers must limit comments to topics related to pre-K public education or the business of the school board. That seemed to gain consensus of the board. May not violate decorum or order rules or other required safety or health mitigation requirements when addressing the board. May not cede or switch their assigned positions in the order or cede any portion to other speakers, so that affirms past practice. And then there did need to be some guidelines, written guidelines for the benefit of leadership who run the meetings and for what the public expects with 10 about what's the process when we do have those rare instances of a citizen who's out of order, and that's what 10 attempts is addressing here. 11, again, the chair is what determines out of order or violation of decorum rules, so it's acknowledging who's got the authority. 12, any comments regarding issues of order or decorum will not extend a speaker's allotted time to address the school board. That's just to clarify that. And speakers ruled out of order forfeit any remaining time to address the board, so that that's clear. I mean, those are just, you know, reasonable, because most speakers and certainly in the do honor the rules. And then here, school board members who disagree with a determination of the chair may make a motion to overrule. And finally, other forms of public comment will not be accepted during meetings unless you're at the podium, and that's just to address calling out from citizens who are here. It's to show respect for the person speaking who's entitled to speak without interruption. So, I mean, that's the list, folks.
Mrs. Rye, I will point out, one of the things I don't think you mentioned that came out of the September 1st meeting was you appeared to have a compromise. If you were going to stop at 8, you wanted to get as many people in here, because something I haven't heard said that you talked about at September 1st was that people were staying outside in weather conditions that were not too hot, too cold, or was dark. And you thought if you're going to get to 8, then you could maximize 1 minute off. All the speakers might get a few more people in the door. So that's my understanding when we went back to look at it. That was, you were trying to get a compromise. The 3 minutes work with the 8 o'clock to maximize the amount of people that would get in here, wouldn't have to stay outside in the weather or so on. That's where we came down and why we developed it that way.
But in summary, most of these are really directed at decorum and order, which is what most of our citizens expect, so that our speakers can speak. You know, they're entitled to speak, and I don't need, I'm not going to repeat myself, but I just wanted to share that. And again, once we're done with the queue, I'm willing to go back to the few sections to see if that could be more amenable. But Mrs. Franklin.
I just wanted to say I thoroughly enjoyed all these comments. I think it was really helpful to hear everybody and their points of view. And Jessica, Miss, oh my gosh, I can't even think of your last name, Owens. Miss Owens, I thought you brought some very good points as well. And so what I'd like to say is, I think one thing that frustrates me in this discussion is that there are comments that there is perception that the reason, particularly speaking for me, that I don't want to hear public comment, and that is so far from the truth. I listen to public comment so much. I even I go after public comment all the time. And so the perception that we don't want to listen is really frustrating to me, because that is so far from the truth. Again, it's just coming down to the business of the board, what Jessica said in terms of being respectful to the other host of speakers that are here until 1 o'clock. That, like you had mentioned, that one student specifically said, I have got to get up in the morning. You know, she was I think in high school, senior or something, and she waited until 1 o'clock in the morning to speak her mind, because what she felt was so important to her. And that is unfair to me. And that's the reason why I want to make sure that the public, anybody who's watching, understands that saying that we don't want to hear your comments is very far from the truth. So also what I hear, though, there are some particulars about this, this particular policy or bylaw that we're at odds, about. And so my question to you is, can we go ahead and, like you had said, Ms. Rye, dissect those particulars that maybe we are at odds for, on and actually utilize this opportunity just to, bring it to a point where the public perception is not that we are trying to not listen to, to withdraw their rights or do whatever. We certainly don't want that, because if that's the perception, then that makes me very sad, because I think that that is so far from the truth, and that we all are happy to listen to comments. So, I'm just asking if we can't find a way to maybe bring some points across that we are at odds on, and find some common ground here, because I do believe that we have some common ground. So.
Yes, Mrs. Melnick.
Well, I listened to Mrs. Weems, and I suggest that we strike number 5. C5. I think that would alleviate some of the, and that reads, the
That's
school board reserves
C5,
the right
correct?
to reduce the amount of time for public speakers to address the school board and/or to discontinue or remove public comments from the agenda. A majority vote of the school board members present at the time will be required to reduce the time, discontinue, or remove public comments from the agenda.
Thank you, Kim.
Mrs. Williams?
Yes, and also we need to scratch A at the very top, last sentence. The school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. That sentence right there. It's at the bottom of A. It's exactly what number 5 says that we're scratching.
I
That we're-
see. The school board
The
reserves the
school
right.
board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. I don't think that needs to be in there. And number 5 doesn't need to be in there. And also number 11 to me is just a repeat of number 10.
So it's not, I'm sorry. It's not the last sentence, but it's
No,
the next to
yeah,
last
it's
sentence
the one
in
that's-
A.
Yeah, it's the one that, yeah, it says that right after the scratched off part.
I
The
see it.
school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. That needs to be scratched out. Number 5, for me to support it, needs to be scratched out. Number 11, to me, is just a repeat of that long number 10 that we just did.
Let's
We
allow
just-
us to take a moment to
Okay, yeah,
look at
it's, I
that.
mean, it says in number 10, the chair or designee may determine all about if they've gone off topic or if they're not using decorum.
It
And
is a
that-
repeat.
And 11 says,
Mm-hmm.
the chair or designee will determine if they're not using decorum. So number 11 doesn't need to be there.
Unless we're missing something, Mrs. Linetti, but
It's, the only difference would be if it's anything not covered under 10, it's not clear when you would have authority to do a order and decorum.
That's why I think we need number 11 to be specific.
Because
Or just
number
add it-
10 is dealing with people who are up here talking. If somebody else is doing decorum in the room or yelling out or something like that, then you might have a problem with, and it might be that falls into the next one, 148.
But it is specifying while addressing the school board, so it's still pertaining to
Yeah, speakers,
speakers.
they're both, number 11 is speakers, too. It's a total repeat of number 10.
I disagree. I
The
don't
chair or
think it's a
designee
total
will
repeat.
determine when public speakers are out of order while addressing the school board. Number 10 is all about speakers. After being warned, public speakers, protocols. The chair or designee will determine if that speaker has failed, So
I see the point.
Number 10, number 11, for me to be scratched. I'm still on the fence about the 3 or 4, but if those get scratched, I might could live with the 3 minutes.
Well, I think it's a great compromise. I mean,
Okay, so scratch
4 and 5.
and 11.
All right, it's
That's fine. I
Mrs.
can
Williams'
live with that.
motion. And Mrs. Williams' motion, let me see if I can get this correct, is A, the sentence, which is in the first, it's A, paragraph, after the scratch out, the school board reserves the right to not accept public comments at any meeting. You would take that out. You would go over to C5 would be scratched, just the entire paragraph would be taken out, which will necessitate renumbering, but I'm not going to go into the renumbering right now. And then 11 would also be taken out and 10 would remain in. And then again, I'm gonna have to renumber everything, but
Second.
Yes. That's
So
my
does this constitute a
Who
vote
just,
of?
who just seconded?
that,
Thank
what
you.
I read is
Is
Ms.
this an
Green's motion,
amendment
there's a
to-
second there.
Yeah, it's the amendment. I guess this is an amendment to the
Yes.
motion.
So we would be voting on the bylaw as amended.
Well, you've already amended once, so now that stands as amended, which is the one that changed the first sentence and the first one error. So now you've got another amendment to that. That's, the first one was Mrs. Owens. Okay, so Mrs. Owens is the current version. Now you're amending with Mrs. Weems's version, which hits A, takes out 5 and takes C5 and C11. That's the current motion on the floor.
So if we vote on this, we're done with this.
No.
Well, I have
just
no
the
idea when you're
amendment.
done. I'm
No,
just saying
just
that's
the
what we're voting on.
amendment. Just these changes.
Okay, okay.
And it is a friendly amendment, I would like to add.
All right, so the motion on the floor for Mrs. Weems' amendment, anybody need another explanation? Okay, please show your approval with a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
So where does that land us
That
now?
leaves
Back to the
you-
original motion.
So you've got two amendments, well, you, two amendments now to your motion, so that, is there anything else you want to look at in this bylaw?
And we have a new queue with Mrs. Manning.
Okay, so while I appreciate the changes, this makes it a little more digestible for me. I still feel very strongly about the 3 minutes. Again, going back a few years ago, and what Ms. Weems stated, the reason we have so many people is because they're upset with what's going on. And, this all started when we kept kids out of school. That's when all this started. And it has negatively impacted our families, decision after decision that we have made. And, I strongly feel, especially now, because they can only speak one time. And, look at how many things that are on our agenda right now. And we want to reduce it from 4 to 3. If we only had maybe 5 items on each one of our agendas, maybe I could agree with that. But our agendas are getting longer and longer, it seems, every week. And, again, I feel very strongly that our long meetings are not because of the public coming in to speak to us. It's decisions that were being made, how the agendas are being developed with 17 plus items. That's why our meetings are taking so long. So I cannot support any reduction of time.
And if I may, because I forgot a remark, and you did allude to it, Mrs. Manning, but certainly these past 18 months with COVID, I mean, the first 12 months of COVID, that was the start of meetings going till midnight because we spent hours upon hours discussing such an important elements of every impact of this virus. So I just felt that needed to be said as well. And understand, I mean, we know this isn't an end-all solution, but it was part of an overall plan, and that there was discussion about more efficient use of our workshops, and other things that can be a more longer-term discussion. So I think this would be an ongoing discussion. This is a start. So any other comments before we vote on this bylaw? Mrs. Felton.
Wait, okay, yeah.
Just curious, and I'm looking at it, and I'm looking at under B, arrangement for public speakers, and we go down to 1, 2, and under 2, where we crossed out those things, and I'm just curious about it because it reads citizens wishing to speak during the hearing of citizens and delegations on informal meetings and non-agenda items
Where are you again?
I am under
The strikeout on two, the paragraph that's strikeout.
B2, responsibility for preparation of speakers. Okay. Not to rock the boat, but I think, and I commend the PRC for what you've done, hard work here. But I think in trying to explain and make sure that we cross every T and dot every I, we can get too wordy with things that we are doing, and that can cause confusion as well. And like we're repeating things. I take nothing from your efforts and what you're doing. I'm trying to get through it because it is. I don't want to go on and on. I want to beat a dead horse to death. But when I read that, what we crossed out, citizens wishing to speak during the hearing of citizens and delegation on informal meetings and non-agenda items, or hearing of citizen and delegation on formal agenda items. Well, I wanted to cut it off right there. I wanted to reuse that and insert it back in, and then with two, make your summation there on how, because I know we are doing a lot of technical things. I had it all in my head. If I had a written copy in my hand, I could give you exactly what I wanted to say to you.
Mrs. Felton, I'm going to point out, you just amended Appendix B, which takes out the difference between formal and informal. You only have one public comment section, so you'd have to go back to Appendix B and fix that.
Okay. I know they're gonna still speak on the informal, but what I'm saying is, it is just so wordy in there where we could have combined one and two. We could have took those two and made maybe one or two and made it more more palatable.
So the thing
Just
of
to
it is
read
that
it. It was just, I was curious about why you did that.
Something, please.
It's just wordy to me.
Alright, so we have a
Well, we
PRC
could have
member.
sliced and diced that last. We could have sliced and diced it right there to, and then go back in and place in the designated place of combinations.
So a PRC member can respond?
I get, if I could, at the last meeting, you actually asked me to split this into two sections for you.
Right.
So I split that up, so you were talking about how did you sign up, and this one, who organizes the logistics of it. So the last meeting, you asked me to split that into two sections. Went ahead and made them headings so it was easy to understand.
Right.
That's how we came to this.
And so, Ms. Felton, I think you were asking to keep the language citizens wishing to speak during the hearing of citizens and delegation on informal and non-agenda items, or hearing of citizens and delegation on formal agenda items portion of a regular school board meeting. That does not work anymore, because we no longer have speakers who have to choose between non-agenda and agenda items. We are allowing them to speak all at the same time. So that doesn't work anymore. That's why that was taken out.
And I apologize. I should have had a hard copy in front of me to make sure that I was trying to explain to you what I was trying to do, because I get it. It's not a conducive to what we are doing now, especially when it's coming to electronic technology and what we are doing now. I agree. So because I don't want to hold it up and confuse, I'll move on. It was suggested. I want to know why you did that, why it was done that way.
All right. So trying to wrap up this bylaw, but we have Ms. Owens and Ms. Manning.
Sorry, thank you, and this is just brief. I did want to make sure that was pointed out in this section, that was the other thing that had been brought up that I've been asking for, and it took a while to get folks on board, and I appreciate you all, that we are now combining the agenda and non-agenda speaker sections so that people can speak freely without having to worry about if they're fitting into the guidelines or not, as long as they're talking about issues on K through 12 education. So we've made a lot of compromises on this section. I appreciate the input from everybody. This is actually the bylaw that's going to literally allow us to put students first in the line. So I'm hoping that we can vote on this one and get it moved through. Thank you.
And Mrs. Manning.
Yes, I would like to make one more amendment to C3 and change that back to 4 minutes, and then I can support this policy.
A second. Mrs. Hughes. Right. Any discussion before we vote? This is an amendment to 3 minutes to 4 minutes. Okay, all in favor, show a raised hand.
You said you could compromise.
That's my preference.
I know.
Yes, we have 3 ayes.
Thank you.
All opposed, please, a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Opposed.
Thank you. So we have 7 noes, so the motion did not pass to move it to 4 minutes.
So that brings us back to the original
It was
motion.
really, it was 8.
Sorry. 3 ayes, 8 nays.
Correct.
Thank you for the catch. So that brings us back to the original motion of the bylaw as it presently stands. Okay, all in favor, a raised hand, please.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
And all opposed, a raised hand.
We have 9 ayes and 2 nays, so the motion did pass.
Okay, please take a moment and scroll or pull out bylaw 148. Decorum and order school board meetings.
Madam Chair, I suggest that we read the, this bylaw as it's printed on our computer now. Some people don't have a computer in front of them, and then we also have something in front of us that is a little bit different.
So, can I ask a quick question about that? I printed this off before I left home. I don't have my computer. Has it changed on our agenda packet since I left home?
No.
You said on your computer.
She gave me an older copy.
Okay, but I have the agenda packet printed out.
Yeah, she handed me something
Okay, well, you just
old.
said if you're not looking at your computer, so I didn't know if something had changed.
I didn't print the, I don't have the new one. Gosh, so obstinate.
I'm happy to go to just the title of the sections and then perhaps to allow Mrs. Hughes to weigh in with, as the first in the queue, so to speak, with your recommended changes. Does that make sense?
Mrs. Who?
This is actually a substitute motion. I don't,
Okay.
is this the appropriate time to make it?
Well, I don't,
think
do you
it
have a
is.
motion and second on
Okay,
this
yes,
one?
I'm sorry, yes, we haven't yet introduced that. So this is bylaw 148, decorum and order school board meetings. To open it up, a motion to approve. Mrs. Franklin, and a second. Mrs. Anderson. Okay, motion on the floor. And this covers section A, purpose of decorum and order during meetings. B, limitations on addressing the school board. C, expressive activities during meetings. D, other methods of communication with the school board. Those are the 4 sections. So, Mrs. Hughes. Oh, okay. Right, so discussion.
Oh, I thought I had you in the queue.
Did you want to discuss this first, or did you want me to go ahead and make a substitute motion? Because mine's different.
Okay, we'll wait for discussion.
Who has comments or discussion on this?
Ms. Manning.
Mrs. Manning.
So I have a lot, but I just have one that I'll throw out there right now. So while I understand that we can kind of make up our own rules here, we have to be consistent. So if we tell one group of people you can't clap, you have to tell all groups of people you can't clap. And then here it says use of excessive cheering, booing, clapping, or similar activities. So if we have awards in here, we oftentimes have the public standing up and clapping. And I would determine that that is excessive clapping or cheering. So I just want to point out to the board that if we adopt that language, then I correct me if I'm wrong, Miss Linetti, but that's excessive cheering to me, and that's excessive clapping. So you're going to have to apply it equally across the board. I don't support silencing parents and people from clapping in that manner. But if you have other people that are in here clapping for other reasons, you can't silence them. Right?
That was part of some of the discussions we had, that you would have to determine when it's excessive.
So just the chair would have to be prepared to shut down parents who are clapping for awards for their children.
My discussions with the chair is if it prevents you from going forward with your meetings, which is the same reason you would do something else, that's when it becomes excessive, when you determine you can't get your meeting moving, but that would then remain with the chair.
I assume the PRC came up with this in the context of speakers. Is that right?
No, this is excessive activities
Well,
during
I
meetings.
know it doesn't specify that here, but I guess I'm asking the committee members, what did they have in mind with this wording?
Public comment.
Sorry.
It had to do with decorum. And so
Yeah,
it would be up
this
to
is
the
not
chair.
public speakers, this is decorum. So this could be any point in the meeting, if people started clapping, yelling, doing any of this activity. It's not just when somebody's speaking. At any point during your meeting, let's say you don't have public comments, you're making comments or discussing something, people stood up and started yelling or booing, this is where this policy covers that.
Was there more, Mrs. Manning? Right now? Okay. We have Miss Owens and then Mrs. Hughes. Is that okay?
Actually, I'm gonna, I'll wait. I need to think on it. Thanks.
All righty. Mrs. Hughes.
Actually, this was about, bringing up the clapping, and I asked this question during the Policy Review Committee meeting. One is, excessive is a subjective term, so it's excessive by whose standard? But second of all, you shouldn't be limiting one person clapping and not another. And as Ms. Manning points out, there are other times when people clap. And this doesn't say during certain times, nor should it. Either people are allowed to clap in here or they're not. And there really is not an objective way to determine when it's excessive.
Well, it does say use of excessive cheering, booing, clapping, or similar activity resulting in disruption of the meeting. That was a portion that the PRC had, resulting in disruption of the meeting. That's what PRC put back in.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Anything else right now? Yes.
I'm happy to go ahead and make a substitute motion now. I took a little license and rewrote some of this. I added something and I took some things out. Some of them were just Scrivener's things, but I also took out the part about not allowing citizens to gather in the parking lot because I don't believe that that should be part of our policy. Where else do we have here? Under number 2, under expressive activities during meetings, I removed some stuff in there too.
C2.
Yes. There were actually quite a few in there that I removed. And during, I also said that these were prohibited in chambers, not just prohibited, period. I don't care if somebody's outside taking a poll, but they shouldn't be doing it in chambers. So I do think these rules should apply only when in chambers. I added a sentence at the end of number 2 because there was a lot of public concern about this, that the American flag will not be prohibited from the school board meeting. It should say place. I left out an L in place. Meeting place or its grounds. Just a couple of other little things. Under D, where the one that's in the agenda says that there are alternative ways to reach out to the board, the very end of the first sentence in D, I just added, it says, including the Google groups. I just also added, or you can email board members individually. You can email specific board members, or you can email the board as a whole, whichever works for you, because you may only have a question of one, you may have a question of everybody. In the next, well, I separated them out, but no, it is in the next one, I'm sorry. I was talking about handing items to the clerk. I just, under written materials, including, and I just put including but not limited to, because that's not an all-inclusive list of something they may want to hand to you. And that's,
So I mentioned, it looked in the third paragraph of D, I think you might be missing some language. It's at the top of your third page. This bylaw does not preclude persons called to address the school board meeting during the comments, so long as their intent is not to interfere with the school board and other persons observing the meetings. I think the language was about using items or charts, otherwise you're missing something in your sentence. Going quite there.
that is D.
Yes, and I'll tell you, I think you just missed a phrase to make it make sense.
What am I missing?
I think, and I'm looking for where it said that when you're talking about handing things
Oh,
out, but that
okay.
doesn't prohibit you from standing up here with a sign. And I think that's the piece about the stuff that you could use while you're
Yes.
speaking. I think you're missing something.
It
making
doesn't
something.
preclude them from using the visual aids when they speak. I did leave that out. I skipped something there. Yeah. My feeling about this was we're spending too much time limiting the public. And while I do think people should follow rules of decorum in here and we should be able to conduct business in an orderly fashion, I don't think we should make it so unwelcoming that people don't want to show up. I don't think we should limit people from gathering outside, but there was a lot of concern because initially the flag was one of the things that was added to this, so I added a sentence that said the American flag will not be prohibited from the school board meeting place or its grounds. And I think that was an important addition given the concern we received from the public.
I'll second the substitute motion.
It's, I mean, I don't know if the school board wants to take the time here. I'd have to ask to get Mrs. Melnick.
Yeah, I'd like to commend you on this. I just wish that you had sent it to us this morning. I mean, I've read through it and I'm comparing it, and it's very close, very much in line. I'm completely in favor of this, except I mean, I'm not against the American flag coming in at all either. If you can reword this so that just like fit it in somewhere. I mean, nobody's against the American flag. That was the one wording. This is not against the flag. It's just the way you worded that. But I agree with you. All of this is great. In my mind, I would vote for this.
Are you talking about the language that's talking about things that was blocking? That's where we got PRC, was things that were blocking the view is what we were concerned about.
That's it. I just don't want the view blocked. I just want it fair for everybody who comes in and to speak. That's it. And I think you did a great job on this. I just wish we would have gotten it earlier so we could have compared and not made it seem so rushed right here, but I commend you for this. It's good.
If I may offer, I
Miss-
do see two revisions that pertain to the same subject. Oh, Ms. Owens, you please proceed first. Okay. And Ms. Weems,
Okay,
you're
I
on
was
two?
actually gonna suggest that if this one could be pushed until next meeting, that way we just have a little bit more time to go through it. I don't see things that I'm necessarily opposed to, but I haven't had the chance to compare it line by line, and I don't have my other one printed out. I would want to see just some kind of change in phrasing to the line, "The American flag will not be prohibited from the school board meeting place or its grounds." Any flag would not be prohibited unless it's, obstructing views.
Right.
And so I would want some kind of clarification that it's not one flag has preference to come in and
Well,
others don't,
there
or
are-
what we're doing with that. We want to have the focus be, we don't want views obstructed. I don't know that we need to address it one way or the other, that views will not be obstructed in the room. Just saying what will not happen rather
Right.
than, or what we want to happen. There will always be a clear view for our security personnel to be able to see the full room, and for our participants to be able to see the boards, and then we don't have to put what flags can come in or what flags can't come in. Posters could block that view. Banners could block the view. I don't know that we need to put a specific flag can come in, rather than just focusing on, we need a clear view for safety and for participation.
Ms. Riggs.
Mrs. Riggs, then Mrs. Melnick.
Might have missed this. With one, the only thing I saw that you left out, did you guys say the word safe? You left out the word safe? To ensure that the affairs of the school board and school board committees may be conducted in an open, safe, and orderly manner. Was safe okay to keep in there? Okay. I do want to speak to the American flag one too. I personally like having the word American flag in there, because I don't want anybody to think I'm against the American flag, because I never have been and never will be. If we don't put a specific flag, we open ourselves up to many other kinds of flags. And that's all I'm going to say. And you guys can think about what I'm trying to say, okay? So,
It's
think
not
about
gonna
it.
stop that, though.
Think about, if you don't write specifically American flag, all the many different flags that can come into this building or on the grounds.
If you allow one flag in, you're gonna have to let them all in. So by saying American flag, that's allowed, but then you're not gonna be able to content-based decision on other flags that are coming in here. So if you get a swastika, you get a Confederate flag, you'll still have to deal with that. So, and specifically by allowing American flags in, you now have to allow other people to bring other flags in. You do have an American flag here, but you're not gonna be able to say, this flag I like and that flag I don't.
Well, I'll put you in.
That's always been the case, yes? I mean, we
Yeah,
never
correct.
banned
And
it.
that's by putting the American flag does not give you the opportunity to say other flags can't come in here. So
But they,
you can
So
walk
you're
in here with a swastika, you can walk in here with a Confederate flag right now. By stating American flag, you don't have the ability to say that's the only one we allow in here. That's currently the rule. That's what I'm saying. But just don't think that that's what you're able to do. You're not saying American flag is good, all other flags are bad, so we're not letting them in here because it's the American flag. You're allowing flags in here, so all flags get to come in here.
Which is why they talked about this being prominently placed. Okay, we have a couple in the queue, 3 in the queue.
oh yeah, me, I'm supposed to be in the queue too.
There was also just one other thing left out, and that is that we should be able to have safe schools help with decorum if need be. They serve a purpose here, and that was left out too. So if we could add that. we have, and if, I mean, if we take these suggestions, I'm asking, I guess I would ask for it also to go back and just rework this one, your committee.
Yeah, can I respond to the flag thing? And then I
You're
don't have
next.
anything else to say.
I do now. Yep. It's Ms. Hughes now.
Go ahead, Mrs. Hughes.
We had, I mean, we've had people all over the place emailing in, asking if we are going to ban the American flag from schools. And I've been able to respond to a certain number of people who have called, who have emailed, that I've talked to. This started when someone, a former Marine, was walking into the building, had a flag in his hand because he didn't want to walk back to his car. A person told him he couldn't bring it in. He asked to see the policy and was told that Miss Linetti had it but wasn't available. So our next policy review committee meeting, we opened it up and all of a sudden flag was added. And the public was watching. And then without any of the policy review committee's knowledge that I'm aware of, it was changed to cloth emblems or symbols. And I mean, it was getting walked back and walked back. And I think that the public should know, and especially because this is a military town, and while we have a whole lot of different viewpoints, I meet well, I can't think of anybody I've ever met, whether they agree with me and disagree with me on other things, that has a problem with the American flag. And while they were allowed in here before, to my knowledge, and so were any other flags, it seems specifically important to note that we are not banning the American flag. And of course, that means you could bring in other stuff, but you always could. And, you know, I've let people know that there was never any talk of banning them at schools. The only conversation that came up was in this building, which was still incorrect. But given all of the public outcry about it, I just think it's really, really important to add that language specifically in there. It doesn't state which ones can come in or that any others are prohibited, but it specifically states that this country's flag is not banned from this government building. So I thought it was important to add that verbiage.
All right, we have Mrs. Manning and then myself.
Yeah, so I was going to say something similar. I mean, this began, and it wasn't just the Marine that tried to. I was contacted by a number of parents who said their children were told that they were holding the flag. One child, the father was going to come pick them up, and the child didn't want to take the flag back out to the car because she was going to be going home with her dad, and she wanted to have that flag with her. And she was told she could not bring that little flag that was rolled up into this chambers. And then, like Miss Hughes said, just a few days later, the next PRC meeting, all of a sudden, flags are written into the policy of not being allowed, not only in our chambers, but on our grounds, including out in the parking lot. And that's a huge problem. And I see why Miss Hughes added the word American flag. I understand the legal reasons why it might need to be reworked. Could we say countries' flags or a flag representing a country or something like that? I mean, I'm not opposed to that, but we need to, you know, this problem was created by the decision that was made to not allow those people to bring the American flag in here.
It wasn't
Bottom
bringing
line.
the flag in here, it was the intent to wave them around during the meeting.
They
So
were
that's
told
a-
they could not bring it in. They were told to take it
I
back to their
understand,
car.
and I think the problem is when you're dealing with expressive activities, you need to get back to the use of carrying the flag in is not the issue, it's use of flags in here. How do you address if you've got 100 people in here and they're all waving flags? How
There
do you
shall
get
be
to
no
that?
waving of flags. I mean, you could say something like that, but
Can I
think-
just, that's,
I think there's a cue.
that's
Go
what we
ahead.
said.
I think the most recent language change is where they were trying to go. It's not the possession of an item, it's the use of a large amount of items to are disrupting the meeting. That could be, and the problem is that a flag that
That's what
size, if everybody had a flag that's the typical American flag size in the audience, it would become a problem. So how
But
do
that's
you
not
deal with
what
that?
was in the original two versions.
But that's how we understood it when we discussed it in as the policy review chair. That's what we were discussing as expressive activities that were disruptive to the meeting. That's what we understood it as, and that's how we voted on it. So unfortunately, it was understood a different way, but that's how we voted on it in that meeting.
So am I correct that somebody proposed this go back to PRC? I mean, we have 5 people in the queue, but if it's gonna go back to the committee. Yes,
Are there,
all right, well, I'll still give each person the opportunity now. So I'll waive myself in the queue right now, Mrs. Weems, then Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Riggs.
Yeah, I just want to put my input now for the policy review because it does seem like it's going back that. Ms. Hughes, thank you so much for this. I think you did an outstanding job. I really like that you concentrated on two, the following is prohibited in chambers. I really appreciate the fact that you left out the outside gathering because when I saw that, I could not believe that we were going to limit that. So, again, we should be encouraging peaceful assembly and involvement. Also, I think I really do appreciate that you did say the American flag because I think that does need to be intentional because of all the problems that this has created in the past. And it doesn't, like you said, say anything about anything else, but it just lets our community know whether their perception is right or wrong or whatever, or of what happened, and all the details can be all different, but I really like that you put that statement in there. Thank you. And I hope the policy committee.
Mrs.
So-
Anderson, then Mrs. Riggs.
So on D, the part that Mrs. Hughes left out, she says persons addressing the school board may deliver. And we had a discussion about this where we've always asked if someone wants us to see something that they give it to the clerk and the clerk gives it to us later. So we need to keep the word may not deliver. I just want to say that. And I do believe this is going to have to go back to policy because we need to be able to take this and compare it. I do not believe that people should be up here handing out things.
Well, let's leave that for committee discussion.
there's two sections that.
I
There's two
understand.
sections.
I'm saying that my opinion is that we need to have the word not in there. It should say may not deliver. That's what it says in the one that's printed now on our.
Okay, if
on
we,
our-
if we could stick to general comments and the technicalities at
May
the
I
committee
finish?
meeting.
May I just finish?
I'm-
So I was gonna suggest that this go back to committee so that we can, as a committee, can compare this to the one that's there
Yes,
now, because we
that's
didn't have a
nice.
chance to do that today, since this was only given to us when we sat down today.
Thank
It was
you.
not given to
So
us in
you're
advance.
affirming what's been established, and I'm just giving people one final opportunity, Mrs. Riggs.
I tried to go through this really quick before we started our meeting, which was very hard since I got here 2 minutes after you started. But but I did. So and then Mrs. Hughes, you did say you wanted to leave out the part about the assembly at all completely. Okay, I have no problem with people assembling. It's just where they assemble. I think that just for the record, since we're saying this, and we will talk about this in our policy review, I just want to say where they're assembling. And hopefully we have come up with some kind of idea of how to call people so they don't have to line up. We talked about it. Someone has talked about a way to do that. But I'm just thinking on the grounds, in the parking lot, we're basically going by city code. And I just think that it should be away from not right in front of the building. I get it. I understand. I don't want to take away the right to assemble either. There's lots of things that have happened in this country since January of last year that I totally did not have a problem with, okay? So I don't want to take the right to assemble away from people at all. That is one of their American rights.
So, and I just wanted to add to that, one of my 2 points was just, we have a policy coming up to talk about this tonight, and I assume the bylaw and the policy language would have to be consistent with one another. So there was that, and then I just wanted to note that a fair amount of discussion went into, and ultimately where we landed was it was a shared responsibility between the chair and the superintendent and their designees with regard to school board meetings. So please keep that in mind in your discussion. So, okay, we will move on.
Talking about the part, what part was that again, that you want to see left in there? What part exactly is that?
Section, it's H, I don't know what section, maybe DH.
Okay, at the request
That
of-
was one, there might be another. Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mrs.
Okay.
Rye, the motion on the floor is Mrs. Hughes' substitute motion, seconded by Mrs. Manning. You were in discussions. So you either need another substitute motion, or you need to vote on that.
Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, I move that we send it back to committee.
Okay, so noted.
How about, well, we need to vote.
Oh,
Discussion vote.
okay, I think we're just for all in favor at this point, right?
To send it back. Is this in favor of sending it back?
All right, 11,
And Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Disapprove.
Thank you. So we have 10 votes in favor and 1 vote against.
Okay, Appendix C.
Appendix C is your committee one that we just put in place. And we were trying to clean up some of the stuff that had to deal with FOIA, so a couple minor changes in there. But then we were trying to make it consistent with some of the things that you had done. Now, remember, Mrs. Hughes had asked that there be consideration given to changing times so that committee members weren't forced to change the time. So that appeared in section A5. Some minor changes after that. A couple of changes on agendas to make them consistent. I'm trying to think of it. And then we added this on D3, other matters. If a school board committees are not required to follow the agenda format or parliamentary procedures for regular school board meetings, but must comply with all applicable laws such as Freedom of Information Act. The decision being that since almost everything that comes out of committee comes to school board, other than student discipline hearings, that it would come up to school board and that you wouldn't have to deal with the same rules and format that you did for regular school board meetings.
All right, motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, and a second, Mrs. Franklin. Any discussion? Mrs. Hughes?
On, I think it's B3. I'm looking at 3. It is, it's above C. So B3, is this just for committees? I'm scrolling back and forth on here, I'm sorry. So, yeah, the only thing I find kind of problematic is that, oh, daggone it, now I lost it. When it was about getting the agenda out. Where is it?
That's down, further down.
I know, I scrolled up.
It's on number 3. B3, I guess.
Is
it's
it
called.
B3 instead of C? Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Yep, I scrolled too far, thank you. Sending out agenda and supporting documents. When reasonably possible should be removed. I mean, really, we should have our documents and agendas 3 days before the meeting. I just think that last little phrase should be moved when reasonably possible.
Well, this is for committees.
Right, but, I mean, look how big this agenda was with our last policy review committee. I mean, we had one agenda as we were walking in, and granted, most of it that time, because it was the second time in 3 days, we had seen before, but, I mean, that was a lot of material to go over. So something like that should absolutely be out 3 or more business days ahead, not when, I mean, when reasonably possible means you could get these 17 policies the same day that you have a meeting. I just don't feel like, that's enough time to, do your due diligence to read it. And I feel like we have a responsibility to read everything that comes out. So we need to make sure we have materials, whether it's for full board meetings or the committees, at least 3 days in advance, and the public should have it as well.
One of my concerns was student discipline committee meetings. Sometimes you don't have all the ones together, you get them added. Now, obviously, the public can't see those anyway, but that's one of those, sometimes they get added or pulled off at the last minute. So that was one of those committees that wasn't going to fit neatly into this category.
Because of the nature of the disciplinary committee, I could see making an exception for that. But for regular board meetings and other committees that meet, we should be able to have our agendas and supporting documents 3 business days prior to the meeting.
That's really up to you committee chairs, because that falls to the committee chairs to be responsible for doing that. So that's
Well, what I was going to ask is there some other wording, though, that would acknowledge, because it's really the staff liaisons who put together the packets, and there are circumstances that arise with a staff member not being available perhaps for a short period of time, and then they're in catch-up mode. I mean, I don't know, but I just feel it was a question that was worth asking.
That's what I was going to say.
I mean, not with regard, across the board, every committee has a staff liaison, and we know who they all are. I'm just throwing it out there.
And as a policy review committee chair, serving now, and you've served in the past, and I don't know about other chairs, but that sometimes is not. That's why this wording is this way, because we have a administrative liaison with us, and at times it's just impossible to do that because of what they are involved in with the other parts of their job. That's the problem. So just wanted to add that.
And remind you, under for information, agendas don't have a set time period they have to come out. Notices for regular meetings do, if it's a regular meeting. Agenda, the only rule in agenda is when it's made available to the school board members serving on whatever committee it is, that has to be made available to the public. So that's not a law on when agendas have to be out. Now, it's just a practice area, but that's not a law.
Could there be wording to suggest it as a goal, to acknowledge that there could be extenuating circumstances when that wouldn't be met? And Mrs. Manning?
Yeah, so I would agree with maybe adding some language in here with the exception of student discipline committees. But, I mean, for us to do our jobs properly, we need to be prepared for our committee meetings. And if we don't have the information in advance, how can we be prepared for our committee meetings? And if staff can't get the agenda items to us 3 days in advance, then perhaps we should provide more time in between meetings, or staff should be given enough time to prep for the supporting documents. So I don't see why there should be any problems with getting the supporting documents within 3 days. That doesn't seem like a long period of time.
It really falls to the committee chairs. I think you have to know that you've got to approve that agenda package and everything that's got to go out. So you know your committee's better, what's reasonable for you, because you're going to be, if you chair a committee, you need to be responsible for making sure that this gets out.
Well, can we ask staff who's here to weigh in, because you and your fellow chiefs or whoever else are the administrative liaisons to these committees. Is that a fair goal to submit to codify?
Ma'am, it's always a fair goal, and we certainly continue to work at the direction of the board. And I think, to Mrs. Manning's point, if the situation arises, we're given some of the other challenges that we're dealing with, that we're not able to get that done in the time that's required, we may need to ask the committee chair to postpone the meeting. And I don't know if that's a situation you want to be in, but if it's sort of one or the other, I mean, you know, my team, they do their best. You know that, and they do their very best to get that information in on time. I think there's just sometimes when things come up that are unanticipated, challenges arise that we didn't know we were going to be dealing with that day, and so I think some flexibility is always appreciated, but obviously, if there's flexibility on the part of the committee chairs to postpone those meetings or whatever else might be needed, we could certainly work within those parameters as well.
Mrs. Hughes and Mrs. Riggs, and then Mrs. Manning, Mrs. Hughes. Okay. Mrs. Riggs.
Okay, and including discipline committee, but several of these committees deal with major administrators that have a major ongoing responsibilities that are just continuous, disruptive. Like, for instance, the policy review chair or the policy review committee. Cami Linetti and John Sutton are both our liaisons, and they are constantly being pulled away because of FOIAs, just everything you can ask. They constantly, so it's very difficult sometimes for them to get them in. She tried really hard to get this in 3 days ahead of time, and I think you got it, and then one had to be sent back. When did you send it out the
This
first time?
grouping,
Mm-hmm.
this was easier because we'd already looked at it, but at the first grouping, well, that was before then, the 17 had to come out in 4 days, so that was a lot.
So that's what I want to point out. And I don't know anything about audit, but I can imagine things that come up with federal monies and stuff like all of a sudden you get this influx of it. I don't know if it's audit or the PPM, whatever that is, but that's the problem sometimes. And I know like Dr. Spence said, all of our administrators are trying really hard to get it out there. So, maybe we could put some kind of language that says something of that nature. This is what we expect and this is what we strive for. But I just wanted to point that out because constantly it's like that for, I know, our liaison for policy review. So.
Isn't that how it currently reads, though? Meeting agendas should be sent to school board members 3 or more business days before the meeting when reasonably possible. And then I not that it can't be that, but it's certainly the committee's right to say and adopt the agenda. I just got 10 of these, let's see, PRC, 10 of these policies. I don't have enough time to go through it. And then you could certainly say no. Anyway, is the language here, does that give you the flexibility you need?
What's the proposed language?
The way it's proposed right now is meeting agendas should be sent to committee members 3 or more business days before the meeting when reasonably possible, and the agenda should be made available to the public when available to committee members. So that's reasonably possible. Does that language meet what you want? The goal is 3 or more business days. You could say 3 or more, but the other choice is you choose when you amend your agenda or adopt your agenda what you're going to accept on your agenda.
So you're not, you're just reading what this written proposed language is.
Correct. Does that
just revisiting
does that give you the flexibility, or do you need other language?
Okay. Mrs. Hughes, are you still in the queue here? Okay.
So, and I did not mean to suggest that anybody is not doing their job. I agree that these liaisons work hard and this committee work is not their only job. So if I made it sound like that, I apologize. That was certainly not my intent. And actually what Ms. Linetti just said kind of touches on where I was going with this. And this applies to committees and full board meetings, but things that we're going to vote on, we really need to have the material. If we have that option of these are things we had in time we're going to vote on, and these other things we might look at now, but we're not going to deal with it till next month, I'm fine. By the same token, with full board meetings, if it's something that's going to be on the consent or action agenda, we should have it 3 days ahead of time. If it's on information, it doesn't bother me to get it later because we're going to have more time to live with the material before we vote on it. So if that came later, that doesn't give me any kind of heartburn. But If it's something we're gonna vote on, we really need to have it. And we may need to, you know, rearrange a committee meeting, or we may need to pull back and say, this is 17, that's too many. We're only gonna get to this many and the rest of them are gonna be next time. If we'd have maybe done that, we wouldn't. This is 2 meetings in a row after midnight discussing these same policies. After 2 policy review committees, 17 policies at once is clearly too much.
You actually do normally do that much between consent, information, and the action. That's close to, you do 8 to 15 is typical. You're not discussing
These are
them.
really,
Yes,
it's
okay.
a lot of them
Sometimes
and they're
this is
pretty
gonna
meaty.
happen. And it's
Okay, Mrs. Melnick, then Mrs.
And
Anderson.
I would just like that, that when this policy is rewritten, that we as a board don't tell the public that we're trying to hide something. We are so transparent in the time we spend. I was here at 8:20 this morning with our attorney sitting right here for a 3-hour, 40-minute discipline hearing for one student. And that was filling in for some other people who couldn't show up today. And so when we think about what our people are doing and how sometimes things just might get interrupted, by golly, it's the truth. I've been here since 8:20 this morning. And so it's just wrong to send the message to the public that we are not transparent, that we don't want people to know things, that we are keeping information from the public, because it is far from the truth. We are not Suffolk. All of our meetings are open. We invite the public to our committee meetings, and we work hard. And I'll be honest, my husband and I own a company, and I spend more time with school board stuff than he does running a corporation. And I hate my colleagues being portrayed as people who are keeping things from the public.
Mrs. Anderson.
So, in my opinion, and I haven't been a voting member of the policy committee since it started, but I have attended every meeting because as the chair, I attended the meetings and sat and watched them go. And I will tell you that the policy committee is the one committee, and I've also attended the audit committee. I've attended the legislative committee. I've attended all of them. And I can tell you that the policy committee is the one committee that delves in word for word every single thing that is a part of the policy. They take it apart. We change everything from is to the and a, and but everything is read through. It's not like you absolutely need to have it 3 days in advance, because when you get to the committee meeting, it's probably going to change anyway. So, and it's definitely going to change. We're going to change something about it, and we're going to go through it word for word. So I think the wording as it is right now that says when reasonably possible is exactly what we need to say. And I disagree with trying to change that. It basically says that and this talks about committees. It says meeting agenda should be sent to committee members. This is not talking about our regular agenda for our school board meetings. This is talking about committee members. 3 or more business days before the meeting, when reasonably possible. That's a perfect wording for this, and I think my opinion is this needs to stay exactly as it is, and we should not be changing it.
Okay, and Mrs. Manning, you're back in the queue.
Thank you. So one of the reasons why we want to get it out earlier is so the public can receive it earlier, because the public receives it at the same time as we do. So if the public's not getting it until the day before the meeting, I mean, maybe they don't want to come to the meeting, but maybe they do if there's something on there that they feel passionate about. When I was on the audit committee when I was on the audit committee, we always had our agenda well before 3 days in advance. Our committee meetings I prepared. I spent a couple of hours going through the agenda, looking at everything, writing down my questions, and our meetings ran very smoothly. They were efficient, and we got out of there and staff got out of there. So that actually helped alleviate staff's time. So if we don't have this information in advance to review and make notes, then it's going to take longer while we're in the committee meeting itself. So staff is going to still be doing extra work. So I feel very strongly that we should be more prepared for our meetings, including our committee meetings, and that's why I want to support making sure that we get it in advance.
So I think it's fair to say that the message has been conveyed that this is, that we hope that this is a goal for all our staff liaisons. So with that, and let's just put this to a vote now. Appendix C, all in favor, show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you.
All opposed? A raised hand, please.
We have 8 ayes and 3 nays.
Okay, bylaw 128. The committee's bylaw. Would it save time, Mrs. Linetti, for you to remind us all if there was just one section here, right?
We pulled this one up for 2 reasons. One was in section A7. This is a discussion that came out of PRC with Mrs. Hughes. You've seen this a couple other places. On 7, we would add an 8 that would say should try to maintain the agreed upon schedule for committee meetings and give consideration to the availability of committee members before changing the meeting dates and times and locations. You saw that also when we talked about closed and remote participation, because if you change it and the only way they can participate is remotely for personal reasons, you're limited to 2 times, and that would use their reason. Additionally, people set their schedules, particularly people after work, and by
I'm
changing.
sorry, I didn't do the motions. Let me
sorry.
take care of that part. Motion to approve, Mrs. Riggs, and a second, Mrs. Anderson. Okay, I apologize.
So that, you've seen that a couple places, that was the basic language appeared a couple different places to try to remind you that when you're changing meetings, you need to consult the people on those committees, because there are reasons why they may not be able to come on short notice. And then rules B3, rules of order would be school board committees may but are not required to follow the standing rules and the special rules of order, and strike out the rest, because we felt that most committees are just recommending things up to the school board. The only one that actually can make decisions on behalf of the school board is student discipline, because the statute allows that for 3 members. Otherwise, everything is a recommendation that come up to the school board. So it also goes back with a couple of the bylaws we're looking at, where you don't have to follow the exact same rules and format you would do it for a meeting. I'm trying to think of anything else. There are a couple formatting issues, but nothing significant after that.
Okay, discussion or questions? All right, hearing none. Motion to approve, please show a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay. Fine, bylaw 130.
130, now this is just, you talked about policies earlier, this is bylaws. So this is adoption, amendment, suspension, or repeal of bylaws. Honestly, we went back and forth a lot about the voting procedures here. So this would read, the school board reserves the right to adopt, amend, suspend, or repeal its bylaws if all 11 school board members are present when a motion to amend, suspend, or repeal a bylaw is made.
then affirmative votes of 7 school board members are required for the motion to pass. If less than 11 school board members are present, or if there are less than 11 school board members who have been elected or appointed to the school board, then affirmative votes of 1/2 plus 1 of the school board members present at a meeting, rounding down for a fractional member, when a motion to amend, suspend, or repeal a bylaw are required for the motion to pass. Then the rest would be pulled out. So slightly different. You talked about policies before. These are bylaws and your rules. Typically, this requires more than amending or changing a policy. This, again, was the language. We went back and forth with this a lot in the last week or so, and this was the final language that was presented.
Motion to approve before just, Mrs. Anderson, and a second, Mrs. Riggs. Okay. Discussion or question? Mrs. Hughes.
I'm not happy with the idea of making it really easy to just suspend bylaws during a meeting. We had great discussion earlier about how bylaws were important and we shouldn't, have to worry about Robert's rules because we have bylaws, except that now we're going to just be able to suspend the bylaws at will, and so that we won't be bound by our own bylaws. We should be bound by our own bylaws. And when I've asked why we would need to suspend a bylaw during a meeting, no one has been able to give me one example of a time when we should do that. And again, suspending a bylaw during a meeting should only happen in really extreme circumstances, and I would want to see a unanimous vote for that.
How convenient or how quickly I can try too, but what is the present wording for this bylaw?
It's right below. It's a strikeout. Proposed amendment or repeal of a bylaw must first be presented to the school board on the information agenda. The school board may not vote on such amendment or repeal until a subsequent meeting. Amendment or repeal of a bylaw requires an affirmative vote of 7 to 11 school board members. All school board members are present. If less than all school board members are present, then amendment or repeal will require an affirmative vote of 1/2 plus 1 of the school board members present, rounding up for a fractional member.
Okay. Oh, thank you. I should have picked up on that the wording's right there in black print. Okay. Anybody else? Mrs. Anderson.
I just want to say, the wording on this is not much different than the current wording. There's not a whole lot of difference in between the current wording as it is now. I think the major difference, Ms. Linetti, if I'm correct here, I believe the only difference is it has to do with amendment or repeal, whereas this one starts off with adopt, amend, suspend, or repeal. So it just kind of combined everything together. It's pretty much the same thing as what we already have. It's just that the wording, would just kind of combine the whole thing together. But the current language does state 7, and I think it should remain that. 7 is not a simple majority. 7 is a majority plus 1. So it doesn't make it easy. But I think this wording is what we need to have. That's my opinion.
Anybody else? Ms. Owens?
This is more of a question, I guess. When it talks about amending a bylaw and needing the 7 votes to make that happen, is that including during times when it's coming out of the PRC, the amendment? Or is this only times when somebody makes a motion for an amendment to the bylaw that didn't already come through the PRC?
This is adoption, amendment, suspension, or repeal. So it's adoption, it's all the whole thing, anything.
So like when we're doing this action section of our thing right now, if we don't have 7 votes, then we won't make the amendment to the bylaw.
Correct. And
Well,
that's been,
that's always
that's,
your rule in a bylaw, because your bylaw requires more than a majority vote, so.
we've been following that practice up to the present, like I said.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Hughes?
I'd like to point out one thing that is significantly different is that suspension wasn't in here before. I mean, this allows, with 7 votes, to just suspend bylaws during the meeting. And I just don't think we should be doing that.
Part of this arose because the question became in another school board meeting, could you suspend? Because you did not have it written in your bylaws anyway, you never talked about suspending a bylaw. You saw suspension in the policy one, it was not in the bylaw one, so then we had to look to Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order, because we didn't have it, and they said you can, if you have not put it in your bylaws, then you can't suspend it. But you should, it actually, Robert's Rules said, you should give yourself that option. But if you didn't have it in there, then you could not then suspend the bylaws. It had to be in your bylaws already to be able to do it, so that's why it was added.
But why are we putting so much verbiage into suspending bylaws and policies? Are we not able to operate within our own rules at the same time that we're making extra rules for other people?
So to recap, you're saying, well, Ms. Owens, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I mean, I agree that the suspension part is new in here, but our previous bylaw allowed us to completely repeal the bylaw with the same 7 out of 11. And so repeal, to me, sounds more serious than temporarily suspending. So just looking at what we already had going on, I don't know that doing it for one day is more or less serious than, well, it does seem less serious than totally repealing it altogether. Now, I don't know when we would have a situation that we would need to suspend a bylaw anyway, but it was set up for the bylaws to be able to be appealed with 7 votes.
Mrs. Hughes?
If you look at so there are 2 paragraphs struck out. If you look at the first one, the amendment or repeal needed to first go on information and then be voted on at a next meeting. In this case, we can just decide tonight to amend, adopt, suspend, or repeal. There's not any of that time, and I still haven't seen any reason why we would just need to suspend a bylaw for the duration of a meeting. If you're going to repeal it because it's a bad bylaw, then maybe you should, but going through that process of having it in information and then voted on, I'm more comfortable with that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last comment? I drifted for a moment.
Well, so the part that's being struck out is the same as we were talking about earlier with our policies, where it goes to information and then it's voted on at the next meeting. It's something that's more thoughtful. I mean, maybe you have a bad bylaw that needs to be repealed, but, you know, again, you have time to discuss it. It's going through 2 meetings where it's information and then being voted on. That's not the same as just, you know, deciding to adopt amends, all 4 of those things just tonight.
So did PRC discuss that? Was that a conscious decision to leave that provision
Part of
off?
this came out of your September 1st meeting. You wanted flexibility to be able to do things. Like if you had, let's say Appendix B, you had your regular meeting, something was going on and you wanted to change the order of it. Because Appendix B, which is, let's set your order of your meeting, that's a bylaw, you would not be able at that meeting to change it because you had to change the bylaw on there. So that was an example. You wanted flexibility because you were talking about how to move public comments around. So we're trying to figure out how could we give you the flexibility during a meeting. So if your normal order said comments, information, action, and you wanted to go ahead and take, you know, let's say action before information, you could not do that because you were stuck with this prior notice piece of it. So that's what came out September 1st. You were looking for the flexibility to be able to change your bylaws around.
So could we qualify that there would be an exception? But I do see the point with with other bylaws, could it be two different standards? One for meeting flexibility and, you know, extenuating circumstances, and then other,
Well, I see that becomes a problem. You have competing bylaws in here. One would say one said the other. You wanted the flexibility when necessary. Again, you still have to convince 6 other people at least to go with you or whatever your number is going to be. You wanted the flexibility to be able to suspend any of these or change any of these without having notice. If you're in the middle of a meeting and you had a serious problem, you need to change it. You wanted the flexibility. That's how we got you to this bylaw so that you could alter other bylaws if necessary. And again, you still have to get 7 or more votes to do that.
well, I don't know if I personally extended it to a broader, so right now with school board meetings, we have what in our existing documents allow us, because we always know that we can continue a meeting the next day. Which of our documents provides for that?
Actually, it doesn't. You know, you're being say that it leaves you for that. We changed. I just had fixed in Appendix B the right to alter that order meeting because that's most commonly where you're going to have a problem. You would just have to fall back to other procedures, continuing your motions. That's it. You don't have anything that says you continue it to the next day.
So there would just be a motion to do that.
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
Your concern, in most cases, as most amendments in bylaw, adoption amendments or repeal bylaws come to you through PRC. Somebody brought it up, we thought it, brought it in there. So that normally is going to follow that process where it's going to come on information because it's unusual for you to suddenly want to rewrite a bylaw in the middle of a meeting. Somebody has brought that up and we've looked at it at PRC. So most of the time it will come up that way. But this one was designed this way, and this would still allow you to do it this way. With the way it's written, it could come up in any manner at this point. What this was designed was to give you the flexibility if you suddenly decided you needed to change it, you had the opportunity to do that. You could go back the other way. I don't see that you're suddenly going to decide in the middle of a meeting, we never looked at bylaw 132 before, so let's look at it now. I don't see that as realistic because that usually requires a lot of checking to be able to do it. But if you want to go back to the notice of appeal, you can do that. It's going to limit your ability to alter a sitting bylaw if you need to do that.
PRC, what do you, who's,
Again,
Mrs.
this
Anderson?
just gives us the flexibility if we need it. If we don't pass this, then we do not have flexibility in case we need it sometime. You know, like you said, you never say never.
So this doesn't, it would still be, do we need to make it understood that in most cases, though, bylaws would go through the usual process for approval of information and action and consent or whatever we do?
I'm not sure you need to do that. If Mrs. Riggs suddenly, you know, at the end of the action agenda said, it suddenly occurred to me I would like a new bylaw 178 to talk about something you never heard about, and here's what I'd like to do. You'd say, well, wait a minute. We need to see it written. We want it brought up. We have no, it's not presented in a red line form or something we'd look at. I think that's how you deal with that circumstance on there. Otherwise, you know, it's normally going to come up normal. How else are you going to present that? If you totally come something randomly, you know, you've never seen before, my guess is you're going to say, well, you need to send this to PRC to look at, to consider. It's up to you. If it's important enough that you can make an argument to your colleagues, right now, at this moment, at this meeting, I think we need to do something different, and then you explain it to them, then you've got to find 6 friends to go along with you, or however many you need to do the vote. I think that's what allows you to do that. But you can certainly put a notice provision, just understand that it's going to limit your ability to change things if you need to do it on a very short notice.
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering something. It seems like in the previous conversation as well, like the sticking point here might be amending and adopting and repealing are different than suspension, right? And that it makes sense if you had the purpose or the process in place that you're going to go through information and then go to a vote because if you're amending it or you're repealing it or you're adopting a new bylaw. The suspension is the one where you might want more flexibility to, in the moment, say we need to shift our agenda around or whatever it is that you might need to use that for. So does it make sense for you all to consider separating those two things into two separate pieces of this bylaw?
We had
I
a
don't know,
prior draft like
Mrs. Hughes, I
that.
don't know if that addresses your concern.
We had
Well,
a prior draft like that and it was sent back. We can pull that back up again. We
It
had to look at
addresses
that.
part of it. I mean, I would be in favor of the part where it goes through two meetings, but I'm just not in favor of being able to suspend bylaws at will, so we won't be bound by our bylaws. And I can assure you that if Ms. Riggs, just to use your example, came in and said, hey, I just want to do this bylaw, she would have 6 friends to vote with her. So that would happen. You know it would. And I just don't think that's how you govern. Everything, the rules we have in place now keep us from being knee-jerk. And we're removing things that prevent that for us, while we're adding more rules for the public. I can't possibly be the only person that sees that. We should be bound by our bylaws. That's why we have bylaws.
Ms. Owens, and Mrs. Riggs, then Mrs. Manning.
Sure, just very briefly. Thank you, Ms. Linetti, for the explanation. I am ready to vote on this after we finish hearing from people. And if we had already passed this in a previous session, right now I would be asking that we pause on the rest of these so that we could have our staff members who are here to give us information items to come in and present, and then that we would finish this up. But right now, since we don't have the ability to suspend that bylaw for a moment to change our agenda order, then we can't accommodate our staff members who are waiting outside for us to finish these conversations. So when I understand it in that context, I support it and I'm ready to vote on it.
And who did I say, Mrs. Riggs? I'm sorry.
Again, this is what we discussed before, for the flexibility to be able to do exactly what Ms. Owens just said and what Mrs. Linetti said, as well as Dr. Spence, that it has nothing, I'm not going to be coming in with some kind of crazy bylaw. And I don't think anybody, I'm I'm not going to be doing that. And this is not to take away anybody's ability for us not to be transparent or any of that. This is just to help with being flexible when it's needed and only when it's needed. So that was all that we were looking at and all that I will ever look at. So
Okay. Mrs. Manning.
Yeah, so I agree with Dr. Spence that I don't think we should be treating suspension the same as adoption, amendment, and repeal. It would be my suggestion. I mean, I agree with Ms. Hughes as well. I think it should be hard for us to even suspend our bylaws, but I would really like to still see that proposed amendment or repeal of bylaw must be presented to the school board on the information agenda. The school board may not vote on such amendment or repeal. That old language didn't have the suspension part in it. So if we could add that language back in, then we're still making sure that we give enough time for consideration of new amendments or repealing old amendment or old bylaws. Considering new adoptions or, you know what I mean? So, I mean, if we could. You might want to go back to the.
One of the drafts we did between last meeting did have it separated out. There would be section A was suspension of bylaws, and then B was amendment or repeal of bylaws. So there was one draft out there. Mrs. Hughes, you may have had
Okay.
one of those cons. It was decided to go back to this one, but there is a draft version similar to that.
So I would like to make a motion that we send this back to committee to address that part of it, to separate them out, to make it two separate ones, because I think it's, it does seem to be two separate things, like Dr. Spence said.
Mrs. Riggs.
Well,
Oh, and
I have
Mrs.
a-
Ander, I beg
I
your
have a
pardon.
motion on the
Oh, I'm
floor to
sorry.
send it back to committee, so it would need a
Oh,
second.
And then discussion. Okay, Mrs. Hughes has seconded it. Mrs. Anderson?
So I don't want to send it back to committee. I think we can work on this right now. We can take care of it tonight.
it's right here.
and Mrs. Riggs has a copy of what we need to talk about. So right now, if you, you know,
Can I get somebody to run some copies of it?
Yeah, it's right here. That's what I was just gonna say when I was putting the let's just, it's already divided. There's nothing to really change.
we can make copies of that. That would be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, can we go on to the next one?
Can we do a second motion on a different one while this is hanging?
I'll withdraw my motion for now. Does second approve?
Do you just want to put off and go to the next one while they're running copies? Just, everybody agreeable to go 3:55?
Okay, motion to approve. Mrs. Riggs, second. Mrs. Melnick. 355 is under the business and non-instructional
There's a couple of,
operations.
in this and 7 that looks somewhat similar. You're gonna see the same thing throughout that. We were trying to use the word facilities to capture most of these, and I know that came up another place. So most of the changes in this one are looking at defining facilities and building administrators. We brought you a couple of them because they're related, interrelated, so the changes here really go to using the word facilities and designating who's in charge of a building. So it could be a principal, but it could also be a building administrator. In a building like this, you don't have a principal in charge. The Plaza Annex, some of the sport buildings, they would have administrators, so that's, and you see the definition out, so that's the only recommended changes to 355.
Any discussion or questions? All right, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So unless we can go out of order, which probably isn't a good idea, we'll just wait a moment. Officially, a 5-minute recess.
You'll need to read the draft when it comes in anyway, so recess probably. a good idea.
Okay, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Carolyn Rise, School Board Chair here again. We're resuming our meeting after a short break, formal meeting.
Sitting at your seat, and I don't think we have on the board for the public, a prior draft that I had sent out that we rejected before coming out would do basically what we were talking about, which would now be amendment, suspension, or repeal of bylaws. Amendment, suspension, or repeal of bylaws, and then it would have a sentence, the school board reserves the right to amend, suspend, or repeal its bylaws, and there would be a section A, suspension of bylaws. The school board may suspend a bylaw or plural, or a portion plural of its bylaw plural during a meeting or for short periods of time when the school board determines that there is good and just cause for the suspension. If all elected and or appointed school board members are notified of the intent to move for such suspension prior to the meeting, or if all such school board members are present at the meeting when the suspension is proposed, a vote to suspend a bylaw plurals or a portion plurals of a bylaw plurals requires an affirmative vote of 1/2 plus one of the school board members present at the meeting to pass. Then B, this is basically leaving what would have been in before. This would be called amendment or repeal of a bylaw. Proposed amendment to or repeal of a bylaw should first be presented to all members of the school board in written form. Strike out the rest of that. Amendment or repeal of a bylaw requires an affirmative vote of 7 of 11 school board members if all school board members are present. If less than all school board members are present, then amendment or repeal will require an affirmative vote of 1/2 plus one of the school board members present. For some reason I've got struck out rounding up for a fractional member. So we'd have to add that back in. And I might just add some of the language when you have less than 11 people, or appointed school board members. But that's how, after the last meeting, this was a proposed draft, which would do the suspension and the amendment as two different areas.
Comments, questions? Mrs. Hughes?
Well, I'm still not super happy about suspending bylaws. However, I like this better with it separated out. And I still think amending or repealing bylaws should go on the information agenda first and voted on at the next meeting. If we can do that, I can support this.
So you would
Mrs.
keep
Hughes-
it after in written form, sorry, in B, proposed amendment to or repeal of a bylaw should first be presented to all school board members in written form on the information agenda.
Add that wording back in that was struck out.
Yeah, if we add that back in, I could support this.
That would negate the whole reason for a suspension of a bylaw.
No, this is under B, the amendment or repeal of.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Only on B? Okay.
And actually, my only suggestion, I could be it may seem trivial, but B is what we more commonly do, and I would put that as A, and
Switch the order.
suspension is B, the more rare.
So you would do amendment or repeal as A and suspension as B. And again, you got down to the voting. If less than all school board members present, then amendment or repeal will require affirmative vote of 1/2 plus 1. Have we resolved whether we're rounding up or rounding down? Or are you going back to? Okay. So would you be okay with that if we swap the order? B becomes A becomes B, add it, and what is A will now read proposed amendment to repeal of a bylaw should first be presented to all members of the school board in written form on the information agenda.
I think you still need the rounding up. If you have, say, only 7 members present, if you have an odd number less than 11, you're still going to have to round.
So you want,
I also think we need to add the word adoption, because sometimes we may want to create a new bylaw, so adoption should be a part of this, of A.
all right, so read adoption, or just put adoption amendment
Oh, good.
or repeal.
And then you would have to carry that wording through, right, to where you,
Yes, so it would just in the next two paragraphs, before the
Okay.
word amendment, I would put adoption.
okay, another good catch.
And then we would be leaving the rounding for a fractional member.
So can we recap the changes to what you all have in hand so you understand what you're voting on?
Okay, so the new title is going to be Adoption Amendment. Let's see. I might reorder this. Adoption Amendment, Repeal, or Suspension, because that's basically the order. Then the first sentence will be the school board reserves the right to adopt, amend, or suspend, or repeal. New A will be adoption amendment or repeal of a bylaw, which would be proposed adoption amendment to or repeal of a bylaw should first be presented to all school board members in written form on the information agenda. New paragraph, adoption amendment or repeal of a bylaw requires an affirmative vote of 7/11 of the school board members if all school board members are present. If less than all school board members are present, then amendment, which would be adoption amendment repeal, will require an affirmative vote of 1/2 plus 1 of the school board members present, rounding up for a fractional member. And then B is going to be suspension of bylaws, and that it's going to read just the way it's in. I'm not going to reread that for you. That nothing changes in that section other than it gets classified as B.
Right, so is everybody clear on the version we're voting on? Do we need to?
I think you're going to have to make a motion to substitute this
anticipated
one
my
for
question.
what's in your packet.
That's what I was trying to spit out. So
I'll make the motion to
Mrs. Anderson,
substitute this for the one that's printed.
in a second. Mrs. Hughes. All right. All in favor, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
Okay, that leads us back to policies, and we just, right before the break, approved 355, and now we're into section 7, which is the community relations section, and beginning with policy 716.
First part of 716, sorry, do you need one motion in a second?
Yes, thank you. Motion to approve for discussion. Mrs. Felton, and a second, Mrs. Franklin. Okay.
Okay, quickly, first paragraph deals with the combining the definition you're going to see throughout the next couple ones, which is facilities, grounds, all that's going to be covered under facilities. And it would read, are not open public forums for purposes of public expression during the regular school day when education-oriented activities are being conducted during business hours, or when members of the public have not obtained permission to use school division and school board buildings, facilities, grounds, and vehicles. And these restrictions are established in consideration for the potential disruption caused by activities not related to the dedicated purposes of the school board and school division. 2 would be the policy does not extend to the public sidewalks outside and adjacent to facilities. Internal sidewalks, internal paths for ingress and egress, parking areas are not open forums for public expression unless a facilities use request or application has been approved by the superintendent or designee. And again, that's consistent. We went over the AD 3.01 for the city, which also defines these areas as not being open for public expression. As I've mentioned a number of times, you've not done a good job of controlling these areas, and they're not generally open. If you continue not to control them, it will be very difficult for us to prevent other groups from being out there. So B on restrictions is no expressive activities, parentheses, including but not limited to picketing, demonstrating, soliciting, public address, musical, art presentations. Falls over the sales of any nature are permitted on or in school board and school division buildings, facilities, grounds, or vehicles unless prior authorization is obtained for the school board. So it's not that you can't do it, you have to get prior authorization that allows you to control on the, again, if you continue to allow this without putting controls on it, you will not be able to prevent individuals or groups from coming on. Minor changes throughout the rest of this. Going down to E, under enforcement, any persons in violation of any provision of this policy should be advised of these restrictions and given the opportunity to comply. If the person thereafter fails to comply, the building administrator or designee shall request the person to leave and may take appropriate action if the person refuses to do so, including contacting law enforcement and filing criminal charges. Those were the recommended changes.
Discussion, questions, beginning with Mrs. Hughes.
I am going to suggest that because there is some overlap between this and 1-48, that this goes back because there's enough overlap that they need to be congruent, and I think they should be looked at and voted on together, especially where the expressive activities is. Yep, that's a motion, I'm sorry.
Second.
Okay, discussion. Should we remind everybody of what 148 is decorum and order school board meetings? And
That's the one that Mrs. Hughes has
there
the
is-
large, the whole entire substitute motion at is, and she took out a lot of that expressive activity in her
But there
motion.
is reference to this subject in that. That was my point,
Yeah.
to just refresh everybody's memory.
All right.
Where does it reference?
148?
It doesn't, in Mrs. Hughes, the substitute motion for 148, she removed a significant amount of the language that dealt with expressive activities on property. So if you're going to change that, then you would probably want to look at this one too, I believe is what she's saying, to make sure they're consistent.
And that was going to be my comment. I'm not opposed to having them both go so that they can be reviewed side by side.
I agree.
So that's a motion on the floor that we would vote, so all in favor of that proposal?
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote? Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
All right, 717 is visitors.
No, you just did 16.
Oh, I'm moving on. I'm sorry. 717 is visitors to school board facilities. That new definitions of facilities, okay.
As I mentioned before, this is actually a policy we use a lot, particularly at the school level, when we have to control a circumstance where a visitor is not acting in accordance with your policies or bylaws that need to be managed. We were just expanding this out so it wouldn't just be at schools. We have administrative buildings, a number of administrative buildings we have issues at too. So we want to make sure it's clear that the administrators at those buildings could apply the same rules that we normally have done at schools. And there's just some clarifications on some of those rules on there. But that's not a significant change. It's just broadening it out to what we've been doing at schools for many years.
Mrs. Riggs.
Motion
Oh,
to accept
thank
this?
you, yes, motion to approve.
Second.
Mrs. Riggs in a second, Ms. Owens, I'm sorry. Thank you for that catch. And so were you also on the queue to speak, or that was your
No, that
reason?
was mine.
Okay. So just one more call before we submit to a vote. All right, then all in favor, a raised hand.
Mrs. Holtz, how do you vote?
Approve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
Okay. 749, organizations eligible to use school board facilities.
Again, a policy that's dealing with the use of facilities. You'll see that we're, again, trying to get the definition of facilities in there, just broadening out some of the reasons we do meetings. I added the subsection on political groups and campaigning. This was specifically, as I mentioned before, you could have a meeting if you're the Libertarian Party, you want to have a meeting, you can have your meeting there. What we're not going to do is allow campaigning so it doesn't look like you're supporting one campaign over another, but normal meetings are okay to do. Obviously, when you're using for election purposes and it's used as a polling place, you can do normal campaigning.
Yes, Mrs. Anderson.
So would this prohibit,
Madam Chair, I hate to interrupt. Do we need to get a motion and a second?
yeah, I probably did.
I guess the other one went so quickly.
We
Okay,
have a motion.
Mrs. Anderson, a motion to approve, and a second, Mrs. Hughes. Thank you.
So would this prohibit, let's say, a party that wanted to host a person, let's say, running for president, and they wanted to come to one of our high school gymnasiums or whatever and speak there? Would this prohibit that?
If they're campaigning, yes.
Uh-huh.
If it was just the president showed up and wanted to talk about how wonderful Virginia Beach City Public Schools is, that probably is not campaigning. But if they're running for office, that would limit here.
Because we've had that in the past where we had a presidential candidate who came and spoke at one of our schools.
And you've run into the problem where other policies have talked about not campaigning on there. It's not been clear whether you can use the facilities or not use the facilities on this one. So this was suggesting that you would not use it for campaigning purposes because it would look as though you were endorsing one party over another for a campaign.
So like let's say the Republican Party wanted to rent it out and utilize the auditorium. They couldn't do that for their candidate?
They could just, if they were meeting as a party, they couldn't do it to host a campaign rally. That's the difference. So if you wanted to have the Republican Party breakfast and you wanted to use our facility, that would be allowable. But
But
if
they
you wanted
just
to
couldn't
have a
have their
Democratic
candidate.
meeting and host a campaign rally for a Democratic candidate, you couldn't do that. That's the
Okay.
difference. And there's a distinction between somebody who's campaigning, and of course, this is why there's latitude to make these decisions, but there's a distinction between, so if you have a sitting president or vice president who is coming here and speaking, some people might view that as campaigning, but they're a sitting president or vice president, unless they've called it a campaign rally or it's being organized by their PAC, it's not campaigning, it's a visit from a sitting president or vice president or governor or whatever.
Same for a town hall?
So,
Town hall's
town hall debate, I think is an allowable, because you're allowing both sides in, but Cammie would have to weigh in on that one.
Yeah, I'd have to look at that's really campaigning. I think the intent was related to one particular party. Somebody would have to host that. I think that's the difference. We could clarify that. We've had situations where they were using a facility and they did not have enough separate facility and wanted to come use your facilities for parking, your buses, other things like that. And of course, you can't use buses for that. Where they're trying to come over and use that. That was another issue we ran into. And where is that clarified that you can't use your school facilities to benefit a campaign? So that was where we're trying to get with this. If you want to clarify on a debate, if the students were organizing, that happens a lot, students are organized at a school, then that's a school-sponsored event, and that would be authorized for this. Now, if you wanted to do other groups, independent groups doing a debate or something, you could add that in there. The intent was not to look as though Virginia Beach City Public Schools was favoring one party or another in any particular election.
So when I hear town hall, I think it's a sitting elected official who periodically has meetings for their constituents to come and ask questions. So
That's different.
does
I
that
think that would be
qualify?
allowable under this. This wouldn't be campaigning. I think that would be an allowable use.
Ms. Owens?
I guess that generally covers my question. So the school facilities cannot be used to host just general debates across the board, even if all candidates are invited. And
You can set your terms for that. I mean, this is a suggested language. If you want to allow that, I would just be careful about thinking about the ramifications as though you're not looking like you're benefiting one party over the other.
okay, that's fine.
So could we add that language in there that, as long as all candidates, in other words, you wouldn't be showing favoritism if you had a debate where all candidates came. Do you know what I'm saying?
I would personally caution if we can do town halls and things of that sort, I don't know if we want to get into hosting debates.
We've already done that in the past. We do it all the time.
But your problem with what you're saying is let's say I'm just gonna say Republican Party votes, and if they don't invite all candidates that are running for Republican, they only invite the top three.
Right.
You want to be careful about what you're saying. You make
As long as
parameters.
they invite all candidates for a particular office, they could have a debate.
That's what I think we're going to run into. So we would need to wordsmith that a little bit. What do you mean by that? And what are the rules?
Well, for example, in 2016, they invited all school board candidates, and I went to it at Kempsville High School, or 2018, I believe. And all school board candidates were there. And they asked all of them questions that night, and they were using the auditorium at Kempsville High School. They did the same thing in 2012. And all school board candidates, they did it for city council as well. They did city council candidates one night. All city council candidates were invited.
So
It
could
was
I
a forum.
just offer maybe one language amendment for you all to consider if somebody wanted to do it? That might help with that. It should be at the very end of it, because I think it would fall under the lobbying organizations, political action committee, local political group, or whatever, that can use these. That under conditions that indicate the school board and the school division are not endorsing or supporting the organization. And I think if you just added on to that or any individual candidate, you probably take care of that at that point. So just at the end of D, where it says political groups, including but not limited to lobbying organizations, political action committees, local political groups may use facilities for regular organizational meetings under conditions that indicate that the school board and the school division are not endorsing or supporting the organization or individual candidates. I think if you just
Okay.
added those last three words,
Or individual candidates.
you take care of your challenge that you were just
Okay.
talking about.
Right,
Is
okay.
that an acceptable amendment? I think it was Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Hughes. Second, that is an acceptable amendment to you.
Did you second it?
Adding those three words in that particular sentence.
Did you second that?
It would be the last three words would be, and it, political, the last sentence under D, political groups including but not limited to lobbying organizations, political action committees, local political groups may use facilities for regular organization meetings under conditions that indicate that the school board and the school division are not endorsing or supporting the organization or any individual candidate.
Just adding those three words at the end. Okay, will you second that?
Okay.
I made a motion, Mrs. Hughes has seconded. The amendment.
The new amend,
You're on the
follow-
amendment. Well, unless you want to substitute that and just, you know, as a friendly amendment, accept that.
and do it as a
Friendly
single
amendment,
vote?
just,
Okay.
is that okay with
Whatever
So-
you'll
So
feel
up
is it
for
then.
vote is policy 7-49 with the additional wording added to the final sentence is just discussed.
or any, or an individual candidate? Right, yeah.
Or any, I had or any individual candidate? Okay. All right, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
In favor,
Thank you. We have a unanimous vote.
Seven five three, community use of school board buildings, facilities, grounds, vehicles, or equipment, application and approval for use. Short policy. Motion to approve. Ms. Owens and a second, Mrs. Melnick. Just take a moment here.
Remember the last meeting, we discussed the last sentence that this is suggested out of PRC, was the superintendent designee is authorized to deny any application in writing for use of facilities for good cause. It was the denial in writing that, for the application that was added.
But just to be clear, based on some comments, this is, we do this all the time.
Right.
I want people to understand, this isn't some new thing we've pulled out of a hat. We have had forever a facilities use application with a designee who works on that specifically and generally makes those determinations, and then if there's a question, it comes to the superintendent's office, so. But that is not a new policy. I think mostly we're extending that appeal denial would need to happen in writing, and that we're defining facilities more carefully.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, then, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Do we have a motion? Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
in favor,
Thank you. Madam Chair, we have a unanimous vote.
And last policy of the evening, rules and conditions for use of facilities, policy 7-54.
Mrs. Riggs to make a motion.
Yep,
I
thank
want to
you.
make a motion.
A motion to approve Mrs. Riggs and a second Mrs. Franklin.
Again, this is just a clarification. First sentence is the facilities language again, clarifying that the groups have to follow the security, safety, health, sanitation rules, health, safety protocols will apply. Can't interfere or disrupt the educational activities and authorized to take appropriate action to prevent disruption. I did go ahead and spell out a little bit more on alcohol, tobacco, nicotine, vapor-related products, illegal drugs, cannabis, or related paraphernalia should not be permitted on properties. Just clarify that those are all inappropriate. Nothing else exciting about this particular policy.
Miss- Go ahead, Ms. Owens.
So I know that sometimes we have our retirement dinners and stuff. since I've been on the board, they've only been held at the convention center. Are they ever held in our facilities?
We typically don't because we have found that our retirees appreciate the opportunity to have a glass of wine before dinner.
Absolutely. That's why I was wondering. I didn't want to,
I mean,
Limit
just being
that.
as candid as I can be, so.
we enjoy.
Well, that offered
Doing it with them.
clarity.
Okay.
Anything else? All right, then, all in favor, please show a raised hand.
Ms. Holtz, how do you vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a unanimous vote.
And I hate to do this, but I should probably add, that is, the division does not pay for that glass of wine before dinner. I don't want anybody to have that misinterpretation.
Okay, that brings us to information, and we have some staff who've been patiently waiting. So we begin with a new course, interpersonal communications.
Sorry about this. This is the last time this will happen, huh? Because we changed our agenda around.
And
Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, members of the school board, and Dr. Spence. Tonight's presentation proposes updating one of the dual enrollment offerings for students in the Entrepreneurial and Business Academy at Kempsville High School. At the Entrepreneurship and Business Academy at Kempsville High School, students have the capability to complete coursework to achieve an associate's degree in business administration via our partnership with Tidewater Community College. To continue to offer students the opportunity to complete this degree, Virginia Beach City Public Schools must update our course offerings. TCC has recently updated the coursework for this degree to meet the current trends and industry demands. Intercultural Communication 229 has been removed as an eligible elective for this degree plan. Interpersonal Communications 126 has been identified as a replacement course. If approved, the teacher assigned is certified to teach Interpersonal Communication 126. The semester-long course is offered face-to-face, consisting of 3 credit hours. There is no assigned textbook for the course, as they will use TCC resources and open education resources. This proposed course is part of new requirements for the associate's degree and offers students an opportunity to explore topics of interpersonal communication while honing critical thinking and business communication skills. I want to thank you for the opportunity to present this request to approve the Interpersonal Communications course CST 126 this evening. Thank you.
thank you, and we're not going to let you run away before we offer the chance for discussion or questions, beginning with Mrs. Melnick.
So we just passed a bylaw that will allow us to suspend all of this so that we can hear you earlier. And so I'm sorry and thank you. And everybody better have a question now. But I just want to say, wow, an associate's degree in business administration coming out of high school. I mean, this is really, everybody should be tweeting this tomorrow and putting it on their Facebook. This is really, I mean, kudos to you all. And kudos to the division. This is truly remarkable, and thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work you do too.
And Mrs. Franklin.
So this is really exciting for me because I was PTSA president for 3.5 years at Kempsville High School, and I can't tell you how many meetings I sat in because we were losing students to other academies. So this personally for me is so exciting, and thank you for all you're doing. If you have not had a chance to go to the Entrepreneurship Academy, it is amazing. So I encourage you to go visit. It is so exciting what they're doing there, and the fact that we had 20 plus students last year who graduated with an associate's degree is just fantastic. So thank you for all you're doing.
Thanks. Yes, great program.
All right. Oh, Mrs. Felton, I'm sorry.
I just like to say thank you. I am so proud of these students. I was with them on last Wednesday at the Hive. We had 3 groups there, and they were phenomenal. And I enjoyed their presentation and how well they did. And one of the owners there said that they were ready to hire them. I'm proud of them, and this right here, and I told them that they speak well for the academy. It's one of the academy that we really put a lot of effort into to make sure that they got to be come to fruition. And they're doing all of the work, and we're getting all of the praise behind it. And I told them thank you for it, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
And Mrs. Melnick again.
I'm so sorry. On Sunday morning, I was at the Neptune Festival's Hometown Hero breakfast, and I was sitting with Melissa George, and there were people that knew about this and have taken notice, and it was all a buzz. No pun intended with the hive, but that was really what people were talking about, and so it's out there. And thank you again.
All right, and thank you for hanging in there with us this evening.
That's fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now our interim financial statements for June through August 2021. Welcome,
Yes,
Mr. Hopkins, yes?
yes, Dan Hopkins, sorry about that. Good evening, Chairwoman Rye, Vice Chairwoman Melnick, School Board, Dr. Spence. For the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2021, the overall final revenue trend was favorable with a actual over budget of $10.1 million. The Commonwealth of Virginia revenue source was unfavorable with an actual under budget of $1.9 million or 99.4% of the budget. Our March 31st ADM came in lower than originally budgeted, but the state we did receive no lost funding from the state to cover the lower enrollment. The federal government revenue source came in over budget with approximately actual over budget of $4.7 million or 135.1%. This is mainly due to the increase in federal impact aid receipts. The state sales tax revenue source was favorable with an actual over budget of $7.9 million. The other revenue source was unfavorable with actual under budget of $504,000, mainly due to fewer events last year. The next slide illustrates the total revenue by major revenue source. The City of Virginia Beach contributed 53.3%, Commonwealth of Virginia 34.2%, state sales tax 10.1%, federal government 2.1%, and other sources 0.3%. The final expenditure trend for fiscal year 2021 was favorable for all categories. Overall, the remaining unspent and unencumbered funds was $15.4 million. The next graph illustrates total expenditures by category. The instructional category comprised of 68.1%, operations and maintenance is 11.5%, public transportation 6.0%, technology 4.7%, administration, attendance, and health 4.4%, and debt service 5.3%. As presented in Schedule B1 in your documents, you'll find a summary of the reversion back to the city's general fund. The revenue surplus of approximately $10.1 million and the unspent and unencumbered balance of $15.4 million with the adjustments and prepaid items, the total reversion back to the city is $25.7 million. The reversion amount includes $711,000 for Green Run Charter School and $402,000 for the school athletic fund. The revenues that comprise of the city and school board revenue sharing formula came in over budget. Our share of the surplus is just over $29.8 million. The budget development staff is currently working on potential uses of these funds and will be presenting these to the school board. I was just told it would be in end of October or beginning of November. The revenue sharing formula and all the numbers presented today are unaudited and are subject to change. July and August interims are included in your documents, and they are being presented this evening as required by the Virginia State Code. However, these are abbreviated statements and do not include salary and benefits of 10-month employees and other adjustments. These statements are not as meaningful or comparable as the statements to be presented for the month of September. This concludes the presentation. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Okay, we'll begin with Mrs. Melnick, then we have Mrs. Manning and Mrs. Anderson.
Okay, first, there were two unfavorables in the first slide. One was for pupil,
Commonwealth of Virginia?
yeah, what was, what was the first one? I got the second one, but,
All right. The first unfavorable was the Commonwealth of Virginia. The second one would have been the other revenue source.
right, okay.
And that's
For
gonna
our
be like
low-
summer school tuition and other kinds of tuitions and other miscellaneous revenues we would collect at the school.
Okay, and then the $24 million in reversion that was,
25.7 million.
that reverted back to the city?
Not yet. You're going to have to address that through a reversion resolution.
Okay,
You're just hearing right now what the reversion dollars look like. They're unaudited, they're subject to change. We'll come back, as we talked about on the quarterly forecast earlier today, during the workshop. We'll come back in late October
okay,
with that reversion resolution for discussion. We'll talk about, as we always do with the reversion resolution, unmet needs and CIP needs and our recommendations. And obviously, we'll likely want to meet with the PPMC prior to that to go through that and get board feedback.
okay,
And then the other bit of that, so just to make sure there's clarity, there's two issues. One is the reversion, and it's 25 million. And again, you know how that goes, and we'll talk more about that during the resolution conversation, but 15 million of that was what was unspent in the actual budget, or in the budget.
okay,
And then there was an additional 10 million in unanticipated revenue, which he was describing a couple of different sources for, which leads to the 25 million. So
okay,
I bring that up because 15 million in our $1 billion budget is a very small percentage of unspent funds, and that's an appropriate percentage.
okay.
Then there was you didn't ask it, but I'll go ahead and answer in case somebody else is wondering.
I was thinking it.
Yeah, well, then there was the additional revenue source. I mentioned during the workshop discussion on the quarterly forecast that you would also have to deal with revenue true up with the city. So every year we true up with the revenue at the end of the fiscal year. You get your actual revenue, the city gets its actual revenue collection, and then there's a true up on the revenue sharing formula, and that amount I think was in the range of $29 million, which you said correct, of additional revenue. Great news for the city, additional revenue coming in
Okay,
through the various revenue streams, and so the board will need to consider what it wants to do relative to that. That is not, neither of those could be considered ongoing expenses, although you'd like to think the favorable revenue forecast for the city would continue, but you can't and shouldn't consider either of those as ongoing expenses.
okay, so same thing. And we don't often hear unfavorable, and so that was, okay, I'm good, thank you. Was everybody's question, were they all answered?
We're gonna get, we'll hear more about this in October then.
Yeah.
You'll hear quite a bit more. There'll be two resolutions the board will have to vote on, both of which will go back to city council, and which will let them know how the board intends to address those revenue sources.
Thank you.
I need a refresher of who had their hand up in this vicinity, Mrs. Manning.
Yeah, I think this is in our packet, but can you give me the ADM figures again?
I actually do not have the actual ADM.
Oh,
Oh, wait, actually, the ADM figures
Yeah.
is around 66,000 was originally budgeted. Ended up to be around 63,000.
Okay, thank
But I
you.
don't have the exact number.
That's okay. Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, it's nice to have you join us, and
Yeah.
we'll be seeing more of you, I'm sure.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank
you for answering the questions, Dr. Spence.
So, committee reports. Okay, we will,
Other than, the audit committee's meeting Thursday for the public. Just, it's out there, but just a reminder.
and governance next Wednesday, the 6th, I think it is. And with regard to just doing research on the legal services agreement and where that might land. I did task that when it was determined it would be governance. I tasked Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Riggs with that, and they have begun outreach to certain staff members, and they'll be reporting to governance committee Wednesday, and then we'll keep you all informed through committee, the school board committee report process. Okay, anybody else? All right, so that concludes the formal meeting. Oh, I'm sorry.
I move that the school board recess into a closed meeting pursuant to the exemptions from open meetings allowed by section 2.2-3711, part A, paragraph 1 and 2 of the Code of Virginia 1950, as amended for personnel matters. Discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees pursuant to section 2.2-3711A1, namely to discuss performance of certain administrators and/or staff members. And 2, student records. Discussion or consideration of admission or disciplinary matters or any other matters that would involve the disclosure of information contained in a scholastic record concerning any student of any public institution of higher education in the Commonwealth or any state school system, namely to discuss recent student-related incidences. So I moved.
Okay, so a motion made by Mrs. Melnick and a second, Mrs. Anderson. All in favor, show a raised hand, please.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes.
Opposed?
What do you mean 10?
10, is Mrs. Holtz on?
Oh, I'm
that's
sorry,
right.
you said 10. I was
Yes.
thinking more than 10. Okay,
We
yeah,
forgot
that's right.
that.
Approve.
Good night. Good night, Mrs. Holtz. Okay.
The City of Virginia Beach has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the City of Virginia Beach hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification applies, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered. I need a motion for that.
A second, Mrs. Franklin. All in favor, show a raised hand.
You said Rakes?
And Franklin.
Madam Chair, we have 10 ayes.
All right. With that, we are adjourned.